She really likes romantic novels with a main heroine who's like a ray of sunshine and a bright, friendly male lead, where the hero overcomes hardships and a fallen northern prince torments them and creates obstacles in order to win her love. But rereading these novels over and over, she became more and more surprised. This guy with a terrible personality is the male lead. But what kind of nonsense is that? She always thought the author chose the wrong character for the main male role. That's why she decided to write a novel herself. After thinking everything through carefully, she realized she should have started doing this much earlier. And the girl felt like she could focus better if she wrote at school. Because only at school could she observe and see him, so her writing would turn out better. This guy, who stood out among everyone in her eyes, became the model for her main character. It was a version from a romantic fantasy. When the girl started writing this novel, she realized that just one look at a handsome man could make you imagine the circumstances of your story. She was absolutely fascinated because he looked like a painting even when he was just sitting there. She thought it was great. You have to write when inspiration hits. And then she couldn't figure out where her notebook had gone. Raising her head, Shinara saw some girls standing next to her. They were holding her notebook and said she had been watching the boys and writing something for a while. Was it something weird? But the girl replied, no. The girls said that in that case, she wouldn't mind if they took a look, since there was nothing strange in it. Opening the notebook, they were very surprised that she was writing a novel and asked what kind of title that was. Shinara tried to stop them because she really didn't want them to read it. But unexpectedly, someone came up and quickly snatched the notebook out of the girls' hands. The girls flinched in surprise, and the guy asked what they had there. When they saw it was Han Sung-woo, they said he really scared them. The guy smiled and asked if they were bullying someone again. But one of the girls replied that she just asked the girl if she could take a look at what she was writing because she was really curious. The guy looked surprised and asked Ahrah if she really wrote it, but the girl got flustered. Opening her notebook, the guy was surprised that she was writing a novel. He asked why the title was so long. Han Sung-woo paused for a moment and then said, "So that's what she's been writing." The girl thought she was grateful to him for helping her and everything, but she had never said he could read her mind. The guy put the notebook on the desk in front of her and said not to worry because he hadn't really read it. But then he quietly whispered that in return, she should tell him when she finishes writing it, because he wants to read it. One of the girls got really annoyed and asked since when he started reading novels, since he never liked them before. The guy replied that he just wants to get closer to his friend if she becomes a famous writer. The girls were very surprised that he called Shinara his friend and asked if he was really friends with her. But Han Sung-woo said it's a secret. Shinara was also very surprised that he called her his friend. But a childhood friend will always remain a friend, and she will definitely finish this novel and show it to him. Looking at Han Sung-woo, the girl thought he looked like someone who stepped right out of a romance novel. Besides, this guy was very friendly. Once, he asked if his friend from another class could borrow her book. She thought her childhood friend was the perfect model for the male lead in her novel. She was really curious if he had a girlfriend, if anyone had ever confessed to him, and whether she should confess. The guy and the girls left her and walked out of the classroom. One of the girls said she had quite an imagination, while the other was just surprised. The girl thought she wouldn't be able to do it because he would reject her anyway, so why create an awkward situation? She felt like she wasn't pretty, her grades weren't perfect, and she wasn't particularly good at anything. She sat there holding her notebook, but then thought, wait, there is something she's really good at. A few years later, Miss Shin received a call congratulating her on the decision to publish her novel. Shinara was absolutely thrilled. She said she never expected her novel to be liked so much. The woman on the phone asked what she meant. Didn't she know how popular she was? Everyone at the company really liked her work, especially her vivid writing style. A cute main heroine, a handsome childhood friend, and unrequited love. It feels like you're watching it all from the sidelines. Miss Shin smiled and said that when she was writing the novel, she really was observing everything from the sidelines. The producer said that anyway, how is the work on the next novel going? The girl seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Shinara asked if she really had to write another one. The producer asked what she meant. She has an exclusive contract with their publishing house, which includes her next novel, and in return, they provided promotion and a generous advance. Did she forget? The girl replied that she hadn't forgotten. The producer asked if she had decided on a prototype for the next male lead. Shinara said, not quite yet. The producer was surprised, then suggested, what about making the main character a bad boy? Producer Kim was sure Miss Shin had her own ideas and suggested she put all her effort into the next novel. When the producer hung up, the girl fell into thought. She needed to write a novel where the main character would be a bad boy. Her debut novel, which she had worked on since high school, was simple. But she wrote it because she wanted to see a male lead she actually liked. And honestly, there was another reason. A confession. She remembered her childhood, sitting on a tall fence while a boy told her he'd catch her and asked why she wouldn't come down. Back then, she just sat there in silence. The boy got really annoyed, looked at her and said, "Seriously, why did you even climb up there?" Clenching her fists, the girl thought it was because he climbed up there, because she wanted to play with him, and said she was coming down. The girl tried to jump off the fence, but the boy said it was okay and that he would catch her. Precious childhood memories that only the two of them shared. She put them into her novel. As for the male lead's appearance, she made him look as much like Sungwoo as possible. Her goal was for him to read the book and understand her feelings. But if he didn't want to accept her feelings, she could just say they were fictional characters. In other words, it was a foolproof way to confess her feelings. The problem was that she asked if he had read it. Back in high school, he told her to let him know when she finished writing the novel, but the guy got a little confused when she brought it up. He felt awkward, smiled, and said he had completely forgotten about it. Then wondered if he really said something like that. After all, he said that years ago, she thought, and said she wouldn't force him or anything like that. The guy apologized and said that since he came back to school, he hasn't had time to read books. Shin Ahrah felt really upset. She told him that back then, he said he wanted to read it when she finished, and she worked so hard on it. She was about to let it go since he was her childhood friend, but she still asked if he really didn't mean it when he said that. After some time, Shin Ahrah received a message on her phone asking if they could expect a draft next week. She was very surprised. Why so soon? But then she thought it made sense, and now wasn't the time to feel down. She needed to write the next novel and get away from this publisher. The next day, she went to the publishing company. On the way, she thought about how the truth was she wrote her first novel because of Sungwoo. And now what should she do, since she didn't want to write about a male lead with a terrible personality? She thought that even if she tried to find a prototype, she didn't know anyone who would fit the role. But then she heard someone call someone else a son of a bitch. Entering the office, in the hallway she saw a man and a girl arguing loudly. Shin Ahrah tried to understand what was going on, quietly standing nearby. She wondered if it was a fight. The girl shouted that if that's what he was trying to do, then why had he been dating her all this time? The man tried to explain that he told her from the beginning he just needed someone to introduce to his parents, and she knew that but still dated him. So wasn't it her fault? The girl got furious and slapped him hard. She shouted that she was an idiot for trying to be nice to him, then said fine, wished him luck being alone, and quickly left. Shin Ahrah thought. So she was a girl who got dumped. For some reason, it all felt like a waste of time. The man stood in the hallway, deep in thought. Shin Ahrah was really curious what kind of person would act like that. And by the way, that slap was pretty impressive. She stared at the man and thought that if he turned his head just a little more, she'd be able to see his face. Then Shin Ahrah couldn't hold back and shouted for him to wait because this had gone too far. The man was very surprised and asked what she was doing. Was she following him? She apologized and said she didn't mean to. The man asked if she saw everything. The girl panicked and said no, she didn't see him get slapped. Then she added that she meant she had to observe, because if it was domestic violence, she would have needed to call the police. The man looked confused and asked what she was even talking about. But at that moment, when she accidentally saw his face, producer Kim's words came to her mind. The man got annoyed and said he was the one who got hit. Wasn't that obvious? But the girl thought, this is it, the villain main character. Shin Ahrah looked at the man in amazement and thought he was absolutely perfect. Watching him with admiration, she thought he was completely perfect. Producer Kim talked about a villain, and this was him, 100%. The prototype for the main character of her next novel. She had to make sure she didn't miss this chance. She asked the man to help her, but he was very surprised. She apologized and said she was just in a hurry. Actually, she's preparing to write her next novel. The man asked in surprise if she was a writer. Then he asked what genre and what title. She replied romance, but thought the title was a bit embarrassing, so she wouldn't tell him yet. His expression changed. He looked slightly alarmed, but still listened to her request. She needed to write her second novel. She had decided on the main character's personality, but had no idea how to write him. She explained that he looked like the perfect prototype for her main character, but the man was confused. Why a prototype? She said she was writing about a male lead with a terrible personality, but she had never met anyone like that, so she didn't know how to write it. When she saw their argument, she thought he would be perfect for her novel. She added that when she saw him up close, she realized just how intimidating he looked. The man got really angry and thought she was making fun of him. Seriously, what is this? And he gave her a firm no. Shin Ahrah was very upset and asked why not, since he sounded like he was going to help her. He replied, wasn't it obvious? Why should he help, and when did he ever say he would? Looking at her, he said, "Some weird person I've never met is telling me I have a bad personality." She agreed, but wondered why he suddenly started talking down to her. She felt a little awkward. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, and the more she looked, the more inspired she felt. The man silently begged her to stop. Ahrah was very persistent. She practically begged him, holding his arm with both hands. She said if he helped her, she would pay him like a model. She was broke right now, but once she got her advance, the man pulled his arm away and pinned her against the wall, then politely said, "Sorry, Ms. Writer." He looked at her closely, then smiled in a strange way and asked if she really writes novels. The girl got a little scared by his behavior and said yes. He asked if she had lost touch with reality because of the genre she writes in. If she kept acting like this, the police would take her instead. Can't she write without having a model for her character? If she has time to grab people at night and say nonsense like that, maybe she should spend that time reading books, Ms. Writer. At home, sitting at her computer, she started thinking. She was really curious what a villain looks like. But now she felt like she understood. The man thought, be a model? Does she think I'm crazy? But he didn't say it. In his opinion, she had no talent and should just give up on being a writer. The girl thought he had no idea how hard it is to create something. He's just a jerk. She tried to write something because everything had been going fine, and she thought she'd figure it out. But when she wrote, the male lead turned out exactly like in her previous novel. She never thought her imagination was this limited. Ahrah received a message from producer Kim. It said that today was the deadline. The girl was extremely confused and didn't know what to do, since she hadn't written anything. She told producer Kim that she had been in an accident, but it was just a scratch, and she was currently at the hospital. The producer got very worried and asked if she was sure she was okay, and said that if she told her which hospital, she would come visit. The girl said she was fine, and that the doctors just told her to stay in the hospital for about a month and rest, and she would be okay. The producer replied that in that case, they wouldn't be able to do anything with her first draft, and her health comes first. Producer Kim didn't know what to do. She thought they would have to move the entire schedule and did notice someone entering her office and asking what happened. The girl was very nervous and didn't notice CEO Cha. He asked if she was having scheduling problems. Producer Kim was very flustered and told Mr. Cha that he had a bruise on his lip, asking if he was okay. The director replied that it wasn't something she should worry about and asked about the schedule. But knowing him, she was sure someone had hit him. Producer Kim explained that one of their authors had suddenly gotten into an accident, so they would have to push the publication schedule back about a month, or even more. The director was very surprised. She wasn't seriously hurt, but she would have to stay in the hospital for about a month. Until now, she had been doing well with her deadlines, and after she gets discharged, she'll get back to work. The director smiled and said, "She's not seriously hurt, but she's hospitalized for a month? That's not even funny." He picked up his phone and asked for the author's number. Producer Kim didn't understand why he needed it. The CEO explained that he was going to check if she was telling the truth, and if not, he would drag her out of the hospital and bring her here to write. Ahrah thought she needed to text producer Kim, admit she lied, apologize, and explain that right now, she has no way to write her next novel. It was unpleasant to admit, but she thought that man was right. She needed to study some books related to her story. She decided that starting today, and for the next month, she would stay home and read. Then she received a message on her phone. It was Sunglu. He wrote that he was in front of her house and asked if she wanted to come out for a bit. The man invited her to a cafe. When she saw him, she was delighted and said how was it possible? He hadn't changed at all. She thought she only came out because he said he was right in front of her house. Entering the cafe, she saw several people from high school. She thought, aren't these the same people Sungwoo used to hang out with back then? Sungwoo said he thought it would be nice to catch up with their school friends after such a long time. But the girl felt a bit uncomfortable, greeted them, and thought, they're his friends. A friend said she heard Ahrah became a writer. She said she always thought that would happen, and asked if she remembered how she used to sit alone, writing weird things in her notebook. Ahrah smiled and said they weren't weird. Everything published in her book has no age restriction. Anyone can read it. Sungwoo asked what was going on, and when these two got so close, it seemed he was right to bring everyone together. The friend said maybe someday she'd read the book, though she's very busy. Listening to their conversation, the girl thought she should have just stayed home and read some books. She had no idea what they were talking about and couldn't join in at all. She thought they weren't even that close and wondered, why the hell did he even invite her here? Looking at him, she thought he used to be so fun back then. Then she decided she'd finish her drink and leave. After drinking a lot of alcohol, the girl barely woke up and couldn't understand what was happening to her. The man asked if she was awake, but everything was blurry, and she asked where her glasses were. Sungwoo handed her glasses back and said it seemed like they were bothering her, so he took them off. She was very confused, apologized, and said she didn't realize she leaned on him. He should have told her. Sungwoo kept saying it was fine, that they didn't have that kind of relationship for her to feel uncomfortable. Sungwoo asked if she was tired from trying to meet deadlines, saying she could lean on him whenever she wanted. The girl was really happy about his offer and said she thought she'd do that since she needed to meet her deadlines. The man said she should drink some water to wake up, but she thought it had been so long since she went out without worrying about deadlines. Shinada gulped down water while a friend watched them and said they hadn't changed since high school. The friend kept watching Shinada and Sungwoo, the way they talked, and then said she always wanted to ask what kind of relationship they had. She added she was always curious, since the two of them don't really hang out, but he always looks out for her. Sungwoo asked why she even cared. Then she said she thought maybe he was secretly dating Shin, and that's why he always took care of her. But now it didn't seem like that. Maybe it's because he likes her. Shin-Ahrah explained they'd been close since childhood, and Sungwoo looked surprised and asked who liked who. Sungwoo started laughing loudly and said they've always been close because their parents know each other, so they grew up together. What was she even talking about? He explained that he recently ran into her mom, who was worried that her daughter's life was a mess because of endless deadlines, so that's why he invited her here. A friend said, "Oh, I see." Sungwoo had always been the kind of guy who was nice to everyone, even back in school. Then he said to the girl with chestnut-colored hair that she misunderstood everything and confessed to Sungwoo at graduation, and he rejected her. She got upset and asked why he even brought that up. It was so long ago. She started shouting that she told him not to bring it up. She doesn't have feelings anymore. Wasn't that obvious? But he said, honestly, he thought they even dated. Guess that's just the kind of person she is. Sungwoo said he remembers how things became super awkward after that day, and he thinks it's actually good he rejected her, even though he felt sorry back then. Now they can meet like this again. He said, just imagine, if they had become a couple back then, they probably wouldn't be able to meet like this now. Listening to them, a friend thought, what kind of nonsense is that? Laughing, the friend asked if that means he's not going to date anyone for the rest of his life. The man thought for a moment and said that's not what he meant. If someone he likes appears someday, wouldn't he start dating? They asked, what if that person doesn't want to date him? How can he be so arrogant? And why he's getting annoyed again? Shin-Ahrah thought nervously. So that means he just hasn't found the right person all this time. And thank God. If she had confessed her feelings, it would have just made things awkward. She had an unusual way of confessing her love. If he read the book, she would send him a gifticon, a gift sent through a mobile app. She thought he didn't notice the method she used. After all, it wasn't right. If he rejected her anyway, maybe it was still good that she at least wrote the book. But what's the point? She can't even write another novel. Was it good or not that things turned out this way? She was completely confused and stopped thinking. Sungwoo said that speaking of high school, he had just remembered what her book was called. But Shin-Ahrah replied that he wasn't obligated to read it anymore, then turned away and thought, what the hell does he want now? Sungwoo said she kept asking him to read it, didn't she? Since he remembered now, he would read it. But she said no, because now it felt selfish. He even said he didn't have time to read it. Sungwoo said that when she talks like that, it makes him want to read it even more. But she replied that she already told him he didn't need to. Listening to their conversation, a friend said she thought she remembered reading her book. Shin-Ahrah was very surprised. Then she said the book was called My Childhood Friend's Proposal, and asked if that was really it. Shin-Ahrah even flinched from excitement. Then she looked at her friend and thought she remembered her saying she doesn't read books like that. The man was surprised. Why is the title about a childhood friend? It sounds kind of weird. You wouldn't even guess. Are all modern books like this? The girl replied that they are, and the title doesn't really carry any meaning. Sungwoo picked up his phone and said he should find it in advance, just in case. But Shin-Ahrah panicked and grabbed his phone. She was very upset. The man was surprised and said, that's his phone. Sungwoo couldn't understand anything when she started deleting his browser history. He shouted for her not to look at it. The girl replied she wasn't looking. She couldn't understand why he got so worried. Then she told him not to read her book at all. Leaning closer to him, she said she wasn't joking and that he would regret it if he read it. Sungwoo replied that he understood. The girl said she was leaving. She was really happy to see everyone and asked where to send money for the food. Sungwoo asked why she was leaving already. She shouldn't go. When Shin-Ahrah went outside, she saw the guy who had been with them at the cafe. He asked if she was leaving them, saying he just stepped out for some fresh air. She explained she had a deadline and a lot to do, so she had to go. The guy smiled and said, all right. He thought it worked and that he needed to tell her something. That same evening, the CEO of the publishing company arranged to meet his friend at a cafe. He said it worked and that he needed to tell him something. The friend said the director had been disappearing lately. The friend replied that instead of constantly working, he should take breaks sometimes. Just look at the dark circles under his eyes. Then he told him to go ahead and explain what happened. Then he asked the director if he got dumped again. The friend was very surprised by the news. The director said he never told him that, so he was curious how he found out. The friend explained that a girl told him he wanted to break up after introducing her to his parents. Who even does that? She didn't want to waste her emotions on him, so she dumped him first. The friend said of course he knows. She was his subordinate, and he was the one who introduced them. The CEO Cha was very surprised. His friend asked why he keeps asking to be set up with someone when he hates dating and the whole concept of marriage. The director explained that his parents are pressuring him to get married, so if they see he's dating someone, it buys him some time. The friend said the director's mother is pretty persistent, so he understands. But he doesn't think it's funny that he reads books like that while saying he hates all that romantic nonsense. The friend asked what book it was, and the director explained it's one of the latest releases from his publishing company, and it's quite popular. The director said he reads it not for pleasure, but for work. The friend said he's a real workaholic. Being the head of a publishing company isn't easy. Then he asked what's more important, and hit the book with his fist. The friend looked at him in surprise and said he scared him. Why is he hitting a book? The director said he was curious what kind of book a lying writer who doesn't answer calls could write. Walking down the street, the director tried to call the writer, but the response said the subscriber couldn't take the call. He thought, what is she expecting from him if she's ignoring calls all day? When someone gets that many calls, don't they usually answer eventually? As he kept walking, he thought that people who don't answer calls really piss him off. He decided he'd stop for today and continue tomorrow. As he walked further, he got surprised hearing some strange noise. Someone was talking really loudly. He saw a guy telling a girl that it turned out she was married, and she kept calling him Oppa. He didn't understand why his relationships always end like this. The girl didn't understand why she was standing there listening to someone else's love problems when she couldn't even use it for her novel. Ahrah, who had just gotten her heart broken, said that dating isn't everything in life, so he shouldn't give up. Then added she was a bit busy and had to go. The guy said that when he came here because Sungwoo promised to buy him beer, he thought about her. He had asked Sungwoo to invite her, but the girl didn't understand why. He said that in high school he didn't like her, but he remembers how she kept looking at him in class because she liked him. The guy said she always looked at him with loving eyes, and he always noticed. Ahrah was very surprised to hear that. She had no idea what he was talking about. The guy said it felt bad when he got rejected, but when he remembered that someone liked him that much, it made him feel confident. Looking at him, the girl imagined a version where the male lead is a crown prince and his favorite. Now that she thought about it, someone really had been standing next to him back then. Looking at her, the guy asked why she was silent. Was she that embarrassed? He smiled and thought she didn't seem like that type of girl. The girl asked him to excuse her and then asked his name. The guy didn't understand anything and just stared at her silently. Ahrah explained that his story was so inspiring she didn't want to interrupt. But in truth, she wasn't looking at him. The guy got furious and started yelling at her. He said not to act stupid. She really was looking at him, and now that he opened up to her, she's saying something completely different. But the girl tried to explain it was a misunderstanding. Ahrah said she understood everything and again asked his name. She didn't understand what he even wanted from her. The guy said, why would he tell her his name? He doesn't like her at all, and everything about this annoys him. The girl got scared and thought, he's not going to hit her, right? The CEO Cha took out his phone, called, and said that right near the shopping mall, a drunk guy was causing a disturbance. He explained that it looked like the guy was trying to hit his girlfriend, so they should hurry. But then he noticed the girl had already taken a defensive stance. Seeing the director, the guy asked what he wanted and whether he was talking about him, then said she wasn't his girlfriend. The director said in surprise, was he mistaken? Someone had just mentioned domestic violence. Holding his phone, the director said he thought that's what was going on. Looking at the director, the guy got furious and shouted, who even is he, and why is he interfering in their conversation? The director suggested the guy leave before he did something he'd regret, and that the girl seemed really scared. But the guy shouted again that she wasn't his girlfriend. Then the guy lightly touched the director's shoulder and said to wait. Whether he has a girlfriend or not, what's it to him anyway? But the director had already warned him not to do anything he'd regret. The guy noticed the director was wearing an expensive-looking suit and a luxury brand watch. He pretended not to understand, but suddenly felt like if he messed with him, he'd regret it. Then he thought about what matters more. The pain caused by society's expectations, messy hair from overtime, and dark circles from work stress. He could practically feel the exhaustion of a worn-out member of society, something a student like him couldn't even imagine. The guy was very confused and surprised when the man tried to call the police. Then he quickly turned around and left. But the director thought he had just pretended to call and was surprised. The girl started explaining that she wasn't his girlfriend and they weren't on a date, but thanked him for helping. Then she asked if she could give him a gift card or something else to thank him. The director looked at her closely, confused about what was going on. Did she really not remember him? The director turned and walked away, thinking everything was fine and he'd never see her again. The girl tried to say something, but he didn't listen at all. He kept calling and couldn't understand what she was doing that she wasn't answering her phone. But the girl tried to stop him somehow, and he asked angrily, "What is it this time?" Still trying to stop him, she grabbed his hand and asked him to wait just a second. He irritably asked what she wanted and told her to let go. He didn't need anything for helping her. He didn't understand what she wanted, but the girl shouted, "The book!" She meant the book he was holding. Smiling, she said that if he carries it around, he must be a fan, though it felt a bit embarrassing to say. Ahrah offered to sign the book for him as thanks if he wanted. The man was very surprised. Returning to the cafe, Ji-hoon thought, did that really just happen? And that handsome, popular guy? Just wait. He'll get a job at a big company, drive a foreign car, and have a girlfriend. His friends noticed Ji-hoon came back and asked if he ran into Ahrah. He said he did and invited her because Sung-woo asked him to, but she said she was busy and left. The girl was very surprised that Ji-hoon asked to invite Ahrah. She didn't understand why at all. Sung-woo was also surprised and said it was strange. He didn't even know they knew each other. Ji-hoon said not to talk about it anymore because it didn't matter, but Sung-woo kept asking what he wanted to talk about with Ahrah. Ji-hoon thought he asked Sung-woo to invite her because he thought she liked him, but she didn't even know his name, and that really bothered him. Sung-woo kept asking what they talked about. If his friends found out, they'd just laugh at him. Ji-hoon figured he had to change the subject. He said he met her, but they didn't get to talk. Sung-woo was surprised they actually met. Ji-hoon said someone she knew came up, and they left right away. The guy even pulled up right at the entrance to pick her up. The girl was surprised and asked, was that her boyfriend? Ji-hoon said, so that's what it looked like? Ji-hoon said he looks just like her, then laughed loudly. In reality, he's her complete opposite. Sung-woo said, that's weird. It can't be that she got a boyfriend. After finding out that Ahrah was the girl who wrote the book, the publishing CEO invited her to talk at a cafe. The girl tried to remember how it even happened. She was just trying to pay back someone who helped her and even bought her book. The director said, what a coincidence. It was an honor to meet the author of such a wonderful book. Honestly, he had wanted to meet her, but she didn't answer his many calls, so he started thinking she blocked him. The man said he should introduce himself. His name is Joowong, the CEO of Taeyong Publishing. The girl realized he's the director of her publishing company. Ahrah said she was really sorry for lying about being in the hospital. The director replied that when she told producer Kim that, his heart dropped. The director said that anyway, it never hurts to keep your phone on when you go somewhere. Ahrah said she was really sorry. Producer Kim had no reason to call her, so she thought it was a spam call. The girl thought it was the man she met earlier, but his hairstyle and clothes were different, so she didn't recognize him. That guy on the street was also shouting that she didn't remember his name. She thought, of course she doesn't remember it. The director suggested getting straight to business. The girl thought he's always been like this. Last time, he seemed even scarier. With a smile, he asked when the next manuscript would be ready. But the girl said she couldn't do it. The director asked in surprise, was this some kind of game to her? And she thought, in the end, he's still the same person. Ahrah said she's not saying she can't do it at all, but she needs more time. The director asked, more time? He said he understands it's already been delayed a few weeks, so how much more does she need? The girl said she was told that if she needs a break, she can take a month. But the director asked who told her that. Ahrah explained that when she first signed the contract, producer Kim said if she ever wanted to take a break, she could do it anytime. The director smiled and thought she must have told producer Kim that. Then he said, only if she's seriously ill or something serious has happened. The director told the writer that she isn't even sick. The girl explained that she was really sorry, but honestly, she just can't write right now. Then he asked how much time she needed. The girl explained that 2 months would be enough. It's like a vacation for an office worker. The director thought, what is this, summer break for her or something? Obviously, she's never worked in an office before. He thought they needed to release her next work as soon as possible, while sales were still good, and he didn't have time to listen to all this nonsense. There's always someone who's not quite right in the head. Joowong carefully looked at the writer and thought that, from what he'd heard so far, she had a good relationship with producer Kim. Ahrah was also very nervous looking at the director, but he felt like she'd be easy to pressure. The director put on a grim expression and said that if that's the case, it's a huge disappointment for him. But the girl explained that even if he says that, if she can't do it, then she just can't. Joowong said he wasn't talking about her, but about producer Kim. Giving authors false information and revealing internal company matters could be considered a disciplinary offense. He explained that he personally can't ask her to do things that harm writers' abilities. The girl, surprised, asked what would happen to producer Kim. The director angrily replied that he would punish her, because by letting one author rest, she causes losses for the company and forces him to do extra work. He'd have to threaten her. Once she signs a formal resignation letter, it'll be hard for her to return to the industry. Ahrah anxiously shouted for him to wait a moment. The girl thought she didn't want her producer to suffer because of her. She said there actually is a reason why she can't write the next novel. The director was very surprised and asked what she meant. So it's not just that she doesn't want to write. The girl got very angry, started crying, and shouted that it was all the director's fault. Joowong was shocked and asked why it was suddenly his fault, then wondered if he had heard her wrong. Ahrah told the director that he told her to just stop writing books. And after hearing that, she couldn't write a single word anymore. The director said he didn't remember saying anything like that, but she insisted that he did. Joowong thought, why would he say something like that to a writer? They had only met 30 minutes ago. But then he started thinking. He remembered that the last time they met, she was talking nonsense. She said she wanted to write about a bad guy, but couldn't grasp the essence. She saw him getting hit and thought he was perfect for it. At the time, he thought it hurt a lot and that she was making fun of him. He had started yelling at her back then and told her to stop talking nonsense and go read a book instead. He thought he gave her good advice. The director understood everything and wondered if she had taken it as him telling her to stop writing and just read books instead. It seemed she wasn't lying about not being able to write because she didn't have a prototype. So the reason she asked for time was that she wanted to find material. Joowong thought about how packed his schedule was, and yet she was causing problems. He told her to explain just one thing. Ahrah sat there, staring at him in confusion, not understanding anything. The director placed the book on the table and said that when they first met, she said she needed a prototype. If she had one, would she be able to finish the manuscript for the next novel? The writer said yes, that's right. And right now she's working on gathering material. So if he gives her a month or two, Joowong said, then it's settled. The girl apologized, but the director told her there's no need to waste time searching for material. He adjusted his tie and said if what she needs to start writing is a prototype, wouldn't a real person be better than a character from a book? The girl took a sip of her drink, looked at him carefully, and said, that's true, but she hesitated. Joowong leaned slightly closer and said, so what's the problem? Right in front of you is the perfect prototype for your book. This offer was completely unexpected for the writer, so she stared at the director with a mouthful of coffee. Looking at him, she still couldn't understand that he was offering to become the model for her next book. With coffee still in her mouth, the girl got flustered. She tried to say something and suddenly spilled the coffee right onto his suit. Ahrah looked completely confused and said that such an offer was totally unexpected for her. Looking at the director in his stained suit, she said she was really sorry and would clean everything right away. But he said it's fine, it's already late, and suggested they call it a day. He said he came by car, so he'd give her a ride. The girl objected and said it's not necessary since she lives nearby. Joowong looked at her and said, Miss Writer, I also want to finish this as soon as possible and go home. So why don't they just leave? The girl agreed to let him give her a ride and said she'd be very grateful, but thought to herself that she was really scared. Ahrah was still confused. She didn't even understand how she ended up in his car. Looking at the director, she thought about what he meant when he offered to be a prototype for her book. Because when he talks like that, it scares her so much that no inspiration could possibly come to her. And honestly, she didn't understand why he was just sitting there. At first she felt awkward, then even a little scared when the man reached his hand toward her hair and told her to wait a second. The girl was very frightened and thought, why is he getting so close? Maybe this is that touchy behavior she's heard about. She thought she had nowhere to go, but then realized, oh, that's it. He's acting like a bad guy for the sake of her next book. When he went too far, trying to fasten her seatbelt, she pushed him away. The girl said they can't do this. Even if she needs inspiration for the book, he doesn't have to go that far. Joowong was still thinking about the seatbelt, but the girl added that besides, she already liked someone. The director explained that she hadn't fastened her seatbelt, so he tried to help her, but now regrets it. If she understands, she should hurry up and buckle it. The girl said she was really sorry. It's so embarrassing. She feels like she's about to die of shame. She didn't even understand why she said she liked someone. That was completely inappropriate. Then the director asked how exactly she managed to write her first novel. But the girl didn't seem to hear him at all. He said that she told him she couldn't write without a prototype, yet she created a pretty well-developed character. The girl replied that she just sat down and wrote it. Joowong said he understood, but thought it seemed like she didn't want to talk about it. The director asked if the guy she liked could have been the prototype for her last novel. Hearing that question, the girl got really angry, grabbed his hand, and shouted how he even knew about that. The guy yelled at her not to grab him while he was driving, and the girl, frightened, said she was really sorry. Joowong was furious because their car had almost caused an accident. Ahrah, scared, asked if they were still alive. Joowong said she'd been apologizing since the moment they met, yet kept creating situations she had to apologize for. Was she doing it on purpose? He said he'd understand if something bothered her, but then she should just say it. The girl replied that she didn't mean to, apologized again, and said she was just really surprised. Because everything was exactly as he said. She had written her first novel using the guy she liked as the prototype for the main character. The girl explained that at first, she wrote that novel to confess her feelings to him. But Joowong, surprised, asked what a novel had to do with confessing love. Ahrah said she included many things that had happened between them in the novel, changing some details, but if he read it, he would definitely notice, since the events took place when they were kids. Things only the two of them knew. She wrote the novel because she was afraid he would reject her, but all she wanted was for him to understand how she felt. But she still thinks it was all pointless, because that guy would never read a book like that. So anyway, what happened earlier? She didn't mean it, and she's really sorry. After listening to her, the director asked why she thought that guy wouldn't read her book. Ahrah replied, because it's a romance novel. After thinking for a moment, Joowong said he really liked the book and enjoyed reading it a lot. Ahrah replied that it's because it's his job. But the man explained that he actually read it right before they met. He said he was immersed in the story of an ordinary girl who completely transforms when she dresses up a bit, and her childhood friend she's crazy about. The story was filled with the reality that the main character had loved the heroine all along. She led him into her imagined dream. But the girl shouted for him to stop because it was too embarrassing. Joowong slightly adjusted his seatbelt, leaned toward her, and said he really liked her. As a writer, because she writes such detailed descriptions. The girl wondered if he was actually talking about the book and that he should have been clearer. She thought that bad guys are dangerous in every way. But Joowong said she could get out now. They had arrived. The girl was very surprised. Ahrah was exhausted and said she had been thinking, maybe she doesn't need a prototype for her novel after all. Joowong said, regarding the guy she likes, wouldn't he become interested in her books himself if she became famous? But then he added that, honestly, very few people look at the author before choosing a book. Ahrah looked at him, not understanding what he meant. Of course, if she wants that to happen, her new book has to succeed. But the girl told the director that she had already made a decision. Joowong looked at her carefully and thought she had surprised him, then asked what decision she had made. Ahrah explained that she would do her best on her next novel, so he should be her prototype, and the director gladly agreed. The girl thanked him for waiting and said she was sure she had been very annoying, but the director said not at all. He said if she stopped answering calls again, he would come here to find her. Ahrah was very surprised. She thought that's why he insisted on driving her home and smiled in response. The girl was about to leave, but behind her she heard Han Sung-woo asking what she was doing here. The girl asked what he meant. She lives here. Han Sung-woo explained that Ji-hoon had to leave, so they all just went their separate ways. Joowong, surprised, asked if that guy's name was Ji-hoon. Ahrah thought, of course. She was very annoyed because she didn't expect to see Sung-woo at all. The director looked at the angry girl and then asked, so that's the main character? Then he leaned closer and said he needed to tell her something, asking her to lean in for a second. He quietly whispered in her ear that that guy doesn't resemble him at all. Han Sung-woo watched them, completely confused. The girl started shouting that it just felt that way to her. What nonsense is he even talking about? Then she told him to just leave already. Joowong said he was leaving, but suggested they work together on her next novel and that she shouldn't forget to answer his calls. The girl said everything was fine and thanked him. Han Sung-woo, who had been standing nearby and overheard everything, still couldn't understand what they had agreed on. The director drove away, thinking he read her book because he was curious about what she wrote about the person she liked. Ahrah told Han Sung-woo that she thought they were still hanging out together, since the three of them used to be pretty close, right? Han Sung-woo said that when that man asked if he was her boyfriend, it made him really curious. The girl asked what exactly he was curious about and why he was even talking about boyfriends. Sung-woo explained he was curious if there was someone she liked and what that person might be like. The girl thought with a smile, does it really hurt that much? But Sung-woo said it doesn't matter how inexperienced she is when it comes to dating. He said using apps to meet guys isn't the solution. Or does she disagree? Han Sung-woo said he never thought she was like that and that he was very disappointed in her. Ahrah just looked at him silently, not knowing what to say. Driving in his car, the director kept thinking that she described him as a kind and gentle male lead, but he doesn't seem like that at all. The girl asked Han Seung-woo what he meant by those apps he kept talking about. Han Seung-woo replied that he'd only heard people use them, but apparently there really are people who do. Even when they were little, the guy used to wonder if she could really handle things like that. But when she was little, she had jumped anyway. The guy said he always knew she was pretty careless. He said that in those apps, there are really weird people, even if they look normal. Han Seung-woo told Ahrah that people like that see someone like her as easy prey. The girl thought, what is he even talking about? And what kind of prey does he mean? The girl didn't understand at all what he was telling her and asked what she had supposedly done in his opinion. She thought he was talking about dating apps, but she had never wanted to use them. Still, if she needed to, why wouldn't she use one of those apps? Seung-woo was very surprised and said he thought the girl wasn't interested in that kind of thing. Ahrah got very annoyed, turned away from the guy, and said it was none of his business. Han Seung-woo grabbed the girl's hand and said she couldn't do that at all, even if other people did. The girl asked why he thought that about her, and then he said he really didn't want to say it. But Ahrah thought she might need to wait a moment, and judging by his expression, that might actually be what he meant. Han Seung-woo asked the girl who that guy was, but she replied that it was none of his business who she was with. Then he said that he finally understood how it felt to see her with another man, feelings he had never noticed before. Ahrah thought that this was exactly the part where childhood friends don't realize their feelings for each other. But when the male lead sees the heroine with another man, it triggers jealousy. Looking at the girl, Seung-woo said again that he really didn't want to talk about this at all. But the girl was completely excited and thought about what was happening. Could this really be happening? She didn't know how to respond to him at all, or whether she should just let him know that she understood everything. Seung-woo shouted that he didn't want to be the only one left behind. The girl tried to explain everything, but he wasn't listening at all. Looking at the girl with a strange expression, he said that everyone around them was dating and doing all that stuff, and if she started too. The guy asked why everyone needed to date, because he believed that at least she, his childhood friend, wasn't interested in that. Ahrah thought she was apologizing, but his childhood friend was now writing novels. Seung-woo was completely confused and said that she was making him feel abandoned. Ahrah thought that she must really be interested in dating if she even wrote a whole novel to confess her feelings to someone, and that couldn't be true. She thought he didn't even know what genre of book she had written, even though she had told him so many times. Then the girl got very upset and shouted that enough was enough because she wasn't doing anything with apps or anything like that. She explained that the guy was the director of her publishing company and that they had a business meeting. Han Seung-woo said he had completely forgotten since she told him she was a writer. The girl got very annoyed and thought, did he really forget even that she was a writer? Seung-woo denied it and said he did know, but it just slipped his mind. But the girl thought that all this time she had been asking him to read her book and even offering a gift icon for it, and he wasn't listening at all. The girl turned around and tried to walk away. She thought she no longer wanted him to read her book. But Seung-woo asked where she was suddenly going. She stumbled slightly, and he asked if she was upset because he misunderstood everything. Then, holding her shoulders, he asked again if she was really mad at him, and said that when she gets angry, looking into her eyes carefully. The girl looked at him with frightened eyes, and then asked what happens when she gets angry. Han Seung-woo said she looked ugly. Ahrah hadn't expected that at all, and thought he was so blunt. He told her to stop being angry because it didn't suit her. Then the guy asked her to tell him why she was upset, but the girl said she wasn't upset at all. Then he picked up his phone and said he understood. He just needed to read her book. Ahrah told him she had said he didn't need to read it. But Han Seung-woo replied that now she was upset because he didn't know what she had written. He was very annoyed that he had to register just to view it and then place an order. Then he was even more shocked to see it was sold out. The girl said she was very sorry. It seemed like he would have to read it next time, she thought, feeling relieved. Han Seung-woo wondered what was going on. Hadn't she just recently asked him to read the book? But now it was neither this nor that. Thinking it over, the guy said there was nothing he could do. But the girl said he could read it later. Han Seung-woo replied that he should just go to her house and read it. Ahrah panicked and asked why he had to go to her house specifically, but he said he needed to go to her house. Han Seung-woo said that he couldn't just drop by like old times anymore, and that this would be the first time in a long while. The girl thought that for childhood friends, hanging out at each other's places wasn't strange, but this would be the first time they were alone together in her house since high school. In short, it was an opportunity. Back in school, Seung-woo always had a lot of female friends. The girls would talk to him about all kinds of topics, even makeup. He was always around girls who knew how to dress nicely, and they would go shopping together after classes. Meanwhile, Ahrah always sat with her notebook, thinking about how to get rid of the second male lead in her story. The girl always had messy hair and wore clothes out of season because she was too busy meeting deadlines, wearing pants her mother bought her. She thought Sungwoo had many reasons to misunderstand her and think she wasn't interested in dating at all, because the real problem wasn't that he hadn't read her book. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought she needed to change her appearance first. The next day, Shinara decided to go to a beauty salon and drastically change her hairstyle. When she entered, she was offered a comfortable chair to sit in. The hairstylist approached the girl and said her phone was ringing and that she seemed to have received many messages since she arrived. But the girl said it was fine and told the stylist to turn it off completely. The stylist placed the turned-off phone next to her. Then the stylist turned the chair the girl was sitting in and said she was about to begin the heat treatment. Shinara agreed. Meanwhile, the publishing CEO was sitting in his office and was very angry. He thought he knew what would happen. Only a few days had passed since he asked her to answer the phone. After a while, the office door opened and producer Kim walked in. But the director kept muttering that this was exactly why he said people couldn't be trusted. Producer Kim apologized and said she brought the report. The director took it and thanked her, then asked about his schedule for today since he had a meeting with a new writer. Producer Kim looked surprised. The director told producer Kim she'd better not tell this writer what she told the previous one, and she replied that she wouldn't say anything like that again. Then the director added that he would personally take care of Shinara's work because he found it very interesting. Producer Kim asked why he would do that. The director explained that if he left it to her, the novel wouldn't be released until after he died. He asked producer Kim if she hadn't requested to reduce the number of writers she was responsible for. She replied that she had, but thought it was because she felt sorry for that writer. Joowong stood up from his seat and tried to leave. She asked if that was all and where he was going. The director looked at her carefully and replied that he was going to check on the writer he would now be responsible for. After some time, the director was already near Ms. Shin's house, hoping to meet her. He tried calling her again, hoping he wouldn't have to search for her just to meet. He couldn't believe he had come back here so quickly and didn't even understand why he had said that. Joowong stood near the writer's house, still trying to call her, when suddenly he heard a phone ringing nearby. At that time, Shinara was walking home, very tired. She heard her phone ringing and thought she should check her messages. But unexpectedly, near her house, she saw the director trying to call someone. Joowong noticed Shinara, but didn't understand at first why she wasn't answering his calls. The girl also noticed him and got very scared. She quickly turned away and tried to walk in another direction, but the director shouted for her to wait. He stopped her and said she had clearly noticed him and then tried to run away. The girl explained that she wasn't trying to run, but when he suddenly does things like that, it's really uncomfortable. The director showed her his phone and asked if she really wasn't avoiding him, since it was the correct number and he had just called her. He said that if he hadn't come, she would have disappeared again. But the girl denied it and said that if he gave her a little more time, she would bring the manuscript. She even had her laptop with her. Trying to look into her eyes, Joowong thought she kept avoiding his gaze on purpose. He touched the cap on her head and said that if she was going to explain herself, she should at least look him in the eyes, because her behavior was rude. The girl shouted, and the cap fell right off her head onto the ground. The director was very confused, staring at her with shocked eyes, unable to say anything. The girl was also completely flustered because she really didn't want the director to notice her new hairstyle. A few hours earlier, at the hair salon, after seeing herself in the mirror, Shinara asked the stylist what kind of strange hairstyle she had. The stylist explained that her hair had absorbed too much perm solution because it was healthy, and she would just straighten it a bit. Shinara shouted that she needed it fixed right now, but the stylist said she was a bit busy and scheduled her for another appointment. When the director and the writer entered the cafe, the girl thought about how she could meet Sungwoo looking like this. The director told her that if she didn't want to show up like that, she should have answered his calls, even if she was at the salon or wherever. The girl said she was sorry, but the director explained that he had told her not to create situations that required apologies. The guy looked at Shinara with a piercing gaze, and she felt very nervous looking at his expression. The girl lowered her head to avoid eye contact and thought she couldn't concentrate because his gaze was too intimidating. Joowong smiled when he noticed her hair tie wasn't holding and realized she had a new hairstyle. The girl shouted that he had just laughed at her, but the director tilted his head and said he didn't laugh. He just sneezed. Shinara shouted even louder, calling him a liar, saying he saw her hair and started laughing. Joowong looked at her carefully, slightly raising his hand as if to stop her, and told her to calm down. The girl, offended, said it was her beauty, but the man replied that whether she had a perm or was bald, he didn't see much difference, and told her not to exaggerate. He added that it was true, and he knew it. The girl thought that if he said nothing had changed, then all her effort was probably pointless. Shinara opened her laptop and started typing something, and the director thought he might have gone too far. At first, he wanted to explain what he meant, but instead said he didn't understand why she changed her hairstyle at all. Besides, she already looked good, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. The girl said that's what she thought. She had slightly changed her style to impress the friend she told him about, and honestly, she looked good. Maybe she should have met him today after all. Joowong thought, so that's the only reason. Then he asked why she was talking about dating when she didn't even have time to do her job. He told her she had already missed the deadline, so it would be difficult for her to finish the manuscript now. As he said before, the fastest way to get noticed is to become a famous writer. Going to the salon and changing her appearance is just a waste of time and money. The girl agreed and thought it sounded very true, but for some reason, it irritated her a lot. She looked at the director and thought he said he would be the model for her manuscript, but his personality seemed pretty bad. No, actually, just awful. Looking at the writer, the director thought, why doesn't she stop staring at him and look at her screen instead? Ahrah thought that would be perfect. She would channel all her anger at him and gather all her energy. She started typing rapidly on the keyboard and thought she would write the entire manuscript in one go. After a while, the girl showed the director her laptop and said she had finished. He was very surprised and asked to see what she had written. Joowong opened the laptop, put on his glasses, and started reading. The girl even turned her head away and thought he might fire her. After reading the manuscript, the director paused for a moment and then said that finding a prototype had been the right decision. The writer didn't expect any praise from the director at all. He said it turned out really well and that he liked her writing a lot. For Ahrah, the director's response was a complete shock. She saw him smile and thought she had seen his smile before, but for some reason, this time felt different. But then she wondered what that was and why it happened so suddenly. Joowong asked if this was her description of him, and she explained that he simply inspired her. Just inspired her. Looking at the director, the girl didn't understand what could have changed. He said that at least it was written well. She noticed that all he did was put on glasses. Then she turned to look at herself in the window and remembered that she also wore glasses. Joowong stood up from his seat and adjusted his glasses. And then she thought that maybe that really was the reason. Because he put on glasses. Ahrah felt very happy and thought that since they both wore glasses, why did the impression feel so different? She thought she might need to change her glasses and seriously started considering it. The director, watching her, couldn't even imagine what was going on in her head. Holding his glasses in his hands, Joowong thought he had seen many writers, but she was a very strange woman. The director asked if they could leave already, but she said just a minute and looked closely out the window. Outside the cafe, Sungwoo was standing, trying to call someone, but then he realized everyone was currently busy. His friend asked where he was going, and he replied that he was going to Ahrah's house. Then his friend asked why he was going out dressed like that. Sungwoo fixed his hair and changed his clothes. And then this happened. The girl told him not to come because something came up. And how did it happen that she hadn't changed at all since high school? Sungwoo thought that since he was already out, it would be a shame to just go home, so maybe he should go to the cafe. But looking around, through the cafe window, he saw Ahrah sitting at a table, holding her glasses in her hands. They looked at each other and didn't understand how this could have happened. Sungwoo felt very disappointed. Ahrah kept looking out the window, taking off and putting on her cap. She wondered if that had really been Sungwoo just now. She started trembling violently, and then thought, why would he be here? And more importantly, that he had recognized her. Joowong asked if everything was okay, but she said she needed to go to the restroom before leaving and would be back soon. She didn't understand what had happened, so she decided to buy some time. Walking toward the restroom door, she froze for a moment after hearing someone apologize behind her. Sungwoo asked if it was really her, then said she had canceled their meeting, so he thought she was busy, but he never imagined she would go to a cafe with someone else. The guy called out to her again, but the girl didn't even turn her head, so he asked what she was doing there. Without turning to face Sungwoo, the girl tried to change her voice and said he had mistaken her for someone else. The guy apologized and said he thought he knew her. Ahrah also thought he had fallen for her act. Walking down the hallway, Sungwoo asked if she was okay, since she didn't look well. But the girl thought he should better not come closer. Ahrah said she was fine, but Sungwoo asked in surprise if she really was, since she had completely lost her voice. Sungwoo told her there was a hospital nearby and that it might be better for her to get checked. The girl thought that no matter how kind he was still interfering in something that wasn't his business. But he looked really good in that outfit. Sungwoo said that if it was hard for her to go alone, he could help. But the girl replied that she had already said she was fine. But then, Ahrah saw the director approach her and say he had finally found her and asked why she took so long. Sungwoo looked at the director in surprise, and the girl couldn't understand why this was happening at this exact moment. The director also looked closely at Sungwoo and remembered that he seemed to have seen this guy somewhere before. Joowong ignored him, then approached the girl and asked that if she was okay, why she wasn't answering. Ahrah thought he shouldn't come any closer, but just as the director was about to call her Miss Writer, she screamed for him to stop. The director couldn't understand anything, and the girl thought that if he called her Miss Writer now, Sung-woo would realize it was her. Then she quickly walked up to the director and hugged him tightly. He couldn't understand what was happening with her. Sung-woo stood there and watched the girl closely. He also couldn't understand the situation at all. Joowong was very surprised and didn't understand why she suddenly hugged him. But the girl kept holding on tightly, and he asked what she was doing. She was holding him very tightly, and he shouted for her to let go. Then Ahrah started saying that she couldn't do this right now and that he didn't need to take her to the hospital, because she could just ask her boyfriend for help, and he would gladly agree. She just needed to make sure everything didn't turn out in a way where the director would feel disgusted by her, or where Sung-woo would see her hairstyle and ask what was wrong with her hair. In general, the girl thought she had to hold on to him so that none of that would happen. She didn't have any other choice. The director looked very annoyed, and Ahrah told the guy he could just leave. Then, whispering, she told the director that she didn't want him to see her like this. Joowong didn't understand anything, but the guy told him he was jealous. The director asked why exactly he was jealous. Sung-woo apologized and said she looked sick, so he thought he would take her to the hospital. But he didn't know her boyfriend was there. Hugging Joowong, Ahrah felt a barely noticeable trembling under his clothes. It was a wave of uncontrollable anger. The girl thought there was nothing she could do about it. Ahrah had her own priorities. Looking at the director, she thought she would deal with him later. And with Sung-woo, she didn't know what was going on, but it looked kind of cute. Right now, what worried her most was that Sung-woo would see her damaged hair. But then Sung-woo asked if her boyfriend was okay, since he had been completely silent for a while. The girl, looking at the director, thought that was true. Why wasn't he saying anything? But he said she would definitely have to pay him back for this later. He looked at her and smiled playfully. Ahrah was also very confused. She didn't understand why he was smiling like that. Joowong apologized and said he was just a little surprised. Ahrah, looking at him, couldn't understand. He had just smiled, and more importantly, she would probably have to pay for this. Then the director smiled and looked at Sung-woo, saying that was right and that he really was her boyfriend. Holding the girl's hand, the director said he was sorry he didn't immediately realize her condition, even though he was her boyfriend. The girl didn't know what to say, but the director suggested taking her to the hospital. He said Ahrah didn't look well, and if it was hard for her to walk on her own, maybe he could carry her. Ahrah refused and said it wasn't necessary, that she could walk there herself, and she couldn't even imagine him carrying her. The director replied that, by the way, his girlfriend might feel uncomfortable if he kept insisting after she said she was fine. He told Sung-woo that he understood he was worried about her, but he would take care of her as her boyfriend. Sung-woo listened carefully to the man and tried to understand him. But the director kept talking, saying that when he has a girlfriend, he could do things like this for her. Joowong then hugged Ahrah and offered to leave. The girl was completely confused, but agreed to go with him. When the director and Ahrah left, Sung-woo thought he had overdone it again. Then he couldn't understand how the director knew he didn't have a girlfriend. Maybe he just looked that unpopular. Once the man and the woman went outside, Joowong said he hated being involved in other people's business. Then he said that was second on the list of things he hated, because first were writers who miss deadlines and don't answer calls. They stopped and sat at a small table. He told her to solve her problems herself and stop dragging him into them, and to look at what she had made him do. The girl apologized and said that if he had called her Miss Writer, she thought Sung-woo would have realized it was her. But she was truly grateful, and she wasn't sure whether he would help her. The director said very seriously that since he helped her after what happened earlier, she now owed him. So she must send him all manuscripts on time. Ahrah obviously couldn't disagree and said everything was fine, then thought, of course it turned out this way. The director's phone rang, and he answered it. The girl said she would go home, and he told her to be careful. The director saw that his mother was calling and thought, not again, and paused for a moment. Ahrah was about to leave, but the director called her. She stopped, turned her head, and didn't understand why he called her again. He said that she had said she would repay her debt today, so the time had come. The girl replied that she thought she needed to work hard on her manuscript. Joowong said what she was talking about. This was her job, and all she needed to do was go with him to a few places for a short time. The director took the writer to a beauty salon. After several hours of work, the girl was told everything was ready. The stylist, looking at the girl, said that makeup actually looks better on simple faces. And the man replied that he didn't know how, but she looked much better. The girl looked absolutely stunning. It really depended on how you dressed a person. A clothing store clerk said the girl had become such a beauty, and just look at her boyfriend, he was speechless. But the director replied that he wasn't her boyfriend. Looking at the girl, Joowong said he knew she was beautiful, but asked for her to be dressed in something calm and modest. The saleswoman asked what he meant, since because of that, she dressed her all in black. She originally wanted to put her in a seductive pink outfit, but held back. Ahrah looked at herself in the mirror, seeing an incredibly beautiful woman. The director asked what she thought about it. The girl said it felt strange because she wasn't wearing glasses. The man was surprised and asked if that was all. The director took the girl and they left the salon. The stylist wished them a good date. Walking down the street, Ahrah shouted for the guy to stop, then asked where they were going now, since she still didn't understand what was happening. Joowong said he had told her she needed to go with him, and now that's where they were going. The girl was very surprised and asked if that wasn't where they were going in the first place. The man replied no, since he never said that was the end of it. The girl was very surprised. Then, touching her hair with his hand, he whispered that it would be a shame for her to just go home like that. Looking straight into her eyes, he said he would like to admire such beauty much longer. Earlier, when the director met his friend at a cafe, his friend said he was still jealous. Joowong was very surprised and didn't understand why his friend was jealous of him. His friend said he couldn't even find someone to set him up on a blind date because of the difference between a regular worker and a director. But Joowong replied that if he were in his place, he wouldn't say that. His friend told him that if he didn't like it so much, he should tell his mother, because he was tired of hearing his complaints. The director explained that if it were that simple, he wouldn't be sitting there under all this stress. His friend then advised him to just start dating someone. Joowong irritably said that his friend hadn't been listening to him at all, but the friend said he meant that he should just look at himself. He said Joowong was working too much, and that he understood how his mother felt. She was very worried because her only son didn't have a girlfriend. He just worked all the time. And even worse, he wasn't interested in marriage at all. The director asked his friend what he meant by that. His friend suggested he should just give up and start dating. Joowong asked why he came to that conclusion like that. First, he needs to make it look like he's dating someone. Then introduce Mrs. Cha to the girl and say that they're planning to get married. That way, his mom will be very happy to finally have grandchildren. Then the director will listen only to his beloved, and in response, the girl will say that his son and all his possessions belong to her. After the relationship becomes unbearable, the mother will say that the girl is a scheming troublemaker and that her poor son is suffering. After hearing those words, the mother might have a heart attack and end up in the hospital. In the end, she will say that he should never get married and that just the mention of a wedding makes her feel sick. The director was very surprised and asked his friend if he had really been reading romantic novels and watching dramas. The friend said that when he saw the director reading, he got curious, so he read one himself. The friend said it would only work if he had someone willing to go along with it. Joowong asked where he would find such a person. The friend replied that maybe he could find someone. The director said he meant whether there was anyone at all who would agree to do something like that. The friend said he honestly didn't know, but thought it might be even harder to find someone who could tolerate him. Then he smiled and said he was just joking. Joowong thought this idiot was taking it seriously, even though it wasn't his problem. At first, the director thought he was an idiot for taking his advice seriously for even a second. Then he took the girl by the hand, and they walked into the cafe where his mother was waiting at a table. When they approached and sat down, the director told the mother that she always had one request. As she had asked, he would like to introduce her to a very beautiful and charming girl. Hugging the writer, Joowong said that this woman was the one he was currently dating. The mother looked very confused, as she did not expect him to already be dating someone. The man's mother felt very awkward. She wondered if her son had always liked girls like this, because this wasn't what she expected. She kept reminding him that he needed to get married, and now she felt uncomfortable because he actually brought someone. Joowong didn't want to admit it, but his friend's foolish advice might actually work. Ahrah looked very confused and didn't know what to do, but the man suddenly turned to her. Ahrah looked at him and said nothing. He suddenly grabbed her hand and looked at her with such loving eyes. Looking at the girl, Joowong said that she made a workaholic like him start to feel things. The man explained that he brought her here because he wanted to show that he had serious intentions. So he asked her to be his girlfriend with the aim of marrying in the future. Ahrah happily replied that she thought so too, and that it was incredibly exciting. But the mother looked very concerned and shouted for them to stop. The woman was very upset. Her expression was stern, and she told the two of them not to rush things. The man thought, finally. And the girl thought she had been caught off guard and had completely forgotten what she was doing, and that none of this was real at all. An hour earlier at the cafe, Ahrah was surprised when Joowong asked her to act unbearable. He said he only needed her to behave in a way that would seem unbearable to his mother. The girl was very surprised and asked if it might be better to do the opposite, since behaving like that toward elders felt awkward. But the man explained that this was repayment for her debt. Cha Joowong said that, in addition, she had to behave that way toward him the whole time they knew each other. The girl said she didn't know what was going on, but she would try her best. Ahrah said that, but she felt there was no need to say anything, since the director's mother had already decided she wasn't suitable. The man's mother calmed down a little, and then asked Ahrah what she did for a living. At first, the girl just silently looked at her. Ahrah smiled and said she worked from home and was actually a writer, then remembered that she really needed to act unbearable. Cha Joowong's mother thought for a moment, and then said it was because of that woman from the past, implying that he was rebelling because of what had happened then. Cha Joowong silently looked at her at first, but the mother continued speaking, asking how he could choose someone from his own company again. The man tried to stop her and said it had nothing to do with the situation, asking her not to bring up the past because it made everything awkward. The mother said he was right, and they wouldn't talk about that incident anymore, but that a writer was not suitable. Ahrah didn't understand what they were talking about at all. There must have been something bad between him and the writer. The mother said that most writers she knew were single. Cha Joowong wondered how that related to him. She explained that they weren't in a position to get married. One of her acquaintances married a writer, but they didn't get along and eventually divorced. In addition, the busier a person is, the more they need a woman who can support them, and she wouldn't be able to do that. Holding her handbag, the mother said that in any case, she would pretend she hadn't heard any of this today. Ahrah had no idea what they were talking about, but saying she wasn't ready for a serious relationship just because she was a writer? Why should that even matter? Ahrah thought she was a bit clumsy at this, but she was still trying to confess her feelings to the person she liked. After thinking it over, the girl finally asked the man's mother what was wrong with her. Mrs. Cha was very surprised. Ahrah picked up her drink and started drinking very quickly, then slammed the glass down on the table loudly. The girl looked very serious, staring at Cha Joowong's mother while chewing her food. This was her way of acting unbearable. When she first started writing, before she earned even 1 cent, there were so many negative comments. She received a lot of hate because of the villain she created in her story. The hatred made her character shine like the sun. As a writer, she knew very well how to be unbearable. The girl looked very tough and had been wanting to say for a while, "Do writers not even have the right to date?" She tried to calm herself and then thought that she was as calm as a snake and could pull this off. And besides, she wasn't sure that Director Cha could find anyone to date besides her. The mother asked in surprise what she had just said. The director had a very frightened expression and wondered what was wrong with him. He looked like someone who wanted to end things smoothly, but now felt offended.
Ahrah justified her actions, claiming she was just doing what he asked, a request he had never actually made. The next moment, filled with a burst of courage, she grabbed his tie, pulling him closer. The man froze, stunned by such an unexpected and bold gesture. He was utterly bewildered and demanded an explanation, asking what was wrong with her and what she was doing. A sly smile played on her lips. She reminded him that he still hadn't gotten an answer to his question, whether she would agree to date him with the intention of marriage. Looking him straight in the eye, she made a stunning proposal. They should start dating, and specifically with marriage in mind. The air around them seemed to crackle with tension. For one brief moment, Ahrah held her confident gaze, savoring the effect she had created. But just 30 seconds later, all her bravery evaporated, replaced by a cold sweat of regret. She realized she had spoken out of turn, letting her emotions get the best of her. The belated realization hit her like a ton of bricks. She had acted on impulse and had absolutely no idea what to do next. Ahrah nervously whispered, asking what she should do now. Cha Joowong snapped back incredulously, wondering why she was asking him when she was the one who had grabbed his tie in the first place. Inside, she was a mess. She had only staged this scene because his mother had upset her, telling her not to even think about falling in love. The girl felt like a complete fool. Meanwhile, Mrs. Cha sat nearby, lost in her own thoughts and completely oblivious to the unfolding drama. Suddenly, an idea struck Ahrah. She remembered the perfect way to make someone hate her. But before she could put her new, doomed-to-fail plan into action, Joowong stopped her, his hand firmly on her arm. He said he would handle it. She looked at him, completely stunned by how he had suddenly taken control of the situation. He stood up and gently pulled her along as if nothing had happened and simply asked what had gotten into her. Then the CEO turned to his mother and announced that he had just received an urgent call from work and had to leave immediately, using it as the perfect excuse to escape. Mrs. Cha was in shock. This was not part of her plan at all. In any case, it wasn't a matter that required a long discussion. Other cafe patrons watched them with curiosity, mistaking the scene for a lover's quarrel. As Joowong was leaving, he promised his mother they would find time to visit her at home. At the same time, Sungwoo was on the phone with someone, telling them he was already on his way home and that they shouldn't come out to meet him since it was late. Girls passing by looked at him with admiration, remarking on how handsome he was. After leaving the cafe, Ahrah and CEO Cha froze for a moment, seeing a familiar face on the street. It was the same guy from the cafe, Sungwoo. The girls who had just been admiring him now looked at Ahrah and CEO Cha with envy, assuming they were a couple. Ahrah blushed to the roots of her hair. She scolded the director for his sudden action, saying it was terribly embarrassing. He noted with a smirk that thanks to his quick thinking, they were able to leave quickly. Besides, in his opinion, he should be the one who was embarrassed. She started muttering that due to her sedentary job, she had a bit of a belly, and the dress fabric was so thin that his touch felt like it was on her bare skin. He reminded her that she had grabbed his tie too, which was essentially the same thing. She retorted that she was just trying to play the part of a bad girl to make his mother dislike her. Suddenly, Ahrah flinched and hid behind his back, feeling someone's intense gaze on her. CEO Cha asked who was looking at her, but she just replied that she didn't know, and that was precisely why she was hiding. He was skeptical of her words, suggesting she was just being overly self-conscious, although he privately admitted that she had indeed changed a lot. He found her reaction exaggerated, wondering who would even think of staring at her. But she was sure of her feelings, insisting that her instincts were never wrong. When Joowong turned to check, the gaze was gone. He felt a flush of embarrassment, suddenly realizing just how revealing her dress was. He remembered how she sat in the cafe. The short and eye-catching dress definitely drew attention. Without a second thought, he took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, telling her to cover up. Ahrah yelped in surprise. Joowong explained that if she covered herself, no one would stare. And though she tried to object, he insisted she keep the jacket on because he himself was uncomfortable. At that moment, her stomach growled loudly. CEO Cha was once again convinced that she was a truly unique girl. He awkwardly suggested that she probably hadn't had dinner yet and out of politeness offered to treat her. She happily agreed, explaining that she hadn't eaten since lunch because of her hair appointment. And thanks to him, she could eat something she wouldn't normally order alone. Ahrah offered to cook the meat herself since he was paying for dinner. He mentally groaned. He had only asked out of courtesy and didn't think she would actually agree. To top it all off, she chose BBQ. He couldn't figure out if she was just shameless or something else. She, on the other hand, was delighted to eat something she rarely ordered by herself. He watched in silence as she eagerly checked if the first piece of meat was done. Then she tied up her hair, preparing for a serious meal. Joowong noted with surprise that she didn't look like the same girl he had seen earlier. He remembered how her gaze had suddenly changed when she grabbed his tie, and how she had rebelled in front of his mother. She shyly asked if she had done a good job playing the villainess. He couldn't help but laugh. That's what she called being a villainess? Ahrah explained that she was trying to create an unlikable character who says nasty things, drawing inspiration from her past writing experiences. She was about to tell him about the many malicious comments she'd received for her work, but he immediately cut her off, saying he wasn't interested at all. He took the tongs and started grilling the meat, remarking that a good story needs a villain. She agreed enthusiastically. She shared that she once removed a villainess from her story, and afterward, comments poured in about how boring it had become. He nodded, saying he'd figured as much. Joowong advised her not to worry about the comments and placed a cooked piece of meat on her plate. She was surprised, as she had intended to do the cooking herself. He told her to eat and to write however she wanted. And if she ever got upset by online comments, she could tell him, and he would treat her to BBQ from time to time. Her heart melted at his words. She thought he might actually be a nice guy. But her inner voice quickly brought her back to reality, reminding her it was all just part of his job. Ahrah came to her senses, realizing his kindness was purely professional. The CEO ran a hand through his hair, complaining about the heat from the grill, and loosened his tie. Ahrah nearly choked, captivated by the sight. He caringly told her to eat slowly, adding that they could always order more if there wasn't enough. She thought that perhaps he wasn't as scary as she first thought. Sometime later, Ahrah's joyful shout echoed through the room. She had finally finished writing. To meet her deadline, she had to pull an all-nighter. Looking in the mirror, she was horrified by the dark circles under her eyes. She looked just like CEO Cha. She firmly decided never to work through the night again. Lying in bed, she thought gratefully of the director. It was thanks to him that she was able to finish her manuscript. In her imagination, he appeared incredibly sexy, even when he was just grilling meat. She giggled, realizing a new truth of the world. Beautiful people could be a source of inspiration even while doing mundane things. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the jacket hanging on the rack. She had it dry cleaned, but now she didn't know if she'd have a chance to return it to him. She knew he had agreed to be her model, but she felt awkward contacting him first. And since he hadn't called, she assumed he was very busy. And then it hit her. How could she not have thought of that? She grabbed her phone, having found a solution to her problem. In a cafe, her editor friend was praising the new manuscript. The concept was different, but the atmosphere was great. The editor noted that, unlike the last book, she felt like the main character while reading this one. And it wasn't just the manuscript. She noticed that Ahrah herself seemed to have changed a lot. Ahrah used to look completely different, but her new style suited her very well. Ahrah rambled nervously, saying she just tried to copy a makeup tutorial. The editor asked with a sly smile if Ahrah was going somewhere after their meeting. Ahrah blushed and mumbled that she was just meeting someone, and the editor immediately concluded it was a date. She guessed that the person Ahrah was meeting was somehow connected to the changes in her manuscript. Ahrah nearly choked on her drink. She hastily denied it, saying it was all because of the model who served as her prototype. Ahrah confessed she didn't have a boyfriend, and although she was indeed meeting someone, the reason for her changed style was someone else. A conversation with CEO Cha flashed through her mind. He had asked her to wear the jacket because he worried when she didn't. She remembered passersby discussing them, saying he was practically hanging all over her. And while one guy found it strange, his girlfriend enviously remarked that she saw nothing wrong with it. CEO Cha had asked her not to jump to conclusions and to listen to him. He said her new look wasn't bad and surprisingly suited her. However, he said, other people would stare at her, so she should cover up. Ahrah had panicked, thinking people were staring because of her provocative look. And then it dawned on her. She remembered seeing a similar dress on TV and noted with surprise that he knew more about women's fashion than she did. He, meanwhile, was mentally sighing with relief that she didn't realize the true reason for his embarrassment. Remembering this, she found a similar, very popular jacket online. She wanted to show this look to Seungwoo before returning the jacket to the director. Happily, she told her editor it was all thanks to her reference model. The editor was happy for her, noting that this book promised to be better than the last. She added that this mysterious model deserved thanks. Then she unexpectedly asked about CEO Cha. Ahrah, a bit nervously, asked if he was busy lately, explaining that he was her model and she needed to return his jacket. More importantly, she wanted to apologize to him. The editor was shocked. The editor recalled that CEO Cha was now personally managing Ahrah, but he was very busy and hadn't been in the office lately. He only came in for important meetings and he hadn't been seen for a while. Ahrah was puzzled by this news. Arriving at the university, she prepared for her meeting. She had come to Seungwoo's university and was struck by how stylish all the students looked. Her own college days seemed like something from another era. Had the world really changed that much? She sadly realized she had been so busy writing that she had no fond memories of her student life. But then she remembered CEO Cha's words that this look really suited her. This gave her a boost of confidence. She was sure Seungwoo would have a similar reaction. Returning to her conversation with the editor, she mentally thanked CEO Cha, ready to bow in all 4 directions. The editor clarified that he wasn't not working, just working from home because he had been looking pale lately. Ahrah worried if it was because of the botched meeting she had caused. She saw Seungwoo and called out to him. He stood there, lost in thought, looking as flawless as ever. At the same time, at home, CEO Cha suddenly felt a shiver. He turned around sharply while working at his kitchen counter. He rubbed his neck, wondering about the sudden chill. Perhaps it was just fatigue. Joowong opened a can of a drink to relax a bit. He was terribly exhausted. He had hoped to rest at home from work, but it was not to be. As it turned out, his mother had been coming to the office almost every day demanding an explanation. That's why he had switched to working from home. He shuddered as he recalled the incident. But what was the point of explaining things now? He wearily lowered his head into his hands. The phone rang again. It was her. He was so sick of this. Because of all these problems, he hadn't contacted the writer. But then he wondered if he should even call her. He reasoned that she usually didn't answer her phone anyway, so she might have already forgotten about everything. If she needed a model, she would call him herself. He sighed, regretting that he had dragged an unsuspecting writer into his problems. Cha Joowong recalled her words about playing the villainess. But it wasn't villainy. It was just terribly awkward. He thought that if that was her idea of being a villainess, anyone could do it. He took a sip, and her ecstatic expression when she saw the BBQ flashed in his memory. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and he spilled his drink in surprise. Joowong walked to the door, wondering who could be visiting at this hour. It was her. He couldn't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, on the university campus, Ahrah saw Sungwoo and eagerly awaited his reaction. She walked past him, expecting him to notice her. But he walked right by, engrossed in his phone. She tried several times to get his attention, but to no avail. Could it be that he didn't recognize her? All she did was put on a little makeup and change her style. Suddenly, another guy approached her, saying he saw her stumble and was worried. Ahrah remembered this guy. He was one of those who had harassed her before. He asked if she was a student at this university and asked for her number. She was in shock. He seriously didn't recognize her? For the first time in her life, she felt the true power of makeup. This kind of thing only happens in books. At that moment, the guy's friend walked up and asked if he wasn't going somewhere with Sungwoo. The girl suspiciously asked if he was trying to get her number. Ahrah realized with horror that all three of them went to the same university. They started bickering, and Ahrah realized they were in the same department as Sungwoo. She hadn't expected to see them again. She hadn't even thought she'd see as friends. And now she was glad they didn't recognize her. Meanwhile, the guy was persistently asking for her number again. He smiled, telling her not to be so stern, since they would be seeing each other often anyway. Suddenly, Sungwoo appeared and stopped his friend, declaring that this girl had a boyfriend. His friend didn't believe him, but Sungwoo confidently confirmed that he had seen them together. The girl squinted thoughtfully, saying she also felt like she had seen Ahrah somewhere before. The guy immediately jumped on her, accusing her and Sungwoo of hanging out without him. Sungwoo smiled mysteriously. Ahrah was confused. He saw her? But this was the first time she had dressed like this, and with a boyfriend, no less. She decided to make a quick retreat, mumbling that she was seeing them all for the first time and was very busy. It was a complete failure. She hurried toward the bus stop, but Sungwoo called out to her. He caught up to her and handed her the bag she had forgotten. He asked if she wasn't going to take her thing. Ahrah realized she had indeed brought it with her. As she reached for the bag, he held her hand and, leaning in, said, "So it really is you." He remarked with admiration that it was possible to look completely different with just a little makeup and different clothes. She was stunned. So he had recognized her after all. She was moved to tears. That's what a true childhood friend is. With puffed cheeks, Ahrah thought that she could always look this good if she wanted to. The reaction exceeded all her expectations. Seungwoo confirmed that he had been very shocked. He told her that when he saw her on the street that day, he really thought she was someone else, and even thought her boyfriend was cheating on her. She was surprised. He saw her on the street? And why was he speaking to her so politely? He explained that he recognized her by her bag, remembering how she hid behind CEO Cha. Shin Ahrah wondered what her bag had to do with it. He reminded her that he had seen her in the cafe with her boyfriend, and even how she had hugged him right in front of his eyes. Sitting at the bus stop, she thought that she shouldn't have come here. Now, Han Sungwoo knew her as a girl who engaged in public displays of affection with her boyfriend. She couldn't show her face to him like this anymore. She decided she would never use this look again. Once she returned the jacket, it would all be over. But still, she had surprisingly enjoyed following the tutorial and dressing up. And someone had told her that this look suited her. It was a bit of a shame to give it all up. Maybe she should just tell Sungwoo it was her? He seemed to like this style. Shin Ahrah decided to ask CEO Cha for permission first. But what if he got angry that she told Seungwoo without consulting him? She was still afraid of him, though less so than when they first met. She agonized over why she couldn't just tell him everything. And then it hit her. Ahrah could just get his permission. She immediately called PD Kim to ask a question about her reference model. Meanwhile, CEO Cha's new neighbor from across the hall came to visit him. She explained that she had recently divorced, moved, and had no friends here. She thought they could be friends since they were in similar situations. He was baffled. What similar situations? She brazenly peered into his apartment, asking if he really lived alone. Joowong tried to get rid of her, saying he was busy, but she insisted that was exactly why he needed someone to take care of him. He wondered why he was only surrounded by people nagging him about marriage. Maybe the problem was him? He tried to politely show her the door, but she offered to have dinner together if he hadn't eaten yet. He thanked her for the offer, but warned that if she kept insisting. At that moment, Ahrah emerged from the elevator. The neighbor, meanwhile, proposed that they become friends. CEO Cha was in shock. What was the writer doing here? He was quick to say that friends were the last thing he needed at the moment. He pulled Ahrah towards him and, hiding her behind his back, told his neighbor that his girlfriend was very jealous. He quickly entered his apartment, pulling Ahrah in with him, and tried to explain his actions. She didn't understand the word girlfriend, and he started to stammer, trying to explain everything. She reminded him that they were dating right now. He agreed, but was confused by her question. She anxiously clarified that they weren't going to date for real, right? Because that would be awkward. His face turned to stone. He briefly explained the situation with a nosy neighbor and how she had arrived at the perfect moment. He didn't know why she was there, but he was grateful for Ahrah's help. He also apologized for dragging her into it and said that she seemed worried when he talked about their dating. But he assured her there was nothing to worry about. If she started to believe they were actually dating, he would immediately stop being her model. He wondered if he had been too harsh, but he decided it was better to draw a clear line to avoid any misunderstandings. But she was silent, and he worried he had hurt her feelings. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Ahrah, however, was thrilled. A divorcee next door. What a great plot idea. She immediately pulled out her laptop to jot down the idea. A divorced woman living next door is actually an empress who ran away from a tyrant. CEO Joowong stared at the laptop, not believing his eyes. She explained that she always carried it with her in case inspiration struck. He was furious. He was here drawing lines and setting boundaries, and she was planning to use it in her novel? Joowong asked if she had come all the way to his house just to write her novel, since he had promised to be her model. Ahrah replied that she came to return something to him and started rummaging in her bag. She handed him a bag with his jacket, which she had taken to the dry cleaners to get rid of the BBQ smell. She explained that she had called him, but he didn't answer, so she decided to find him at home after getting his address from PD Kim. He waved it off, saying he didn't need the jacket, and told her to take it and leave. He added that he couldn't wear it anyway, so she could do whatever she wanted with it. She suggested giving it to some other lady, but he cut her off, saying no such person existed. Joowong explained that all of his classmates in middle school, high school, and college were men. That's why he didn't need the jacket, and she should wear it. She fell silent, and he thought he might have said something wrong. Ahrah suddenly cheered him up, saying that she also graduated from an engineering school and didn't have many friends. He didn't know if she was comforting him or why he was telling her these things about himself. She told him not to worry because she came prepared and once again reached into her bottomless bag. She pulled out drinks for busy people, kiwi juice for healthy skin and sleep, and salmon for dark under-eye circles. Ahrah explained that PD Kim had said he looked pale, and she had thought long and hard about how to thank him for the BBQ. She added that salmon was especially good for his complexion, and with his dark circles, he would soon look like a panda. He asked in shock, "A panda?" She handed him the package, urging him to eat quickly before the sashimi spoiled. Joowong corrected her, saying it wasn't sashimi but salmon steaks, and they couldn't be eaten raw. Ahrah was shocked that you couldn't just open them and eat. Joowong sighed, saying it was fine. He happened to be hungry and would cook them right now. He told her to stay put, as he didn't want to eat a dish made by someone who couldn't even tell the difference between a steak and sashimi. The CEO started cooking, and Ahrah settled at the counter with her laptop. She thought with relief that he seemed to be hungry too. But actually, she had another reason for coming. She had come to ask CEO Cha to personally explain things to Sungwoo. She was afraid that if she just asked him over the phone, he would get angry and refuse, so she came in person. But now that he was suddenly cooking, she couldn't find the right moment to ask him. She noted with surprise that he could cook. Men who cook well are very popular, so it was even stranger that he didn't have a woman in his life. Ahrah realized it was the first time she had seen a man cook, not counting her father who made ramen. The oil splattered, and Joowong instinctively brought his finger to his lips to lick it off. At that moment, Ahrah's imagination painted a picture of her main character, dark and dangerous, licking blood from his fingers. She realized she wanted to write that. She stared at him with burning eyes while he had no idea what was going on. He felt her piercing gaze and wondered why she had to write right here. But since he had agreed to be a model, he would have to endure it. When Joowong announced that it was ready, Ahrah exclaimed with delight. The dish looked like it came from an expensive restaurant. He suggested she eat with him instead of just sitting there and watching. She reluctantly agreed, although she had wanted to observe him while he ate. After taking a bite, she was so thrilled Ahrah nearly jumped. It was incredibly delicious. She declared that he could open his own restaurant. He chuckled, replying that he was already too busy. Joowong modestly remarked that living alone, he should at least be able to do this much. He added that people around him wouldn't leave him alone, and he was sure he cooked better than the divorcee neighbor. He couldn't admit to her that the conversation with his neighbor had been very awkward. Ahrah cheerfully said that he should be grateful for her visit today. Joowong mentally agreed and wondered why he was sharing so much about himself today. He reminded her of his promise to help if she had trouble writing and offered to treat her to more than just BBQ. He thought it was a good deal if he got a good piece of work in return. She asked hopefully if she could really ask for his help. Joowong assured her that he would listen to any request she had. Before she could say anything, he asked to see what she was writing. Ahrah happily handed him the laptop, warning that it was just a rough draft. She decided she would make her request right after this. She explained that watching him cook had helped her add new traits to her main character, who became the legendary Chef King of the North. The writer asked enthusiastically if he liked it. CEO's face darkened. He said it was awful and told her to rewrite it. He muttered that he had endured her annoying stare thinking he was helping her write, only for this to be the result. She didn't understand what was wrong. She argued that men who can cook are very desirable, but he cut her off, saying the genre had suddenly changed. Joowong was adamant. This wouldn't work. She needed to start over. He tried to hand her the laptop back, but as she reached for it, the device slipped. The laptop crashed to the floor. They both froze in horror. Joowong apologized and tried to calm her down. He said that modern electronics don't break from such a minor impact. But she screamed in panic that the laptop was old. She had no backup, and if it broke, there were no replacement parts. His face contorted in horror. Fortunately, the laptop turned on. But Ahrah immediately declared that this was not good. She triumphantly pointed at the screen, which she claimed was now loose. He couldn't see anything, but she insisted there was a problem. He sighed and said that since it was his fault, he would take responsibility and have it repaired. Ahrah replied that he didn't need to go to such extremes. She smiled slyly, saying it would be enough if he did her one favor. Joowong didn't understand what her laptop had to do with a favor. She confessed that she had actually come for this reason. Ahrah begged him to meet her friend and clear up a misunderstanding. The next day, CEO Cha was sitting in a service center. He had intentionally come before his lunch break. But even so, he had to postpone a meeting and lunch, and the line was huge. He would have to wait for over an hour. He decided to send her a message that he would be late. He thought about the upcoming meeting with the writer's friend. What kind of misunderstanding? He recalled her explanation. Her friend had seen her with him and jumped to the wrong conclusion. And it was all because of the day he forced her to wear makeup. Joowong repeated with disbelief. Forced? He admitted that he had put her in an awkward position and wanted to fix it if possible. Ahrah enthusiastically offered to set up a meeting. Joowong tried to decline, citing his busy schedule, but she was persistent. He asked if there was really any need to explain things, since she wouldn't be dressing like that anymore anyway. He reminded her that she never liked to dress up, and he wouldn't ask her to do something like that again. Besides, her friend didn't even know it was her. So why explain anything? Joowong apologized for dragging her into it. But Shin Ahrah replied that at first it really felt like she was being dragged along by force. But thanks to the makeover, she was able to see herself in a completely different light. Someone had treated her to BBQ for the first time. And for the first time in her life, someone had asked for her phone number. She said he helped her have all these first-time experiences, and it was fun. She thought it was all thanks to him. That's why she was a little sad to hear it wouldn't happen again. Ahrah decided it was better to leave the jacket with him, since she wouldn't wear it herself, and it would be a waste to throw it away. Director Cha knelt before her and apologized. He apologized for dragging her into his business and causing a misunderstanding between her and her friend. And as for all the things she enjoyed, he promised that if there was anything she found difficult to do on her own, he would take her to do them. He added that this time she wouldn't feel like she was being forced. She was touched. She whispered his name. He explained that new experiences are important for a writer and he would like to see a good piece of work from her. He immediately caught himself, wondering if that sounded strange. She, however, took his words as a hint that she was a bad writer. She started muttering that he was right. And it's hard to write something good when you're cooped up in your room. Ahrah interpreted his words as advice to gain more experience for her next novel. Joowong gave up and agreed to do her favor. At the service center, he got his ticket number and thought about how he'd somehow gotten roped into all this. The technician informed him that nothing was damaged from the drop, but the laptop was very old, and it would be a good idea to replace the motherboard to avoid losing data. The CEO agreed. The warranty had long expired, so the repair would be expensive. Joowong thought angrily that he should just quit being her reference model. Ahrah received his message about being an hour late. She had gone to a cafe near Sungwoo's university so they could look for him together. She sipped her coffee, wondering what Sungwoo's reaction would be, and tried to imagine it as a writer. In her imagination, Sungwoo was horrified to learn it was her, thinking they were just an annoying couple. And what was worse, he would be disappointed that she had lied to him. She took another sip of coffee, deciding this was the only scenario she could imagine. She began to doubt herself, wondering if she was needlessly messing things up. Since CEO Cha said she didn't need to look like that anymore, maybe she should just forget about it. She decided she just needed to show Sungwoo her charm through her writing. At that moment, Sungwoo walked into the cafe. She was glad CEO Cha was late. The cafe was crowded, but she noticed a guy sitting alone. It turned out to be Sungwoo. He walked over to her table and asked if he could join her. He said it was an interesting coincidence. She agreed, and he thanked her as there were no other open seats. Seungwoo placed a tray with desserts and a drink on the table. Shinara was surprised, asking if he was going to eat all of that by himself. He admitted he had a big sweet tooth. He explained that he was graduating this year and often ate desserts due to stress. She was amazed at how easily she obtained information she hadn't known for years. He was eating a dessert, and she found it incredibly cute. She wanted to know more about him, like his ideal type of girl. Her inner voice advised against it, as she didn't know how he would react. But her optimistic side hoped that if she told him the truth, he might be touched and even fall for her. Ahrah watched, mesmerized, as Sungwoo ate a macaron. She decided this was the last time he would see her like this. So why not ask? She started indirectly, asking which dessert he would recommend. Sungwoo asked with a smirk if it was so she could eat them with her boyfriend. Her heart skipped a beat, so he thought she was taken. She blurted out that she didn't spend much time with her boyfriend and that they hadn't seen each other since that day. Seungwoo sympathetically assumed she must have had a fight with him, and that's why she was sitting here alone. Meanwhile, outside, Seungwoo's friends were complaining that he had disappeared at lunchtime. The girl claimed she was closer to him than his friend, but then someone bumped into her. It was CEO Cha, who apologized and walked past, wiping sweat from his brow. The girl wondered if she should broaden her taste in men. She asked her friend how old that man looked and thought that an age gap of up to 12 years wouldn't bother her. Her friend didn't answer, staring after CEO Cha in a daze. He yelled at his friend to snap out of it because that man had a girlfriend and it was someone she knew. CEO Cha finally reached the cafe, loosening his tie. He checked the message from Ahrah. He was so late that lunchtime had long passed. He thought she must have been waiting for him since the morning. Maybe after they cleared things up, they could all have lunch together? He saw them at a table. Sungwoo was asking if they had fought, and Ahrah was awkwardly denying it, saying the reason was different. She mentally cursed herself for trying to smoothly transition to a conversation about his ideal type and messing everything up. Sungwoo remarked that on that day, her boyfriend looked like he was doing something against his will. She realized Sungwoo was more observant than she thought. In desperation, she asked him to just recommend a good dessert for her and her boyfriend. It became awkward. They both apologized to each other. She thought they wouldn't get any closer, and he must think she was weird. He offered her his dessert, saying he often got it to go. He smiled and said he had already eaten enough sweets and asked her to keep his comments about her relationship a secret from her boyfriend. She tried the dessert, wondering if he was kind or just meddlesome. The dessert was incredibly delicious. He explained that it was the most popular dessert in this cafe. She noted that the dessert was a bit sweet and she had finished her drink. He immediately offered her his. She was shocked. He was offering her a drink from his glass? It was an indirect kiss. She hesitated but was afraid that refusing would make things even more awkward. Ahrah decided it was a necessary step for them to get closer and reached for the glass. She knew it was the right thing to do, but she still felt awkward. She took a sip. The taste was even better with the cake. Meanwhile, at another table sat a hungry CEO Cha. He couldn't stand it anymore. Someone had purposely skipped lunch and rushed here to resolve a misunderstanding she herself had created. He looked at her message saying he didn't have to come. He was angry that she had sent it so late. Joowong watched them chatting amiably and wondered if they had cleared up the misunderstanding. In any case, they seemed to be getting along well, and he would only be in the way. He wondered why he had even come here. He remembered his promise to take her to places she found it hard to go to alone. Joowong gripped the bottle. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have said anything. Ahrah and Sungwoo had switched to informal speech. She said it was a little strange. He thought she was talking about his love for desserts. But she said it was unexpectedly charming and just advised him to watch out for diabetes. She thought that for some reason, it was more comfortable talking to him as if they were meeting for the first time. And it was a pity they wouldn't meet like this again. Seungwoo interrupted her thoughts, apologizing for distracting her from the dessert. He assured her he wasn't going to take back what he had already given her. Ahrah realized this was her chance and blurted out a question about what else he liked besides cake. He thought for a moment. She gathered her courage to ask about his ideal type. She began to speak, but felt an icy chill coming from someone behind her. Ahrah turned around and saw CEO Cha in horror. Seungwoo, not noticing him, continued to suggest other places with desserts. Ahrah could feel a wave of fury coming from the director. She ignored Seungwoo, panicking and wondering why the director was here when she had sent him a message. She saw his messages on her phone. He had been watching them the whole time. She jumped up, thanked Seungwoo for the desserts, and said she had to go urgently. Seungwoo thought confusedly that perhaps it had been too forward to ask for her number on their first meeting. Ahrah ran from the cafe, wondering why he hadn't just left the laptop and gone, if he was so busy. She ran full tilt into him. A grim-faced CEO Cha stood before her. He pinned her against the wall. She thought with terror that he had become scary again. He hissed that she was only now deigning to speak to him. She was sure. He was furious. Ahrah started apologizing for everything, starting with the laptop. She apologized for asking for his help and then changing her mind, and for coming to his house with such a request in the first place. Joowong wondered if he really looked that angry. He admitted he was a little annoyed because she had made him wait, but she kept insisting it was because of her unreasonable requests. He cut her off, saying she was wrong, and the reason for his anger was something else. But then he faltered, forgetting what he was about to say. Was he even angry in the first place? He noticed she looked different than usual, with makeup. Joowong said he wasn't so petty as to get angry over a little waiting. Ahrah mentally screamed, "Lies!" He tried to change the subject, saying her laptop was fixed and she could continue her manuscript. The CEO suddenly cut himself off and apologized. He noticed her clothes were too thin and asked if she was cold. He asked if she had anything else to wear. He told her bluntly that her makeup and clothes didn't match at all. Ahrah retorted indignantly that if she'd had time, she would have worn something better, and that at least she wasn't late. Joowong imagined how she must have jumped out of bed that morning and realized in a panic that she had nothing to wear. She couldn't wear the same thing as last time, and there was nothing suitable in her wardrobe. He was sure she simply didn't have any clothes that matched her new look. She suddenly realized the chill she felt in the cafe wasn't from his anger, but simply from the cold. He thought she was talking nonsense. Joowong wondered if all she did was eat and write all day. He reminded her of his promise to take her wherever she wanted to go. He offered to go shopping for new clothes with her, but then Ahrah pushed him. Seungwoo was pondering Ahrah's question about his ideal type. He didn't understand why she would ask that, especially when she had a boyfriend. He decided she must have had another reason. Suddenly, Ahrah pushed CEO Cha aside. She covered his mouth, hissing that Seungwoo shouldn't catch them together. He didn't understand, since she wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. Ahrah slipped. She fell right into his arms. She thought that in novels, a hug makes the heart flutter, but in reality, she felt nothing, only how firm he was. She immediately apologized for her strange words. She said she would hide for a minute. But Joowong grabbed her hand, not letting her go. Seungwoo turned around, thinking he heard something, but dismissed it as his phone vibrating. He answered a call while CEO Cha dragged Ahrah around the corner. She tried to overhear the conversation, but he was too far away. Finally, he left. Ahrah was still in his arms. She wondered why he was holding her when she could have just hidden. She felt the heat of his hands and was surprised, having never held hands with anyone before. Ahrah said he had really surprised her by suddenly hugging her. Joowong explained that he did it because she had said she felt nothing when he touched her earlier. Her heart began to pound. She blamed it on being cold in her clothes. She quickly changed the subject, confessing that she had tried to impress Seungwoo, but didn't have any suitable clothes. She told him how they had talked for a long time and how she almost had an indirect kiss with him. But he hadn't recognized her. She thanked CEO for preventing Seungwoo from seeing them together. She noticed his strange expression and worried she had said something wrong. Joowong said coldly that he understood now. He understood why he had been so annoyed earlier. He declared that he hated marriage, love, and getting involved in other people's love affairs. But he decided it would be good for her to hear this. The reason for his anger was this. He showed her repaired laptop. She didn't understand why he changed the subject and what her laptop had to do with it. Joowong said he was even angrier that she didn't understand. He explained that the laptop was so old he had to replace the entire motherboard. He asked if she was really going to keep using it, risking the loss of all her work. If it had broken, what would she have told her readers who were waiting for her work? This wasn't just about his job anymore. It was disrespectful to her readers. Ahrah timidly asked how much the repair cost. She was horrified by the amount. She protested, asking why he didn't ask her first, as she was saving up for a new one. CEO Cha couldn't believe it. Did she think he was asking her to pay him back? He wouldn't have had it fixed if it were just about the money. What kind of person did she think he was? He stated the amount, $500. He said she didn't have to pay him back. All she had to do was write a manuscript worth at least that much. That would be her payment for the repair. He reminded her that he was the model for her male lead, but her focus seemed to be on other things. And if that was the case, there was no need for him to be by her side. He challenged her. Why not finish the novel on her own? After that conversation, Ahrah sat over her manuscript in a creative slump. She recalled a recent conversation with PD Kim, who said the hug scene was fine but lacked something. She couldn't concentrate because she had seen a new side of Sungwoo. CEO Cha had said he would help her, knowing her situation, and that he would go with her if she found it difficult to go somewhere alone. And now he was telling her to figure it out on her own? She was sure he was angry with her, but she didn't understand what she had said wrong. Maybe it was about the laptop? But he had said he wasn't angry at first. She gave up, unable to find an answer. Ahrah convinced herself that he was just a very busy man and didn't have time to bother with her. She had always written alone, and having a reference model was very helpful. It was hard, but she always managed. She decided she could write well on her own. But the thought of having to keep using this old laptop infuriated her. She wondered how she could describe a hug more vividly. Ahrah knew that in reality, a heart doesn't start beating faster from a simple hug. But then she remembered her recent experience. It hit her. She could just hug herself. It was a bit awkward. But for the sake of a good book, she was ready for anything. Ahrah felt nothing. Nothing but a belated sense of shame. Then why did her heart beat faster when Joowong hugged her? Sometime later, Sungwoo dropped by. She complained about her writer's block. He asked what kind of feelings were troubling her. He leaned in to see, and she recoiled in surprise. He asked if she was all right. His hand touched her waist. She yelped and jumped back, instinctively covering her stomach. Her heart pounded. She realized this was the feeling. Ahrah realized her heart had pounded simply because someone had unexpectedly touched her. She immediately rushed to her laptop to write down this feeling. Sungwoo got bored and asked what he was waiting for. She asked why he was even here. He reminded her that he used to come over to her mom's for food often. But he hadn't been around lately. He had come to borrow a book from her. Ahrah replied that she didn't have any copies right now. He decided to wait for her mom to come back and sat down on the floor. Ahrah realized she wouldn't be able to concentrate while he was there. Ahrah sat at her desk, but she couldn't concentrate for a second. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Han Sungwoo, who was at her house for the first time in years, right in her room. She hadn't had time to tidy up and was now frantically trying to figure out how to keep him entertained so he wouldn't get bored and leave. And her worst fears were confirmed. The guy was openly bored, resting his head on the table and yawning. Ahrah realized she had been right. A cold dread washed over Ahrah. If this continued, he would just get up and leave, and it had been so long since he'd visited. Sungwoo was already starting to get up, about to leave, and in desperation, Ahrah decided to at least order some food. But the guy suddenly stopped her. Instead of ordering food, she darted from the table and returned a moment later with a plate full of exquisite desserts, catching the guy completely off guard. Sungwoo asked in surprise where it all came from, and Ahrah explained they were her work snacks for when her blood sugar dropped. She offered him some, since she couldn't eat it all by herself. The guy tried the dessert with slight hesitation and admitted that while it was sweet, it was pretty good. Ahrah could barely contain her delight. He was clearly pleased, though he tried to hide it. At that moment, she remembered her recent conversation with Sungwoo at the cafe. He had mentioned then that he liked desserts but always had leftovers at home because he couldn't finish them alone. Who would have thought that piece of information would be so useful? This was her chance. She realized she could use this situation to her advantage. It was awkward for her to go to cafes alone. She was about to suggest they go to a cafe together sometime, but at the crucial moment, he was interrupted by a phone call. Ahrah fell awkwardly silent. While he was on the phone, Ahrah's mind raced. Sungwoo was quite shy, and he might reject a direct invitation. She needed a more natural and casual excuse. When he finished his call and apologized, she began to formulate her plan. The idea came suddenly. She said she was planning to buy a gift for someone and then stop by a cafe. Gathering her courage, she asked for his help. She needed to choose a gift for a man, and since he had many friends, he could surely give good advice. But while Ahrah was making plans to get closer to her childhood friend, the story was unfolding very differently elsewhere. At Taiyang Publishing, life went on as usual. Like any large company, it had numerous departments, and each one was bustling with work. The job of a publishing editor was particularly stressful. It involved everything from planning to public relations for each book. Manuscript deadlines were always tight, and if an author was late, someone had to pay with their personal time. Colleagues happily shared their plans. One was going to an exhibition with her boyfriend, another to a robot cosplay meetup. Only one employee, producer Kim, sighed with envy, saying she'd have to work on the weekend because of a late manuscript that had messed up her entire schedule. And the culprit behind those missed deadlines was none other than the CEO himself, Joowong, who was at his desk at that very moment, sorting through files. He understood that because one author had delayed their manuscript, the entire schedule had been thrown into chaos. He opened the document and saw a meticulously edited text full of romantic sentiments. Joowong wondered if the author had spent all that time editing this specific passage. He admitted that the text was better after the edits, but he immediately thought that the previous version of the manuscript wasn't bad at all. A reasonable question arose. Was there any need for these edits in the first place? And then it hit him. This was the very manuscript he had angrily told her to fix. He remembered that moment on the stairs. He realized he shouldn't have taken his anger out on her work. So, the reason she was late, the reason the whole schedule was messed up, and the reason he himself now had to work on the weekend, it was all because of him? Joowong clutched his head. Why did he do that, when meeting the schedule is the most important thing in publishing? He had been so pissed off at the time that he'd made a fuss over nothing. He admitted that he had behaved incredibly immaturely toward Ms. Shin. Another thought suddenly struck him. He remembered the cute messages Ms. Shin had sent him. Had he picked up her mannerisms? Joowong tried to calm himself. He decided what's done is done, and it's not like he had weekend plans anyway, so what did it matter? At the time, he had considered her an irresponsible author, and now he couldn't change that. But the anxiety wouldn't let go. He was afraid something similar might happen again. It was a natural concern. He decided he needed to get lunch and take a break first, then come back to work. Meanwhile, Ahrah was already outside, getting ready for her meeting. She critically examined her reflection, checking if everything was okay. She had even put on new clothes that she had specially ordered for the occasion. After all, today could be the turning point in her long, unrequited love. Her plan was simple. Help Sung-woo, who was stressed about job hunting, pick out a tie and give it to him as a gift of support. And they would end the day at his favorite dessert cafe. Ahrah was sure that even this would be enough to make him interested in her. This was her trump card, as only she knew about his love for sweets. Soon, she met up with him and his friend Soyeon, apologizing for being late. In the store, the saleswoman showered them with compliments, assuring them that bright colors looked great on young men and that it would look especially good on her boyfriend. The word couple caught Sung-woo and Soyeon completely by surprise. Sung-woo quickly corrected the misunderstanding, explaining that they weren't a couple and that Ahrah was the one looking for a gift. The saleswoman embarrassedly apologized to Soyeon. After the exhausting shopping trip, the trio finally sat down to rest in a cafe. Soyeon complained that her feet were killing her. She hadn't expected to walk so much and was surprised when Sung-woo said another person would be joining them. Seung-woo tactlessly asked why she wore heels if they were just going to eat, to which Soyeon replied defensively that she wanted to. Ahrah just thought about how clueless Seung-woo could be. However, she didn't really care. He apologized for not being able to call because his phone had died, and explained that he invited Soyeon because when choosing a gift, the more opinions, the better. Besides, he was glad they could eat and get dessert together. It was a win-win. Soyeon immediately jumped on the idea, declaring that since they helped Ahrah, she should treat them to food. Soyeon promised to buy dessert herself, as she had a coupon. Ahrah enthusiastically agreed, but her dreams of a date were shattered when Soyeon specified that the coupon was for a regular cafe near her house. Soyeon curiously asked why Ahrah suddenly needed a necktie, since it was a gift for a man. Ahrah, breaking into a nervous sweat, lied that it was just a present for her father. Soyeon sighed dreamily, envying her office worker boyfriend. Seung-woo and Ahrah were in shock. Soyeon explained she had heard the story from her friend Jiwon but didn't know the details. She recalled the time the four of them went out for drinks, and Ahrah left suddenly because her boyfriend came to pick her up. Buying a necktie, in her opinion, was obvious confirmation. Sungwoo skeptically remarked that the age difference must be huge, as the man looked quite old and even scary. Ahrah couldn't take it anymore and decisively cut off this stream of speculation. She snapped that it was all nonsense. That man was the CEO of her publishing company, and he had come strictly on business. She slammed her hand on the table, drawing their attention. And more importantly, she declared that even though he had a slightly scary face, he was actually a very nice person. She admitted that she had also judged him by his appearance at first, but then she came to understand his character. At that very moment, in the same cafe, Joowong himself was sitting and mentally begging her to shut up. He was growing increasingly uncomfortable with how much she was talking about him. Ahrah continued to praise him, mentioning that he even cooked for guests and treated her to barbecue. Joowong mentally groaned, as all of this was strictly business. He had just come here for a bite to eat and a break, and ended up having to listen to complete strangers discuss him. Internally, he thanked her for the kind words, but desperately wished they would leave soon. Soyeon, realizing her mistake, apologized for the misunderstanding and suggested they finally go get something to eat. Sungwoo was surprised, noting that it was the first time he'd heard Ahrah talk so much, and hurried everyone along. Ahrah muttered to herself that speaking her mind really did make her feel better. But as Soyeon and Sungwoo headed for the exit, she remained seated. She pouted and declared that she wasn't hungry yet, which stunned her friends. Ahrah thanked them for helping her choose the necktie, but said she would only treat them to dessert, as she had another appointment. She explained that she was going to have lunch, but first needed to stop by a cafe on business. Joowong, sitting nearby, silently listened to it all. Soyeon, however, declined dessert, citing sore feet and not wanting to gain weight. She turned to Sungwoo and declared that since this was all because of him, he had to decide. Sungwoo tried to say he planned the whole thing so the girls could get to know each other better. Soyeon presented him with a choice: a meal or dessert. What was he going to eat? Sometime later, Ahrah sat at a family dinner with a gloomy expression. Her mother asked if she was sick. Her sister defended her, explaining that Ahrah had writer's block. Her father advised her not to just write all the time, but to go outside occasionally. Her brother suggested they all go on a trip together, since their father's vacation was coming up. Maybe rent a house in the suburbs. Her sister immediately suggested inviting Sungwoo too, since he must be lonely after his family moved away. At the mention of his name, Ahrah's face darkened even more. She abruptly declared that she was busy and couldn't go, then thanked them for the meal and left the table. As she left, she yelled for them to stop inviting Sungwoo, as it might be uncomfortable for him to be with a strange family. Her family was puzzled by her reaction. Ahrah knew he wouldn't come anyway, even if they invited him, because she had seen the usually good-natured Sungwoo so angry for the first time in her life. The memory was too painful. To understand why, we need to go back in time. In her third year of high school, she was reunited with her childhood friend. Sungwoo cheerfully noted that they were in the same class again. Ahrah was surprised. He seemed completely different from how she remembered him. He had grown up and already had his own group of friends. She decided it would be best to pretend they didn't know each other to avoid any awkwardness. But Sungwoo approached her himself, happily exclaiming that they were in the same class again. Ahrah was flustered. Was he really happy that they were in the same class? From that day on, he would always greet her in the hallways, which confused her. One day, he gave her a bun, saying he accidentally bought an extra one, even though he had just told his friend he didn't have any. She hadn't even noticed how much he had grown, but her bright and friendly childhood friend remained the same. At that moment, Ahrah realized she had fallen for him. He was so kind and even shared his food with her. Around the same time, she got into romance novels where she liked the kind and friendly characters. But she was disappointed. The main character was almost always a black-haired guy. Even when the cover featured a blonde guy, her hopes were dashed. And then an idea struck her. She could write a novel like that herself. A novel where the main character was a character like Sungwoo. She decided that if Sungwoo ever happened to read her book, she could always pretend not to notice the similarities. And so, her writing career began. One day, her friends invited her to the movies, but she declined. Sungwoo assured her that other girls would be there, so she wouldn't feel awkward. But Ahrah firmly refused, stating that going home to write was more important to her right now. Sungwoo had sadly remarked back then that she hadn't changed at all. And now, many years later, he finally revealed the truth. He had agreed to help her unwind because her mom was worried that Ahrah had no friends and did nothing but stay home and write. He had invited Soyeon because he thought she was kind and hoped they could become friends. Soyeon jokingly protested, claiming she had a terrible personality. Sungwoo noticed that Ahrah had been gloomy ever since they went to pick out the tie and asked what was wrong. He said bitterly that there was nothing more he could do if she kept pushing them away, and that he didn't want to worry about her anymore. Ahrah realized the full extent of her mistake. He had planned this outing just for her, and she hadn't even realized it, instead acting petulant and showing her displeasure. She was sure he was furious. She didn't care if she had friends or not, but he had been worried about her, and she had ruined everything. But as painful as it was, reality was harsh. She had to meet her deadline. However, she couldn't write at all because of her distress. She needed to forget what happened and focus on her work. But she knew she wouldn't write anything good in this state. She decided she would apologize later. Right now, she needed a change of scenery. In the end, a family vacation didn't seem like such a bad idea. Instead, she went to a luxurious hotel to lift her spirits alone. Sitting in the lobby, she marveled at her dessert, the shaved ice served in hotels. She had transformed herself with makeup and a new hairstyle, looking completely different. But something was bothering her. She fiddled with the collar of her dress, wondering if she was overdressed. She remembered choosing her outfit. She thought it wasn't a date, so dressing up too much would be weird, and she had chosen a natural look. At that same moment in the cafe, Soyeon was complaining about her tired feet and suggesting they sit down somewhere. Ahrah had been shocked back then. They were just going to eat. Why dress up so much? Although she had to admit, Soyeon looked good. She remembered that shock and decided she needed to dress up more for a hotel. But now she wondered if it was too much for just a dessert. But she immediately dismissed her doubts. She came here to cheer herself up, and if she had acted as usual, there would have been no point in coming to such an expensive hotel. She decided she had to properly recharge her spirits and finish her manuscript. And to do that, she needed to order more. She decided to splurge and order everything she liked on the menu. And it worked. After drinking some juice, she felt her mood had genuinely improved. But thoughts of what happened with Sungwoo still lingered. Engrossed in her food, she didn't immediately notice that she was surrounded by couples everywhere. Although on closer inspection, she realized they didn't quite look like they were in love. And then it dawned on her. This was a popular spot for blind dates. For her, as a writer, this was a goldmine. She was glad she had brought her laptop. At the same time, Joowon's friend arrived at the hotel. He sent a message saying he was there, grumbling that he had come against his will because he was worried. He planned to discuss his many problems with Joowong at the hotel bar. He was immensely grateful to Joowong for agreeing to have a drink with him and was acting overly obsequious, which only annoyed Joowong. To top it all off, he asked for one more favor, announcing that another person would be joining them. Joowong was clearly not thrilled with this news. Ahrah, however, observing the blind dates, realized that in such situations, one needed to act quickly to salvage things. This was invaluable experience for her novels. She sipped her champagne, delighted that there was so much material for her future books all around her. Suddenly, two men who had just entered the bar caught her attention. They were talking about something very seriously. For two grown men to come to a hotel bar? Her writer's intuition told her that some drama was about to unfold. From the looks of it, one was trying to stop the other from leaving. Perhaps it was a case of unrequited love. One of them was loudly arguing that the other would have to get married eventually because of his mother. So why not do a favor for a classmate that would benefit them both? He pointed to someone in the room and announced that the girl he was setting him up on a blind date with was already there. Joowong, who was the friend, hissed for him to be quiet as everyone was looking at them. Ahrah, however, saw this as a perfect opportunity. She didn't know what genres she might write in the future, so she couldn't miss the chance to gather valuable material. But while she was pondering, the men disappeared. Suddenly, a familiar figure loomed over her. Joowong said he didn't expect to see a familiar face here. He apologized to his friend, said he'd run into an acquaintance, and grabbing Ahrah's hand, dragged her away, leaving his buddy completely baffled. Joowong coldly informed him that he wouldn't be able to do him that favor, because the only person he was meeting up with these days was Ms. Shin, strictly for work. He pulled her laptop out of its bag. He added that he'd been wanting to tell her something for a while and was glad he could do it in person. His friend, taking the hint, quickly retreated, advising him to explain everything to his friend. Joowong suggested to Ahrah that they leave. He resolutely led her by the hand out of the hotel. Outside, Ahrah stumbled and nearly fell, exclaiming that something was wrong with her shoes. Joowong immediately turned around and asked with concern if she was all right. Ahrah was completely bewildered. A moment ago, she was sitting in the hotel, and now he was standing in front of her. How did he get here? She began to complain about how embarrassing it was. He appeared out of nowhere, dragged her into his conversation, and then just dragged her away. But what infuriated her most was that she had ordered a ton of expensive food and drinks to cheer herself up and hadn't even had a chance to eat anything. Joowong doubtfully remarked that it looked like she had already drunk it all. He gave a guilty smile and apologized. They sat on a park bench. He draped his jacket over her shoulders and handed her a drink, saying it wasn't the hotel, but it would have to do for now. It was beer and bread. Ahrah recognized the famous pastry from the nearby bakery. Joowong explained that she had been drinking a lot on an empty stomach, which was unhealthy. Ahrah thought that he was right. She looked around and noted that there were still a lot of people in the park. This place could be a good location for future stories, unlike the overly expensive hotel. Joowong apologized for dragging her into his business again, explaining that at his age, people look at single men strangely. Ahrah realized her theories about unrequited love were wrong. She asked how he had even recognized her. Joowong hesitated for a moment. He admitted that he didn't notice her at first because he thought he'd never see her dressed like that again. He added that her bag was very distinctive, and besides, who else would sit in a hotel with that expression, typing away on a laptop? Ahrah agreed that it was just like her. Suddenly, a new idea struck her, and she was glad she had brought her laptop along. Joowong interrupted her, deciding to apologize for the incident with the manuscript. He explained that he had been too emotional and couldn't judge objectively. Her manuscript didn't actually need revisions, and he was glad he could apologize in person. Ahrah cheerfully exclaimed that it was completely fine. In fact, she wanted to thank him. She said with a smile that she now liked the part he had pointed out much better. She even asked him to point out anything he didn't like in the future. Joowong was confused. Was he the only one who had been worrying about this? Suddenly, Ahrah's expression darkened. She said she had just remembered why she started writing in the first place. She confessed that she went to the hotel to clear her head because Sungwoo's words had thrown her off and she couldn't concentrate. She blamed herself for not talking to him face to face. Joowong listened and remembered the conversation he had overheard at the cafe. It all made sense now. He wondered if it was normal for childhood friends to care for each other that much. He had only seen them together a couple of times, but their relationship seemed like something more. Ahrah took a sip of beer, saying she came here to get her thoughts in order. But judging by the fact she was thinking about it again, her good mood had been short-lived. Joowong worriedly thought, was she going to quit writing now? Ahrah exclaimed in despair that her motivation for writing had completely disappeared and chugged her beer. Joowong stopped her, saying there was something she didn't seem to be aware of. He wasn't sure if it would comfort her, but he said that a guy wouldn't go to such lengths to help a girl if he wasn't interested in her. He advised her to keep doing what she was doing, and eventually it would work out. Ahrah scoffed that she didn't need his comfort. She would finish the manuscript anyway. She declared that she knew her childhood friend better than he did. But Joowong countered that he was at that cafe too. Ahrah was shocked. He saw everything? She had been so flustered that she barely remembered anything. Joowong said with a smirk that, unlike her, he remembered everything she had said. He reminded her of her words about him cooking for her and treating her to barbecue, and how she thought he was kind because of it. Ahrah turned beet red. He really had heard everything. She started to stammer that he didn't seem kind at all right now. But Joowong leaned in closer and asked mockingly if she really had to experience all that just to understand his character. Her heart began to pound wildly. If he got any closer, he would definitely hear her heartbeat. She wasn't hurt, but she felt that strange thumping in her chest again, just like last time. Her heart just wouldn't calm down. Joowong asked with concern if she was all right and apologized if he had hurt her. He asked if he had hurt her feelings because maybe he had gone too far. But Ahrah replied with a smile that he hadn't hurt her feelings. In fact, everything inside her was fluttering. She bent down to pick up the dropped beer can, glad it was empty. She couldn't look at him in this state. She must have had too much to drink. Her face was flushed. She needed to get home quickly. She noticed there was still some bread left in the bag he had bought. And then she remembered that Sungwoo used to give her bread too. And CEO Cha, when he was being kind, also bought her food. Was she the type whose heart fluttered whenever someone bought them food? Joowong, seeing her expression, concluded that what had just happened had affected her feelings and blamed himself. He asked again if she was sure she was all right. Ahrah suddenly noticed she had scraped her hands when she fell. Joowong suddenly grabbed her hand, startling her. He explained that he wanted to check if there was any glass or anything in the wound and asked her to sit still. Ahrah was surprised. She used to get nervous just from his gaze, but now, with him holding her hand, she felt much calmer, though the fluttering in her chest hadn't stopped. She realized that although he seemed scary at times, he was actually very kind. He was very knowledgeable and taught her a lot, even if he didn't buy her anything to eat. She shyly said that he could stop checking now. He agreed, saying she seemed to be all right. He had been worried she might have hurt her wrists. That would have made things difficult for her, since these were the hands of a writer. And then it hit her. He wasn't worried about her, but about the manuscript, because if she injured her wrist, she wouldn't be able to write. He said she would just need to apply some ointment, but all the pharmacies were closed. Then he decisively declared that he would do it himself. She understood why he was saying these things. From their very first meeting, he had been helping her meet her deadlines. She felt foolish. She wasn't used to people being nice to her and had gotten carried away with strange assumptions. There was no reason to be disappointed. Joowong continued to insist that she must apply ointment. But Ahrah coldly replied that she could write her manuscript even if she completely broke her wrist. Joowong was puzzled. He was worried about her wrist, and she suddenly started talking about her manuscript. He was beginning to suspect that this writer saw him as nothing more than a cold-blooded, compassionless person. A thought flashed through his mind. Did she really imagine him as some kind of gangster with a baseball bat, beating manuscripts out of her? He was horrified by this image. Thinking back on everything he had done since they met, he realized her perception wasn't entirely unfounded. He wanted to say it was a misunderstanding, but he cut himself off. He decided that making excuses now would be laughable. After all, the manuscripts were important, and that was why this misunderstanding had arisen. He noticed she looked tired and suggested they go. An awkward silence hung between them at the bus stop. Ahrah said she would take the bus, which should be arriving soon. Joowong wished her a safe trip home, noting bitterly to himself that she wouldn't even look him in the eye anymore. Seeing her bus, Ahrah hurried to say goodbye. But Joowong suddenly grabbed her hand, stopping her. He himself didn't know why he did it. It was an impulse. He said he needed to clear up this misunderstanding. Ahrah argued that she didn't see any misunderstanding, but Joowong insisted. He said that when he talked about needing to write the manuscript, he was genuinely worried about her wrist, not about the deadline. He understood why she might think otherwise, since all he had done was pressure her about the manuscript. He reminded her of his promise to go with her to a place she found difficult to go to alone. He admitted that he had failed to keep his promise, but he was free this weekend. He even said he would have gone to the hotel with her if she had called. He decided it was better to spend his weekend repairing his image in her eyes than to let her think poorly of him. Ahrah reminded him that he himself had told her not to contact him because he was going to be too busy. Joowong, who had completely forgotten about that, replied that he could just work overtime. It wasn't a problem. Ahrah was amazed. He would work overtime on his weekend? She realized just how dedicated he was to the manuscripts. Inspired by his passion, she promised herself to put forth her best effort and not get distracted. Joowong was surprised. Did this news really make her that happy? He thought that he should have gone somewhere with her sooner. He told her to choose any place she couldn't go to or had never been to. She pointed to an ad for a water park, but Joowong immediately rejected the idea. He argued that there were better places and asked if she was planning to work on her laptop there too. He jokingly suggested Mount Everest, to which she didn't even bother responding. Ahrah started to pout that he had offered any place but was now shooting down all her ideas. He asked her to think of places people go on a date. The word date shocked Ahrah and gave Joowong a headache. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she said she had thought of a place. She enthusiastically declared that she really wanted to go there with him. The next day, Ahrah was waiting on the street. A strange girl approached her and asked if she was waiting for someone. The girl explained that she had seen her standing there for a while and complimented her charming vibe. Ahrah explained she was waiting for a friend, specifying that it was a man. The girl immediately concluded it was her boyfriend and rejoiced that today 2 more believers would be sent to His Holiness' side. Ahrah was indignant. Why did she call him her boyfriend? She started lecturing the girl that not all men and women who meet up are a couple, even though she herself had made a similar mistake not long ago. The girl tried to suggest a great place to her, but just then Joowong arrived and apologized for being late. The girl was thrilled he had arrived and suggested they go to that place together. Joowong coldly asked, "Together where?" The girl, realizing the difficulty level had suddenly increased, promptly fled. Ahrah explained to Joowong that the stranger had just walked up to her and started complimenting her. Joowong apologized for being late, saying he had to stop by the office for something. Ahrah was surprised he had worked even on a weekend. She assured him they could reschedule if he was busy, but he said everything was fine now. He insisted that he wanted to keep his promise. Besides, it had been a long time since he'd been to a place like this, and he was looking forward to the change of pace. Ahrah was deeply touched. He was so busy he had to go to the office on a weekend, yet he still made time for her, all for the sake of her manuscript. She decided she had to follow his example. She thanked him and promised to do her best today, too. They arrived at a movie theater. Ahrah had researched online beforehand and chose a romance movie. She explained that since she writes in the same genre, she was curious. Joowong noted to himself that she had wanted to go to the movies for a long time, but he couldn't understand why she couldn't have gone alone or just looked up the plot online. However, he decided it was none of his business. Ahrah informed him that when she made the reservation, only a couple's seat was left. Joowong was horrified, while Ahrah was excited to sit in one for the first time. She bounced excitedly on the soft seat, urging him to hurry up and sit down. He looked at her suspiciously, wondering if this wasn't some kind of scheme. Joowong realized the movie was less about romance and more about an affair. He glanced nervously at Ahrah, wondering what she thought of it. And then it hit him. Was the only reason she chose a movie theater simply because she wanted to sit in a couple's seat? Of course, that would be just like her. At that moment, Ahrah, who had fallen asleep, jolted in a way that almost gave her a crick in her neck. Joowong thought with a smirk that she might get a herniated disc at this rate. Deciding it couldn't be helped, he gently put his arm around her and let her sleep on his shoulder. After the movie, Ahrah gushed about how dramatic and tragic the story was, even though she had only closed her eyes for a second and the movie was over. Joowong deadpanned that she should wipe the drool off her mouth before speaking. At a cafe afterward, Ahrah apologized for falling asleep. Joowong reassured her, saying she must have been tired and it happens to everyone. He sarcastically asked if she had really decided to come here and reserve a couple's seat just to analyze the movie. Ahrah embarrassedly admitted that she noticed the couple's seat while buying the tickets. Joowong confirmed if she asked him to the movies just because she hadn't been since her childhood friend invited her in high school. She admitted it was true. Joowong heard about that childhood friend again. He bluntly advised Ms. Shin to just confess to him. He said that while he was the one who suggested she become famous so he'd see her in a new light, it would be better to just tell him her feelings now if it was that difficult. Ahrah despaired that his connection to reality was even more dubious than she thought. She exclaimed that good-looking people like him just don't get it. Did he really think a handsome guy would ever like a plain-looking girl who only knows how to write? Joowong wondered with surprise if she was criticizing him right now. She declared that such things only happen in novels, dramas, or movies. She recalled how Seungwoo had told her at the cafe that he was only nice to her because her parents asked him to be. Joowong felt that depressing atmosphere descending again. He looked at Ahrah as she took off her glasses to wipe her eyes. He thought that she only considered herself plain because she never dressed up. If she just gained a little confidence? He couldn't imagine her dating anyone, but he was curious to see it. He chuckled to himself. And then he suddenly declared that he would help her. He would help her look good in front of her childhood friend. Ahrah didn't understand why he would do that. He explained that if she continued to work in this depressed state, it would negatively affect her work, which would be detrimental to him as well. Ahrah suspiciously reminded him that he had said he hated meddling in people's love lives. Joowong replied that, as he'd said before, a good manuscript was his #1 priority. To himself, he marveled at how she had such a good memory for certain things. He told her she looks really nice when she dresses up, and added that she looks even more attractive when she's working hard. He promised to help her gain a little more confidence. Ahrah mentally commanded her heart not to flutter, as these emotions were useless in business. In return, at that moment, Seungwoo was getting instructions from his friend Soyeon. She had bought him a movie ticket and told him to be nice to Ahrah. She said she was just joking, but didn't expect Ahrah to react that way. She decided that just a movie wasn't enough. Suddenly, they spotted Ahrah. Ahrah clarified Joowong's terms. To help her with Seungwoo, Ahrah had to go with him to meetings with his mother. Joowong assured her it wouldn't be often and that he would try to avoid those meetings as much as possible. He proposed a deal. He would help her, and she would help him. But Ahrah flatly refused, muttering that she didn't want to be in that uncomfortable situation again. An argument ensued. He insisted she just had to sit next to him, while she complained about having to listen to his mother's unpleasant remarks. Joowong hit a nerve, asking if she didn't want her childhood friend to see her in a good light. Ahrah retorted by asking how he planned to help, since he was the one who told her to just be herself. Joowong felt that the more he spoke, the less she trusted him. He hadn't spent his only weekend off just to watch a boring movie about an affair. He decided to calm down and not get caught up in her rhythm. He decided to do things his way. He explained that his mother had been so hostile because she was against their marriage. He had introduced Ahrah as his girlfriend because his mother was pressuring him to get married. He assumed his mother thought they were dating with marriage in mind. The word marriage sent Ahrah into shock. Joowong was embarrassed by her reaction. He said that fortunately, his mother didn't seem to want them to get married, and he just needed to buy some time. That's why he was asking for her help. He joked that if his mother had liked her when they first met, they might have already been married. Ahrah's face looked like she had just had a nightmare. Joowong asked, offended, if the thought of marrying him was that horrible. He immediately caught himself, wondering why he was getting offended. He decided that repairing their relationship was more important right now. He resorted to emotional blackmail, stating that if he had to keep dealing with his mother, he would have less time to be her reference model. Ahrah started to panic. She said it would be better to find some other woman for the role, but then remembered that Joowong had said he didn't know any other women. Joowong said mysteriously that right now the only woman he could think of was her. He described her wavy hair, her pale skin that looked good in dark clothing, and her quirkiness combined with her ability to say what's needed at important moments. Ahrah, sipping her soda, thought that a man of his caliber must have a woman in his life. She must be stunning. She didn't realize he was talking about her. And then it dawned on her. He was talking about her. He said she was so impressive that he still thought of her from time to time. Ahrah mentally exclaimed that it was because she was faithfully fulfilling her role. She admitted she wasn't sure which version of herself was better. At that moment, Soyeon walked up to their table. She asked in surprise if they were there for the movie too, then peeked to see who was sitting next to Ahrah. She said hello, asking if she was interrupting a date. Joowong started thinking, if she came here with someone else? Suddenly, Ahrah heard someone ask why Soyeon was hanging around when she'd said she was going to the bathroom. Don't tell me. Just then, Sungwoo showed up. He was also stunned to see Ahrah. It was exactly what she had suspected. Soyeon and Sungwoo approached their table. Ahrah felt flustered. Did they seriously go to the movies together all the time? But then she caught herself. Was that really any weirder than her spending her weekend with director Cha? Joowong calmly explained that he'd just bumped into Ms. Shin at the theater. He mentioned he's a movie buff, and it was just a coincidence that Ms. Shin picked the same film. He suggested she probably came to see it for research since she writes in a similar genre, adding that he likes romance movies too. Sungwoo was puzzled to hear Joowong address her as Ms. Shin. Joowong turned to Ahrah and said hopefully that her next novel would be better than the last, now that she had such a great reference. Ahrah angrily snapped back that her previous novel was good too. He smirked and asked if the main character wasn't a bit too one-dimensional. Ahrah huffed that some people actually like characters like that. Seungwoo silently watched them bicker until Soyeon reminded him they were going to be late for their showing. Once they were in the theater, Soyeon asked if he thought that guy was weird, since she'd never met a man who goes out of his way to watch romance movies. Sungwoo didn't see anything strange about it. Besides, as a publishing director, it's his job to read and watch a lot of romance. He said he figured it out the second he heard Ms. Shin. He remembered Ahrah saying her boss was kind, even if he looked scary. And then it clicked. He hadn't recognized Joowong because his hair was styled down. After the movie, Joowong dropped Ahrah off at home. She thanked him for the help. She said today was really useful for her manuscript and thanked him for what he said to Sungwoo. Joowong reminded her he promised to be useful. He added that he could read Sungwoo like an open book and asked her to let him know if the guy reached out. Back home, Ahrah collapsed on her bed, exhausted just from being outside. She'd only watched a movie, but so much had happened. She even ran into Sungwoo. She couldn't stop wondering, why were he and Soyeon together on a weekend? Are they more than friends but less than lovers? And what did director Cha mean when he asked her to tell him if Sungwoo contacted her? Right then, her phone buzzed. It was a call from Sungwoo. Right now? At the same time, Joowong was getting out of the shower. His phone started ringing too. Ahrah's frantic voice came from the other end. She screamed that everything happened exactly like he said it would. She reminded him he'd asked her to call if Sungwoo got in touch. Joowong calmly noted that he expected this, but Sungwoo's reaction was faster than he thought. He teased her for calling so late, but immediately apologized. He said he was just joking, since technically this is about work and he'd asked her to call himself. Ahrah excitedly confirmed that Sungwoo called, just like he predicted. She told him he'd called late at night. Sungwoo said he wanted to read some novels and asked her for recommendations since he didn't know what to pick. She told him to check the bestseller section, but he said he didn't know where to look. Then, without thinking much about it, she suggested going to a bookstore to pick some out together. He agreed. They made plans to meet next week. Ahrah wondered if she should dress up for the meeting and if she should tell Sungwoo the truth. She reminded Joowong that even he was impressed by her look. She was sure Sungwoo would feel the same way. Joowong thought to himself that Sungwoo would definitely feel exactly how he did. Ahrah asked for his opinion, but Joowong pretended the connection was bad. Then he firmly told her she couldn't do that. He reminded her he promised to help, which is exactly why she called him. He said he actually likes her current look better. He assured her she's attractive even without dressing up and told her to be more confident. When he asked what she was doing, she panicked and lied that she was just about to start working on her manuscript. Joowong told her to get some rest, since she must be tired and probably slept through the whole movie. He said if she was worried about missing the plot, they could go see it again. But for now, she needed a good rest. He gently asked if she understood him. She agreed to rest and apologized for the late call. Lying in bed, Ahrah thought it over. They went to the movies for her manuscript, but now he's telling her to rest. Despite the Seung-woo situation, she realized Director Cha is actually a very kind person, even if he's scary sometimes. He'd helped her so many times, and now she wanted to be useful to him too. But would she really have to put herself in that awkward situation with his mother again? She decided to get prepared. She gathered books about villainesses and mean girls, deciding to do some research. Even though he told her to rest, reading wouldn't hurt. But as soon as she started, she fell fast asleep. The next day, she was running late for her meeting with Sungwoo. He asked if she'd just woken up. She admitted she'd been reading late at night lately. He mentioned he hadn't had lunch yet and asked if she was hungry. Sungwoo suggested they eat first. At the same time, Joowong was meeting a male author at a different cafe. His colleague wanted to offer the author a deal, but he was skeptical. Joowong stepped into the conversation, saying he'd read the synopsis too. He admitted he was a fan and had reread the author's previous novel several times. He gave a subtle analysis of the work, noting the synopsis focused on drama while the previous book was better at natural dialogue. He promised full support from the publisher if he signed the contract. More importantly, as a fan, he wanted to be the first to read the new novel. The author was touched by such a detailed analysis of his work. He agreed to think about their offer. The colleague was over the moon. She was certain it only worked because of Joowong. She told him he did a great job with that author. Joowong said he had a couple more places to stop by, so they agreed to meet at the office. He remembered he'd received a message a while ago. It was a photo from Ahrah. He didn't get why she sent it or if he should even reply. He remembered she was going to the bookstore and decided to answer. He smiled, guessing she sent the photo of her outfit for his approval. He hoped she wasn't planning on just picking out books by herself. He realized he hadn't been to a bookstore in a while himself. Meanwhile, Seung-woo and Ahrah were walking down the street. Her clothes looked familiar to him. At the restaurant, Ahrah was happily eating pasta. Seung-woo apologized for inviting her without thinking it through. He said he hates it when things get awkward between them. Ahrah was touched that he apologized first and treated her to a meal. She noticed all the couples around them and immediately saw it as material for her book. Seung-woo noticed too. He said he was glad he listened to Soyeon's recommendation. He mentioned Soyeon felt bad about the other day and had invited him here and treated him to dinner as an apology. Suddenly, Soyeon called him and he stepped away to talk. He told her with a smile that he was just talking about her. Left alone, Ahrah felt a bit down. For a second, she thought it was a date, but she was wrong. She saw a reply from Director Cha. He wrote that the outfit looked great on her and told her to have a good time at the bookstore. She hadn't expected a reply, but she was happy such a busy person found the time to write back. Remembering he promised to help, she felt a surge of confidence and decided to give Seung-woo great recommendations later. Seung-woo came back and said Soyeon asked for her number. Meanwhile, Joowong was sitting in the same restaurant. He kept telling himself he wasn't stalking them, just worried. He made the excuse that it was lunchtime and this was the only good place nearby. The waiter informed him that, per restaurant policy, each table had to order for 2 or more people. This rule was strictly enforced during peak hours. He remembered running into a similar situation once at a BBQ place. Back then, he thought it was weird to ban people from eating alone these days. But reality was harsher. Places like this still existed. He decided that if the rule required 2 people, he'd just order for 2. He was going to order a couple's set, but changed his mind and ordered the family set instead. Leaving the restaurant, he felt like he'd horribly overeaten. He decided he'd have salad for dinner and focus on his health over the weekend. Ahrah and Seung-woo left the restaurant too. Seung-woo said he wanted to apologize, and since she treated him to lunch, he'd buy her dessert. They went to a nearby cafe that served bingsu, a Korean dessert. Ahrah excitedly remembered having bingsu at a hotel recently. Sungwoo was surprised. A hotel? He realized that was back when they were fighting. Ahrah worried if she'd upset him. She rushed to explain that she was struggling with a deadline and went to the hotel for work to get a change of scenery. Sungwoo hummed, and Ahrah got scared he didn't believe her. But he said next time, instead of going alone, she should ask him. He thought she just didn't like leaving the house. If he'd known that wasn't the case, he would have suggested it sooner. He suggested going to that hotel together next time to try their bingsu. Ahrah happily agreed. Nearby, Joowong, who was watching them, wondered irritably if they were ever going to actually go to the bookstore. He thought they'd go after eating, but they just kept on eating. He wondered if they were filming a mukbang or something. Joowong was furious. He'd even told her to have a good time at the bookstore, and he'd come all the way here just to stop by too. He decided she must have forgotten and was about to call her. But then 2 girls approached him and asked him to move because he was blocking the sidewalk. The girls whispered behind his back that even though he was annoyed, it was fine because he was handsome. Joowong questioned what he was even doing there. Was he really going to text her to ask when they were going to the bookstore while watching her from afar? He couldn't just show up and pretend it was a chance encounter. He remembered wondering why Ms. Shin always needed company. He realized he couldn't even go into a cafe like that alone and didn't have the guts to just walk up and say it in person. He'd heard this is how young people date now, going on food tours. He decided if that's what Ms. Shin wanted, it didn't matter if they went to the bookstore or not. He decided to leave. What he was doing was basically stalking. He decided to stop worrying about her. Back in the cafe, Ahrah finally finished her dessert. And that's when she remembered they were supposed to go to the bookstore today. She suggested they hurry, but Sungwoo hesitated, asking if they really had to go right now. He suggested she just send him a list of recommendations since his bag was already heavy. Ahrah argued she wanted to explain everything in person. Sungwoo said if she started summarizing books for him now, he'd definitely fall asleep. At that moment, Joowong walked into the cafe. He mentioned that he'd just gotten off work and was craving something refreshing. And somehow they ended up crossing paths in a place like this yet again. Just as Ahrah was trying to convince Sungwoo to go to the bookstore, none other than CEO Cha appeared. With a casual smile, he remarked how amazing it was to bump into them like this. Joowong immediately turned his attention to Sungwoo, pretending to recognize him and provocatively suggesting that he must have interrupted their date. Sungwoo, in turn, finally realized he was facing the CEO of the publishing company. Ahrah, blushing furiously, rushed to assure him it wasn't a date and that they were just planning to go to the bookstore together. Hearing this, Joowon's face lit up. What a coincidence, as he was heading there himself. He explained that he'd planned to stop by after work to check out the latest trends. A satisfied smile played on his lips. Everything was working out perfectly. Since they were all going to the same place, he suggested they go together. It was an offer that was incredibly awkward to refuse. Already at the bookstore, Ahrah tried to impress Seon-woo by talking about her literary tastes. She mentioned that she enjoys books about martial arts and modern fantasy, especially ones with regression themes or Cinderella-style stories. Then, Seon-woo picked up a book and asked what she thought about it. The title was Beyond Bizarre. I will become a cosmic munchkin in this life. Seon-woo was completely baffled. What kind of title was that? He looked at the book doubtfully, having no idea what genre it could be. Inside, Ahrah was in a full-blown panic. She knew nothing about non-romance genres and had just wanted to look smart. Judging by the food on the cover, she guessed it was probably a story about food battles. And that's when Joowong stepped in. Coming up behind them, he casually mentioned that his company published that very book. Ahrah and Sungwoo froze in astonishment. Joowong began his explanation, stating that, first of all, the book featured an idol. He detailed the plot. The author wanted to write about ordinary people who form a band and become world famous. The munchkin in the title was a reference to the writer's obsession with donuts. Joowong added that the cover wasn't the most fitting, but they tried to respect their writer's wishes, even the most eccentric ones. Ahrah just puffed out her cheeks, feeling completely left out. A desperate thought flashed through her mind. She knew none of this and had absolutely nothing to contribute to the conversation. She had completely failed in her attempt to impress Sungwoo. Watching the 2 men engrossed in their discussion, Ahrah couldn't help but think they looked surprisingly good together. Her writer's imagination was already sketching out scenes for a new novel. But she quickly snapped out of it. No, this wouldn't do. She pulled out her phone, pretending to be recording reference material for work. She couldn't let them push her aside. She came here to be the one giving explanations and getting closer to Sungwoo. In a panic, she tried to wedge herself into their conversation. Abruptly grabbing Joowong by his jacket, she pulled him aside. Ahrah blurted out that she urgently needed to discuss something work-related with him, and they needed a minute. After dragging him to the other end of the store, she started airing her grievances. She was grateful he stepped in, of course, but Ahrah asked indignantly why he was getting in her way when he'd promised to help. She wanted to be the one to explain things to Sungwoo to look cool, and Joowong had ruined everything. Joowon's expression turned to ice. He coldly remarked that if it weren't for him, she'd still be sitting in the cafe eating desserts, having never made it to the bookstore. His gaze swept over her face, and he noticed something different. She looked different today. He asked her directly if she was wearing makeup. Ahrah got flustered, admitting she'd only put on a little lipstick and worried if it was too obvious. She explained that even though it wasn't a date, it was supposed to be just the two of them with Sungwoo. Besides, she remembered how Joowong had previously said her makeup was too bold. So this time, she chose a color she thought suited her better. She proudly showed him the lipstick tube, awaiting a reaction. Ahrah was starting to wonder if she should have picked a bolder color since Sungwoo hadn't said anything, when suddenly Joowong leaned in close. He moved so near that his lips almost brushed her forehead. Ahrah froze on the spot, her heart pounding wildly at the sudden proximity. She panicked, thinking the color must not suit her after all if he was staring so intently. Joowong, however, seemed lost in thought. Finally, he spoke in a low voice, saying he couldn't tell properly unless he took a closer look. Like this. His gaze was mesmerizing. And then, with a slight smirk, he added that the color really suited her. His words and his gaze made Ahrah blush to the tips of her ears. Completely flustered, she blurted out that she needed to use the restroom and bolted from the aisle, leaving a stunned Joowong behind. Just then, Seung-woo, who had been looking for them, walked up. He asked where Ahrah was, and Joowong calmly replied that she had gone to the restroom. Seung-woo was annoyed. He'd come all this way to a bookstore with her, and she was spending time with this old man. He hadn't liked Joowong from the start, and being alone with him was extremely awkward. Joowong, noticing his discomfort, asked with a hint of mockery if he was getting tired. Seung-woo flinched and quickly said no, not really. But Joowong pressed his advantage. He stated that it was obvious Seung-woo wasn't the type to frequent bookstores. He had likely forced himself to come for his friend's sake. Seung-woo gulped nervously, not knowing how to respond to such an accurate observation. Joowong, with a cold glint in his eye, concluded that they must be very close with Ms. Shin. He continued his line of thought, pointing out that their hobbies didn't align at all, yet Seung-woo followed her to places he didn't enjoy. And then, Joowong delivered the final blow, asking if he knew about the book she had published. The tension between them was palpable. Joowong looked down at Seung-woo, waiting for an answer. He specified, asking if Seung-woo at least knew the title of the book. The question hung in the air, and from Seung-woo's lost expression, it was clear he had no answer. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Ahrah was composing herself after Joowong's compliment. She realized there was a huge difference between reading about romance in books and experiencing something similar in real life. As she reapplied her lipstick, she reflected on how she'd never known this feeling before. She'd put on makeup to look good for Seung-woo, but he hadn't even noticed, only laughing at her attempts to get his attention. She was starting to regret not choosing a brighter color. But to get a compliment from CEO Cha, that was something entirely unexpected. She wondered what it would have been like if Seung-woo had said those words. Would it have felt like a scene from a romance novel with the handsome prince praising her dress? But when it was CEO Cha, her imagination painted a very different picture. Instead of a gentle prince, she pictured a grim warrior scolding her for going on to the battlefield. And even covered in blood, he looked incredibly alluring. Her writer's brain immediately kicked into high gear. This scene could be even better than the classic romantic trope. Her cheeks burned from her vivid imagination. But Ahrah quickly reined herself in. What kind of thoughts were these? She came to the bookstore to get closer to Seung-woo, not to fantasize about her boss. Gathering her courage, she returned to the main floor. She decided that coming here was a good idea, and now she had to see it through. Leaving the store, Ahrah cheerfully announced that she'd bought a few books and couldn't wait to read them. She noticed Joowong hadn't bought anything and asked if everything was okay. He replied that he had to get back to the office. At that moment, Ahrah turned curiously to Seung-woo, asking what he'd bought. Seung-woo smiled mysteriously and said it was a secret. His behavior seemed a bit odd. They reached the bus stop. It turned out their buses were arriving soon. As Seung-woo's bus pulled up, he shot a brief, hostile glare in Joowong's direction. As Ahrah said her goodbyes, she noticed the glare and was surprised. Sungwoo waved goodbye and told her to get home quickly too. After Sungwoo left, she turned to Joowon. She thanked him for spending so much time with them. Joowon looked at her and suddenly suggested they have dinner together. Ahrah froze in surprise. He explained that he was going to grab a bite before heading back to the office anyway. And since they'd run into each other, why not do it together? Ahrah tried to decline, saying she wasn't hungry, but her voice lacked conviction. Joowon immediately seized on her words, claiming he wasn't hungry either. But he remembered her saying you couldn't go to a BBQ place with fewer than 2 people these days, and suggested they take this opportunity. Ahrah hesitated. Sungwoo had also said that if there was a place she wanted to go, she should just ask him. She felt guilty. CEO Cha had already agreed to be her reference model, and she didn't want to keep bothering him. She took a deep breath and said there was something she wanted to tell him. Joowon looked at her questioningly, waiting for her to speak. Ahrah wanted to tell him that he didn't have to help her anymore, but looking at his face, the words got stuck in her throat. They ended up in a small restaurant. Joowon admitted he was curious about what important things she had to say. He guessed she was just going to suggest a different place than BBQ. Ahrah blurted out in a panic that she just didn't want to see his disappointed face. She realized her attempt to refuse his help had failed miserably. Joowon looked around the simple eatery, taking it in. Still flustered, Ahrah explained that since they were going somewhere, she wanted to try a place she'd never been before, just like in a K-drama she'd recently watched. Joowon suggested a drink, but Ahrah admitted she wasn't a big fan of alcohol, especially hard liquor. They decided to order beer. The atmosphere was simple but cozy in its own way. Joowon took a drink, and Ahrah found herself staring at his profile and his Adam's apple. He noticed her intense stare and asked if there was something on his face. Or perhaps she had something to say. Ahrah hesitated, searching for the right words. Finally, she blurted out that he would probably get along well with her father. They were similar, so they'd surely become friends. Joowon choked on his drink at the comparison. He coughed, completely taken aback, not understanding what she was getting at. In her mind, a bad boy was someone who lived in a penthouse, drove a black sedan, and wore expensive suits. He was supposed to drink only wine or hard liquor. But CEO Cha, with his friendly vibe and love for Bingsu, didn't fit that image at all. She even remembered how she described the male lead of her manuscript to him. Of course, reality turned out to be different. Joowon listened to all of this, wondering just one thing. What did she really think of him? Ahrah concluded with a smile that he was completely different from what she'd expected. He was actually a warm person, and she liked... Joowon cut her off, quietly asking if that disappointed her. He clarified. Was she disappointed that he wasn't the bad boy she had envisioned? Ahrah was shocked by his perception. He continued, saying that he was taking the time to help her, and it was a little sad to hear that. Ahrah had no idea what was happening. She meant it as a compliment. Did he take her words the wrong way? To smooth over the awkwardness, she marveled at how much he could drink without getting drunk. But Joowon coldly replied that she shouldn't judge his tolerance by her own trouble with alcohol. Ahrah was now certain. He was angry. Could her words have really hurt him? She was trying to say she liked his kindness. It became terribly awkward. Joowon noted that she had suddenly gone quiet. In a desperate move to cope with the awkwardness, Ahrah downed her shot in one gulp. The taste was awful. But she decided the only way to survive this situation was to get a little drunk. Her brilliant plan was to drink, pretend to be drunk, say everything on her mind, and then pretend she remembered nothing. She finished her bottle and reached for the one Joowon was drinking from. To convincingly act drunk, she needed to drink at least a little more. But just as she reached for the bottle, Joowon caught her hand. He sternly told her to stop drinking. He reminded her that she couldn't handle hard liquor and asked what she would do if she got drunk and something happened. His voice was deeper than usual. Ahrah argued that nothing would happen because he was there. And so what if I'm here? His gaze darkened. He warned her not to do anything she couldn't take responsibility for later. Ahrah realized he was genuinely angry. She fearfully agreed that she would, of course, take care of herself. Outside, sitting on a bench, she let out a sigh of relief. What on earth was she thinking? If she'd had more to drink, she definitely would have done something stupid, like kiss him. She would have kicked herself for the rest of the year. Joowon informed her that he'd called a taxi, which would arrive in 15 minutes. Ahrah thanked him, still feeling awkward. She would go home alone while he would return to the office. Even after drinking, he really was a workaholic. But what was wrong with her? Did she really get drunk from one drink? Her face felt hot. She tried to pinpoint when this feeling started. Was it when he gave her his jacket because she was cold? Or was it when she drank the hard liquor she shouldn't have? Or when he had asked with concern if she was all right? Or maybe it was when he brushed a strand of hair from her face, noticing she was flushed? She looked at him and understood. It started simply because she was with CEO Cha. She mumbled that she should have told him something earlier. He asked what it was. She was about to tell him when he invited her to dinner, about how Sungwoo had agreed to go with her to the places she wanted to visit. Ahrah explained that it would be more comfortable that way, and she and Sungwoo could get closer. She added that he was very busy, and she felt bad asking for his help. Joowong replied coldly, "Good for you." He said she should go with people she feels comfortable with and that he'd be on his way. But as he turned to leave, Ahrah instinctively grabbed his shirt. She blurted out that she wanted to keep asking him for help. She confessed that it would be better for the manuscript if she was with the person who made her heart pound. She pleaded, asking if she could keep asking for his help. Immediately realizing what she'd said, she panicked and tried to backtrack, explaining that heart pound meant inspiration, just like at the bookstore. She tried to change the subject, saying that the male lead for her next novel was... And then she smelled alcohol. Joowong finished for her. A bad boy archetype, right? But actually... He slowly moved closer to her. He said her words had worried him, taking off her glasses. He ran a hand through her hair, making her look him in the eyes. He asked why she thought it would be okay to get drunk with him. He reminded her that her male lead is a bad boy, but it didn't seem like she'd ever seen him that way. And yet, he was supposed to be her reference model. With a predatory smirk, he loosened his tie and asked if she really wanted to see it. "Do you want to see a real bad boy?" His words hung in the air like a challenge. Ahrah was in complete shock. What did he just say? See a real bad boy? She had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Although a small part of her was curious. But the atmosphere had shifted. She felt like they shouldn't continue this. But her curiosity won. And just then, Joowong staggered. Ahrah cried out, worried about him. He looked like he was about to collapse. He mumbled that he felt dizzy and sat down next to her on the bench. Ahrah realized, he's drunk. Joowong rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to collect his thoughts. He apologized for his indecent behavior, explaining that he usually doesn't drink that much, but thought it would be fine since he was eating. Ahrah was puzzled. Why did he drink so much in the first place? He had said he wasn't even hungry. Something wasn't adding up. She admitted that she was also curious. Joowong, covering his face, muttered that the reason he suggested dinner and drank more than necessary was because Ahrah had said some strange things and it made him uncomfortable. He confessed that he didn't understand this situation at all. Ahrah looked at him, her mind racing. She concluded that he must really not enjoy spending time with her. A wave of irritation washed over her. He could have just rejected her. She'd asked him several times if everything was okay. So why was he saying this now? Or maybe he was forcing himself to do this because it was his job? She remembered him agreeing to be her reference model. And how he helped her when she couldn't focus on her manuscript because of Sungwoo. She came to the conclusion that he had done all of it purely for work. And those rare moments when she felt there was something special between them. She decided she just didn't want to be a burden and needed to focus on her work. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. Even now, her heart was pounding like a drum. And it annoyed her that she was the only one who couldn't concentrate, while he seemed completely unaffected. Ahrah said he could just stop all of this. She didn't understand why he was helping her so much, since she was just a writer. He started to say that her second novel was coming out and... Ahrah hung her head, cutting him off. She muttered that it was because she couldn't write. In despair, she cried out that her first book was just a fluke. Now she understood why he was helping so much. He thought her next novel would be a disaster. She shouted through tears that she wanted to be able to write on her own, without a reference model. Then he wouldn't have to meet her in these awkward situations when he was already so busy. Joowong was stunned. He asked who told her she was a bad writer. She replied that he was saying it right now. She continued, saying it must be so burdensome for him, and she would just write on her own. Joowong wondered if she could have gotten drunk off one drink. He didn't know whether to be relieved that she was drunk and honest or not. But thanks to this, he now knew her opinion of him. He told her she had misunderstood. He asked her to dinner because he thought it would be nice, not because he was forcing himself. He admitted he wasn't a naturally friendly person, which might have led to a misunderstanding, but he sincerely wanted to help her. Ahrah asked why he got angry about the alcohol then. He reminded her of her own words. "I'll be fine because you're with me." He said he had no clue where she got that idea from, because he was a man too. Ahrah was dumbfounded. The thought that she might not see him as a man made him... She frantically yelled that that's not what she meant at all. She tried to explain that she just wanted to say he was kinder than she expected, and that being with him made her heart pound. Just like it would for the female lead with the male lead of a romance novel. Having said it, she was instantly mortified. She again tried to blame it on work inspiration, assuring him there was nothing for him to worry about. But a storm was brewing in Joowong's mind. Did this mean he wasn't a good fit for her model? Or was she going to make her male lead a kind person? Ahrah saw his displeased expression and feared she'd messed up again. In a desperate attempt to prove her point, she lunged at him and pressed to his chest. She exclaimed that he could feel for himself how fast her heart was beating. And then reality hit her. Was this the right way to have someone listen to your heartbeat? Maybe she should have put his hand on her chest. All options seemed incredibly weird. Pressed against his chest, she felt his heartbeat falter and race out of sync with hers. Suddenly, his arms wrapped tightly around her. She squeaked that it was a little suffocating. Joowong chuckled. If she got embarrassed by something this small, how could she possibly know? Know what? Ahrah was confused. He reminded her that she wasn't sure what a bad boy was really like. He asked if she would give him another chance, to act as her reference model. He was speaking to her, author Shin Ahrah, who was so curious about bad boys. But in return, he said, looking her straight in the eye, she would have to tell him directly what it is she'd like him to do to her. Ahrah's breath caught in her throat. It was strange. CEO Cha was asking her something. He explained that he didn't know what kind of bad boy she was envisioning. But just like before, his proximity sent a fluttery feeling through her. Unable to hold back any longer, Ahrah lunged forward but missed and hit his chin instead. He yelped in pain, and she, mortified, stammered that she was aiming for his lips. Then she quickly corrected herself, blaming the alcohol for her blurry vision. She insisted it was just a mistake and he shouldn't think anything of it. While she was muttering that she must be drunk, he took off her glasses, saying that although it hurt, he now understood what she wanted. He touched her cheek, his voice dropping to a low, deep tone. If this isn't what you want. His hand moved to the back of her head, drawing her closer. Say so, right away. And the next second, he kissed her. It was a long, demanding kiss that made Ahrah's knees go weak. She couldn't breathe. The world around her ceased to exist. When he finally pulled away, she could only stare at him with wide eyes, unable to utter a single word. She pushed him away in a panic, asking what he was doing. He calmly replied that he was just doing what she wanted. He reminded her that he distinctly heard her say she was aiming for his lips. Ahrah yelled that it didn't mean anything. Really? He asked, his voice laced with doubt. She kept insisting it was just drunken nonsense, though she admitted to herself that she had wanted to kiss him in that moment. She was about to ask him to forget it when his hand settled on her waist again. He said that she kept telling him her heart pounds and she gets inspired when she sees him. And he could feel it. With a sly smile, he added that she didn't seem to be very good at lying. He admitted he was happy to hear what she really thought of him. Ahrah mumbled that it wasn't a lie. Her body was acting on its own, and there was something strange and magnetic about CEO Cha. He pulled her closer, asking what kind of bad boy she wanted. He whispered that this was the only way for him to become the type of man she envisioned. Completely flustered, Ahrah said she didn't want to tell him right now, afraid she'd say more weird things because she was drunk. Meanwhile, Joowong thought to himself that he was the one who couldn't control himself right now. He whispered in her ear that he liked it better when she was honest, and again asked her to tell him what to do. Ahrah scrambled for a reasonable excuse. Finally, she blurted out that she thought he must be really drunk. His expression froze. She explained that she liked his sudden friendliness, but he was so different from his usual self. That's why she'd assumed he was drunk, just like her. At the word drunk, Joowong abruptly pulled away and doubled over, clutching his head. Ahrah realized she'd made a terrible mistake by reminding him of his state. He apologized for his unseemly behavior. He put on his jacket and asked if she understood now. Ahrah, putting on her glasses, didn't understand what he meant. He explained that when you're drunk, things like this can happen. He did it so she wouldn't drink what she couldn't handle again. Ahrah stared after him in silence, stunned by this turn of events. She called his name, but he was already walking away. The next morning at the office, a colleague greeted him. She had something to tell him. He greeted her back grimly. It had clearly been a rough night. The colleague asked worriedly if he was all right, noting he looked paler than usual. He brushed it off, asking what she wanted to tell him. She informed him that he never came back to the office yesterday, so she left the invoices on his desk. He thanked her, blaming it on something that came up suddenly. The colleague mused that it must have been urgent since he came in late today too. Joowong flinched at her words. He asked if she was about to tell him something about Ms. Shin. She quickly deflected, claiming her watch strap had just come undone. She was confused about the Ms. Shin part, and he pretended he'd misheard her. She cheerfully added that Ms. Shin's writing had been getting great responses lately, and reminded him that he was acting as her reference model. Left alone, Joowong drank his coffee by the window, lost in thought. He tried to remember if he had said anything significant the night before. He was surprised at himself. He'd been single and working for so long, he was out of practice with alcohol. He thought that if Ahrah hadn't said she couldn't breathe last night, he might have gone much further. He slammed his fist on the windowsill, cursing himself. What kind of thoughts was he having about someone who was already having a hard time? She was such a naive writer. Was he really that pent up? He was overwhelmed with self-loathing. He thought with a bitter smile that he might be even more impulsive than Ms. Shin. He remembered that he never replied to her message. She had texted that she got home safely. He wondered if he should reply now, even though it was late. No, that would be weird. He decided Ahrah was probably feeling awkward after what happened, and it was best to wait until she contacted him about work. Meanwhile, Ahrah was at her laptop, writing about the previous evening's events, calling it a mistake for both of them. She sipped a beer, musing that when a story is true, it writes itself, especially when you're a little tipsy. But she decided it would stop at a kiss, since the story was based on true events. True events. The realization that she and CEO Cha had really kissed hit her, and she collapsed onto her desk, dying of embarrassment. How was she ever going to look him in the eye again? And why did he kiss her in the first place? It seemed like it was no big deal to him, since he was so experienced. The fact that he hadn't texted only confirmed her suspicions. She sat there, staring at her phone, feeling sullen. She told herself he was just doing his job as a reference model, and she should just get on with her work too. A week had passed since that day. Ahrah was at work, but couldn't focus. She could see Joowong through the glass partition, but didn't dare approach him. He also looked pensive and distant. Ahrah rested her head on her desk, feeling miserable. Why did her heart ache so much? Ahrah decided to get some fresh air. She complained to herself that she didn't want to go back to the office. She rarely left the house on weekends and hadn't realized just how many office workers were out and about during the week. Normally, she'd be at home, but people watching was giving her a surge of inspiration. She envied their freedom and wished she could also work half days and then relax. But she quickly corrected herself. She came out because she couldn't focus, and a change of scenery was the best way to refresh. And the fact that she came to a cafe near CEO Cha's office, well, she just wanted to walk a little. Definitely not hoping for a chance encounter, of course. She placed her order, assuring herself it was just a coincidence. And then she saw an unfamiliar figure at the counter. It was Sung-woo in a business suit looking very much like Director Cha. He turned and their eyes met. Ahrah panicked. What should she do now? She couldn't just sit there staring into space. This was already her second cup of coffee. Everyone was at work, and here she was, slacking off. She thought that CEO Cha was probably working nearby as well. She remembered that they had been to this cafe together before. Thinking back on all their meetings, she knew she couldn't contact him first. It was too embarrassing after everything that had happened. And the fact that he didn't text her, even on the weekend, meant that he was probably working on weekends too. She didn't want to be a burden, even if he had told her she could text him. She was starting to devise crazy plans, like accidentally falling in front of him as he left work. And then it hit her. She found a natural solution. But at that moment, someone came up behind her. She turned around abruptly and saw Sung-woo. Startled, she jumped up, knocking over his tray. The coffee went flying, splashing all over his white shirt. She almost spilled the whole thing, but the damage was already done. Ahrah gasped, realizing it was Sung-woo. Why was he here and dressed like that? But more importantly, his coffee. She rushed to get napkins, but he stopped her, saying it was all right since he was the one who snuck up on her. He buttoned his jacket, assuring her you couldn't see anything, although the stain was still visible. He changed the subject, smiling and remarking how interesting it was to meet her again in a place like this. Ahrah groaned internally. Not again, meeting him when she was all dressed up. She thought this wouldn't happen anymore. He asked what she was doing here. She mumbled that she was just walking around. He, on the other hand, explained that he had an interview nearby. He had stopped at the cafe for a quick break before his important meeting. He glanced worriedly at his tie, but then waved it off, confident it would be fine. Ahrah asked in a panic if convenience stores sold ties and was about to run off, but he stopped her, admitting he was just kidding. She still felt terribly guilty. You had to look impeccable for an interview, after all. Seungwoo looked at her and said that if she felt that bad about it, she could give him her phone number. That way, if something went wrong because of this, he could call her. At the same time, Joowong was at a business lunch. His partner was complaining about a long meeting. He was lamenting about difficult clients, saying he couldn't have managed without Joowong. His colleague asked for permission to check his phone. He began typing rapidly, glued to the screen. He apologized, explaining his girlfriend had an urgent question. Joowong coldly remarked that he could have done that later. But the man argued that they often fought about responding to messages. He explained that even though his girlfriend understood he was busy, she got anxious if she couldn't get in touch with him. Joowong thought that she had nothing to worry about, but apparently his girlfriend didn't see it that way. After lunch, they were walking down the street. His colleague noticed a new dessert shop with a line already forming outside. Joowong remembered that producer Kim had mentioned this place too. His colleague looked at him hopefully. Joowong suggested they buy some desserts to share with everyone at the next meeting. They bought several bags. Joowong said he'd bought one bag for himself. His colleague suggested they grab coffee too, but Joowong was silent, staring off into the distance. The man asked if the desserts were for someone. Joowong curtly replied that he was going to eat them himself, alone. He thought to himself how troublesome all of this was. Joowong had spotted Ahrah and Seungwoo in the cafe window. He couldn't figure out what she was doing in this neighborhood. The man suggested they go to that very cafe, but Joowong refused flatly. He simply turned and walked away, leaving his colleague bewildered. Back in the cafe, Ahrah was trying to figure out how to refuse Seungwoo. He insisted it was compensation for the ruined tie. Ahrah thought about giving him a fake number, but he said he'd check it right away. What to do? She began frantically digging through her bag for wet wipes, trying to fix the situation somehow. Seungwoo said with a sad smile that if she didn't want to give him her number, it couldn't be helped. But then Ahrah resolutely grabbed his stained tie. She said she couldn't give him her number, and pulled a small box with a new tie out of her bag. Seungwoo was shocked. Ahrah remembered how the tie ended up in her bag. She'd bought it for Seungwoo, but swapped it for a cheaper one at the last minute. She offered him the new tie as compensation. Seungwoo recognized the tie. Ahrah quickly said her goodbyes, wished him luck on his interview, and rushed out of the cafe. Once outside, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least his interview wouldn't be ruined because of the tie. Now that the Seungwoo issue was resolved, she thought about CEO Cha again. She decided that in situations like this, it was only natural to contact him first. Meanwhile, in his office, Joowong stared at the box of macarons he had bought for her. He was angry. If she was near the office today, why didn't she contact him? And all dressed up like that. He stared at his phone, waiting for a message. He tried to calm himself. Maybe she came for a different reason? Why did he assume it was because of him? But what he was most curious about was why she was so dressed up and talking with that guy. He guessed that she had come to support her friend before an interview. Yes, that was the most logical explanation. There was no other reason for her to come all the way over here. He was called into a meeting. Just as he was about to leave, his phone buzzed. It was a message from author Shin Ahrah. Ahrah stared at her phone, not expecting this turn of events. She had found a way to contact him naturally. She had concocted a scenario. She would casually walk by, see a tired Joowong, and invite him to dinner as thanks for his help. In her fantasy, he would be incredibly happy and say she came just in time. That was her plan, but in reality, when she texted him, he replied that he had plans for the evening. Plans? On a Friday night? It hadn't even occurred to her that he might have a social life. She had been seeing him so often lately that she assumed he lived just like her. Work and home. She decided there was nothing to be done and was about to leave. His colleagues walked past, wishing each other a good weekend. One of them asked Joowong how long it had been since they'd had a Friday night off. Hearing this, Joowong whipped out his phone. The message was still unread. She said she wanted to discuss something, so why wasn't she replying? He remembered seeing her message right after his meeting. Did he reply too late? She'd read it but wasn't responding. Could something have happened? At that moment, a stranger approached Ahrah. He said he'd been watching her and asked if she needed help. Ahrah politely replied that she didn't work in the building and was fine. The guy persisted, saying he was just passing by and noticed her. Ahrah panicked. Did she look like a stalker waiting for someone outside the office? She tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding, but the guy was already asking for her number. And at that moment, like a hero from a novel, CEO Cha appeared. He shot the guy such a threatening glare that he flinched in fear. The guy immediately vanished. Joowong calmly greeted Ahrah and asked what she wanted to tell him. He added that he was about to call since he hadn't received a reply. Ahrah apologized, saying she forgot, and was about to leave, knowing he had plans. She started stammering that it was nothing serious. She was just coincidentally passing by. He asked if she was really passing by, coincidentally, or if she had plans with someone else in the area. Ahrah vehemently assured him she had no plans, she was just walking and happened to see the publishing building. And that reminded her of him, and she wanted to treat him to dinner as thanks. She finally said it. Joowong was silent for a moment, then apologized. He confirmed he had plans and couldn't have dinner, but since she came all this way, he'd give her a ride home. In the car, Ahrah was surprised. He offered to take her home when he could have just left. She realized this was the perfect opportunity to talk, since they were alone. She started to ask about his busy schedule, but he cut her off, saying he could drop her off here. Already? She managed to ask if he was very busy lately, thanking him for taking the time to drive her. He replied that he still had some time before his friend got off work. So he was meeting a friend, and then it dawned on Ahrah. Then take me with you, she blurted out. He looked at her, surprised. He turned. This was it, the natural way to do it. She reminded him of their fake girlfriend deal. If this meeting was about the same issue, she wanted to help him. She enthusiastically declared that she had studied movies and dramas to prepare and would play the part of the villainess properly this time. I don't need that, he said calmly. People don't suddenly change just because they've watched a few shows. Besides, he remembered she didn't like being in that position last time. He didn't want to force her to do something she didn't want to. And his help with Shangwoo was part of his job, so she didn't need to feel indebted. Ahrah clenched her fists, muttering that it was too much. He didn't hear her. She leaned forward abruptly and kissed him on the cheek. Joowong was in complete shock, touching the spot she'd kissed. What are you doing? He asked. She replied defiantly, How petty. She declared that she could do it too. He asked if she was drunk, but she brought up that night. She reminded him reproachfully that he was the one who promised to show her a bad boy and kissed her. So, as a villainess, she could do the same thing. She asked why he was allowed to do it, but she wasn't, and added that he was the one who was drunk that night. She was completely sober. She ran a hand through her hair, confidently stating that she could do it too. She could play the role of the villainous girlfriend. Joowong thought that he had always found this writer a bit odd. Ahrah, getting into character, declared she could do everything except the actual affair. Then why not try again? He said, pulling her onto his lap. He noted that last time she had only grazed his lips. She stammered that this position was a bit weird. He reminded her that she was the one who wanted to help. He had thought she would seem even weirder, but if you're going to do it, you should do it properly, he said. He liked being able to see this side of her, a side no one else had seen. He asked her to close her eyes. He realized that seeing her with another man had made him angry for some reason. She closed her eyes, ready for the kiss, but opened them again at the last second, full of doubt. I said, if you're going to do it. He pulled her in by the neck. Do it properly. And he kissed her. For real this time. He was the only one who had missed her. The kiss deepened, becoming more passionate, completely consuming them both. He realized that he was insanely jealous of her. Ahrah was thinking about kisses. The one on TV seemed like nothing, but her own experience was completely different. That first night had been terribly awkward. Her legs hurt, she could hardly breathe. It was pure torture. Yes, that's exactly how she remembered it. But now, everything was different. The mix of CEO Cha's cologne and the car's air freshener, the comfortable position. It all created a completely different atmosphere. Maybe that's why it felt so good right now. Much better than she could have ever imagined. Pulling away, she asked breathlessly if that was enough for him to take her with him. But Joowong wasn't finished. He said there was one more thing to confirm. He reminded her of his earlier advice. The CEO asked if he hadn't told her not to dress up like this. A flustered Ahrah stammered that she had been planning to go to the office, so she dressed as she usually would. Joowong pinned her to the seat, informing her that he'd seen her with her childhood friend that afternoon. He had told her he liked her normal look, so why did she dress up to meet that guy? His voice grew quiet as he asked if she was scared of Seungwoo. The tension in the car became almost palpable. Ahrah admitted that only CEO Cha knew this side of her. She explained that Seungwoo wasn't interested in her usual appearance and didn't even recognize her when she was dressed up. Their meeting was a coincidence. She had dressed up hoping to run into Joowong, since the cafe was near his office. Hearing this, the CEO demanded a promise. He made her promise that she would never show this side of herself to anyone else. Ahrah was completely baffled by his intensity. Suddenly, their tense moment was interrupted by a phone call. Someone named Jae-woo Lee was calling. Joowong answered the call, leaving Ahrah in a state of utter confusion and embarrassment. Her mind was racing. Why was he saying such things? Did she look that bad when she dressed up? Or was he just jealous? Ahrah decided it was time to leave and thanked him for the ride. But Joowong abruptly stopped her. He looked at her with a serious and almost apologetic expression. And then he asked the question that changed everything. He asked her to pretend to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, they were sitting in a restaurant. 2 others were at the table with them. Joowon's friend, Jae-woo, and his companion, Yana. Jae-woo was grumbling about Yana tagging along, but she retorted that she'd changed her mind about the blind date he wanted to set her up on with CEO Cha. Yana thought that pretending to be the girlfriend of such an eligible bachelor, single, handsome, and already a CEO, was a sweet deal. Besides, she'd heard he was a workaholic, making him perfect husband material. Jae-woo mentally noted that this snob was a perfect match for Joowong, but he said aloud that it was too late. He already had a girlfriend. Yana didn't give up, insisting that since they were just pretending anyway, all he needed to do was get her a seat next to him, and she would use her charms from there. At that moment, Jae-woo spotted Joowong and Ahrah entering. Jae-woo greeted them, noting that their party had suddenly grown. He told them to order whatever they wanted. Ahrah, getting into character, confidently introduced herself as Shin Ahrah, the woman currently dating the man beside her. Yana introduced herself and mentioned they had met at the hotel. Yana and Jae-woo moved seats, and the girl immediately offered Ahrah some wine. Ahrah was flustered, and Joowong tensed up slightly. Yana asked again if she'd like a drink. Ahrah was thrilled. It was her first time trying wine. Joowong, showing concern, put some food on her plate, advising her to eat something with it. Suddenly, Ahrah remembered her role. Joowong gave her a questioning look while sipping his drink. Ahrah, fully embracing her character, offered to feed Joowong, calling him by his first name. An awkward silence fell over the table. Jae-woo and Yana stared at them wide-eyed. Ahrah panicked. What was wrong? Don't couples feed each other? Maybe it was because she used her own fork? But Joowong, without hesitation, ate the piece of meat from her fork. He looked her straight in the eye and with a slight smile said that this piece was really more delicious. Ahrah melted with happiness and tried to feed him more, but he gently declined. Jae-woo and Yana were in complete shock at this display. Yana asked why Joowong wasn't drinking wine, to which he replied that he had to drive and take care of Ahrah. Yana watched them with growing interest. She had thought Joowong had a nasty personality, but the more she saw, the more she liked him. She cast a critical eye over Ahrah. Yes, she had dressed up a bit, but she still looked ridiculous. From the way she spoke and acted, Yana could feel her awkwardness and was certain. She herself was much better. Yana decided to go on the offensive and addressed Ahrah with false concern. She caustically remarked that Ahrah seemed to have tried very hard dressing up, but her clothes and bag didn't match at all. She even joked that Ahrah looked like she had just been evacuated from somewhere and grabbed the first bag she could find. Yana was confident. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't hide her true self. But Ahrah wasn't flustered. She proudly showed off her bag, stating that it was very spacious and convenient, as it held her laptop, allowing her to work anywhere. Jae-woo remembered she was a writer. Ahrah confirmed that she was the type of person who writes regardless of time or place. Hearing that Ahrah was a writer, Yana sarcastically marveled at how impressive it was to be an author and still have time for dating. And then she delivered her blow. She pointed out that Ahrah's lipstick was smeared, probably from working so hard. Ahrah froze in horror. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Jae-woo tried to stop Yana, but she continued to play the part of a concerned friend. Ahrah was humiliated. Had she been sitting there all evening with smeared lipstick? But then Joowong intervened. He calmly looked at Ahrah and said that it looked like it was from earlier. Jae-woo and Yana instantly understood the implication. If the lipstick was smeared earlier, it meant they had been kissing. Joowong gently wiped the lipstick from her lips, assuring her that she was still beautiful. Then he looked at his lipstick-stained finger and added that, as an apology for what happened, he would like to buy her a new one. It was a masterstroke. Ahrah stared at him, stunned. She suddenly realized it was all a brilliant act. The dinner was coming to an end. Jae-woo said he was going to the restroom before they left. As soon as he was gone, Yena immediately turned to Joowon, declaring that his fake girlfriend was causing him nothing but trouble. She told him bluntly that they didn't look good together and it was time to end this show. Yena laid all her cards on the table. She knew their relationship was a sham because she had almost been set up on a blind date with Joowon herself. She came tonight to try and make that date happen after all. She noted with disappointment that Ahrah's acting was just terrible. Sliding her shoe along his, Yena confidently stated that she could do a much better job in that role. She took his hand and offered for him to choose her, promising she would play the part of his lover better than that woman. Yena leaned in closer, whispering that she would even marry him if necessary, but she was cut off by a loud shout. It was Ahrah. Completely drunk, she had jumped to her feet, yelling that it would never happen. She wouldn't let him marry someone he didn't even know. Yena was stunned. Ahrah continued her drunken monologue, declaring that no one marries for love these days, and for that matter, he was already married to his work. And most importantly, he was too good for someone like Yena. With that, Ahrah passed out. Joowon barely managed to catch her as Jae-woo and Yena watched the truly complicated scene in shock. Later in the car, Joowon drove while Ahrah lay on the back seat. He asked if her head still hurt and chided her for drinking the wine. She quietly apologized for not being helpful at all. She murmured that she had wanted to make an elegant and cool impression on his friends. Joowon, looking at the road, replied that she had done well enough. He praised her for enthusiastically playing the part of his girlfriend in an awkward situation, and for how well she responded to the other woman's attacks. He admitted he never expected her to call him by his first name when she was feeding him. Hearing this, Ahrah, lying on the seat, blushed. Joowon added with a smile that, to be honest, he had been a little worried, but now he was very grateful that she was the one who played the role of his girlfriend. He asked if she was free this weekend. He wanted to buy her a new lipstick as a token of his gratitude, just as he had promised. Ahrah, pressing a hand to her forehead, whispered that it was all right. Her heart was pounding furiously. She had always thought her heart pounded like that out of fear. But now, as he spoke kind words to her, it felt like it was going to burst from her chest. The more she thought about the reason, the more confused she became about her feelings. Sometime later, Joowon woke her up. They had arrived. He leaned into the car, asking how she felt and suggesting her family would be worried. He asked if she could walk home. But Ahrah, looking at him, quietly said that she didn't want to. She hadn't seen him for so long, had only spent a few hours with him, and now she had to leave again? She didn't want to. She sat up and firmly repeated that she didn't want to go home. Joowon was puzzled. Ahrah immediately started making excuses, claiming she wasn't sober yet. If she went home in this state, her parents would scold her. She just wanted to rest a bit and sober up. Joowon seemed to understand. He suggested she rest in the car, saying it was stuffy and he would wait outside. Ahrah grabbed his arm in a panic, exclaiming that he couldn't go outside. Stammering, she said that even though it had gotten warmer, the nights were still cold. She added that the car would be too cramped and uncomfortable for her to rest in. And most importantly, he must be tired from driving all day. Therefore, she concluded, pressing against him, he should stay with her. She asked if it wouldn't be nice if he rested with her. Joowon was in shock. He quietly asked if she was being serious. She whispered that she didn't want to be alone. The next scene is a hotel room. Joowon is breathing heavily. He had just carried Ahrah in his arms and was now trying to catch his breath. She was sleeping peacefully on the bed, murmuring something in her sleep. He gently laid her down on the bed. He tried to convince himself that his head had started to hurt on the way, and he decided to find a place where he could rest. But her words echoed in his mind. I don't want to be alone tonight. He immediately started berating himself. How could he have misinterpreted her drunken babbling? He was filled with self-loathing again. He decided he didn't have to be in the same room with her. He could send her a text and wait in the car. But when he stepped out into the hallway, he heard someone complaining that the hotel room door wouldn't open. Some drunk man had gotten the room number wrong and was yelling about it. Joowon realized he couldn't leave the girl alone. He sat down on the sofa, defeated. Newspaper headlines about arrests in motels flashed through his mind. He decided she was his responsibility, and he had to stay until she woke up. But even with that decision, staying in the same room with her was agonizing for many reasons. He needed something to calm himself down. He felt sweaty from carrying her. He decided he needed a cold shower to cool his head. The sound of the water stirred Ahrah from her sleep. Joowong emerged from the shower in a bathrobe, feeling that the cold water had calmed him. But when he turned around, he froze. Ahrah was sitting on the bed looking at him. He told her she could rest a little longer if she wanted to. Just in case, he explained that she had complained of a headache, so he brought her here and paid for the night so she'd have more time. As he was talking, she suddenly grabbed his bathrobe. She yanked him onto the bed and hugged him tightly, crying out that she thought he had gone somewhere. She mumbled in her sleep that she had asked him not to leave her alone. Joowong realized she was sleep-talking. He sighed, figuring there was nothing to be done. He thought they could stay like this, just for a minute. It was the first time he had seen her this close. Her image had changed so much since they first met. He touched her hair, wondering if it was a wig, and admitted to himself that her usual look was cute too. He called himself pathetic. Did he really like everything about her? He whispered in her ear that she shouldn't so recklessly tell people she doesn't want to be alone, as many men could misunderstand. And if she was going to say things like that, she should only say them. To him. At that moment, Ahrah opened her eyes and stared right at him. He panicked. Did she hear him? He tried to say something, but it was too late. Ahrah called him mean and tugged at his robe, baring his torso. She climbed on top of him, asking why he was the only one who got to do things like that. Joowong was in complete confusion, asking what she was doing. He tried to calm her down, saying she was still drunk, but she cut him off by playfully nibbling his lip. Then she started licking his neck, commenting on how refreshing it was and how cool his skin felt. Joowong was on the edge. She asked in desperation why she was the only one not feeling refreshed. He grabbed a bottle of water, offering her a drink if she was thirsty. But she wasn't listening at all, continuing to press against his cool skin. He knew he had lost. Damn it, flashed through his mind. Losing all self-control, he flipped her over and pinned her beneath him. He breathed heavily, looking down at her. He whispered that tonight he had really tried to hold back. He grabbed the water bottle and poured it over himself, saying he had asked her to stop. He didn't understand why she was acting like this, but he was sure she was thirsty because of the alcohol, which is why he kept offering her water. But since she refused, he supposed it couldn't be helped. He threw open his robe, warning her that everything that happened from now on was on her. The next morning, Ahrah woke up with a splitting headache. She looked around the unfamiliar room, remembering that she had tried that delicious wine yesterday and just kept drinking. The memories slowly returned. Her drunken babbling, how she didn't want to be alone. She realized with horror that she had stayed out all night. She touched the bed and was surprised to find it was damp. Just then, a voice spoke. It was Joowong. He asked if she was awake. Lying beside her in a bathrobe, he said with a smirk that he thought he had given her everything she requested last night. And with a smug look, he asked if she had quenched her thirst. Ahrah's mind went blank. No matter how she looked at it, this was a motel, she understood. And oh my God, she could see right into the bathroom. The transparent wall sent her into a panic. She decided she needed to get out of there immediately. But as she tried to get up, she ran into Joowong, who blocked her path. He stopped her, asking where she was going dressed like that. He said they still had things to discuss. He brought in breakfast, saying they still had time before checkout. Ahrah was in a panic. She had spent the night with CEO Cha. What did he want to talk about? She tried to reassure herself. She could have just fallen asleep here because of a headache, and CEO Cha could be dressed like that because he took a shower. But then why was she in a bathrobe too? Could they have done it? Joowong asked if she didn't like the breakfast. She hastily assured him it was fine and she would eat it. She decided to just eat for now, and the sandwich was surprisingly delicious. She noticed he had already finished his food. This meant he'd actually carried her here in his arms. She realized she had totally crossed a line. Judging by how hungry he was. Wait. Now that she thought about it last night, it felt like a memory was starting to click into place. A flash of a memory hits her. Him kissing her, deep and passionate. He's looking down at her, his eyes just full of desire. He reaches for some water, but the bottle is empty. He says he's gonna go grab some water. And she's thinking, where's he going? I'm not even thirsty anymore. No, she was craving something else entirely. She was craving him. And then he kisses her again. Ahrah snapped out of the memory, red as a beet. Was that really just a dream? But it felt way too vivid to be a dream. Plus, that would explain why she was wearing different clothes. Joowong cut into her thoughts, reminding her that he told her last night to eat whenever she got the chance. That phrase last night made her heart skip a beat. Panicking, she asked what he meant. Like, did they? He calmly told her he meant exactly what he said. Last night, she said she was thirsty. But then she refused to drink the water, and when he tried to help her, she ended up getting her clothes all wet. So he dried her off with a towel and changed her into this robe. She was absolutely mortified. He changed her? He tried to calm her down, saying it was dark and he didn't see a thing. Then he added that she actually changed herself, even though she was wasted. Ahrah let out a huge sigh of relief, apologizing for acting so messy. She decided that if that was the case, then everything else must have definitely been a dream. She muttered that there was no way Director Cha would have fed her water mouth to mouth just because she said she was thirsty. Joowon's face went stone cold. A dream? Because you're holding back? You mean you had that kind of dream about me? Ahrah started frantically denying that it was some kind of weird dream. He pointed out that dreams are just reflections of our subconscious. She begged him to believe her, saying she doesn't usually have thoughts like that. Joowon realized she remembered everything. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. He suggested they get ready to head out. Ahrah kept babbling about how her thoughts were totally pure. Get ready? For where? She asked, completely lost. He said he worked up a sweat last night, so he wanted to change before work and figured she'd want to do the same. He leaned in and added that she better hurry up because they had a busy day ahead. A little while later, Ahrah stepped out of the dressing room with a whole new look. She shyly mentioned that the hairstyle was nice and it would keep her cool. Joowon gave her an approving nod, saying that was good since they'd be doing a lot of walking today. Joowon paid for everything with his elite credit card. He took her hand, saying they had one more stop to make. Since she had the new stylish outfit, she needed the right lipstick to match. They messed around in the glasses shop, trying on different frames. Then, at the makeup counter, Ahrah was stuck between 2 shades of lipstick. She was debating which color was better when someone walked past. Joowon put his arm around her shoulders and advised her to go with the bolder colors since she has such fair skin. He suggested buying both since they both looked great. Ahrah turned bright red, wondering if he was talking about the lipstick or her. Once they were done shopping, they went for a stroll. Ahrah spotted a bag that would be perfect for her laptop. Joowon asked if she wanted it. She said yeah, but she'd buy it later. He insisted on buying it for her, calling it an investment in his author's work. Ahrah protested, saying she already had too many bags and didn't want to carry anything else. She ended up pulling him toward a cafe instead. Joowon just gave a little smirk as he followed her. At the cafe, he was pretty baffled by her choice. 2 massive sugary drinks with every topping imaginable. He wasn't a fan of sweets, but he thanked her for the treat. Ahrah happily noted that everything tastes better at places like this. She explained she usually just gets takeout or goes to the place right by her house. Then she remembered she'd missed some calls from home. She mentioned her parents didn't even notice she was gone since everything looked normal. Her mom was chill about it, but her dad was upset she didn't stay the night at home, even though he's always telling her to get out more. Joowon said he totally got where her dad was coming from. He touched her lips, adding that she can be so reckless sometimes. So, to keep her dad from worrying, he'd just have to go everywhere with her. Ahrah happily agreed. She couldn't figure out why he was acting like this, especially since she didn't have to play his girlfriend today. The whole thing felt like an actual date. Joowon broke her train of thought, saying that drink was bottomless and it was time for dinner. Ahrah jumped up, insisting dinner was on her since he'd already spent so much. She pointed out he'd already bought her clothes and lipstick. She knew it was his job to look after his author, but she felt way too indebted. Joowon's mood immediately soured. He asked if she really thought he spent the whole day shopping and drinking sugary drinks he hates just for work. He thanked her for the high praise of his professionalism, but said he wasn't feeling it right now. He took her hand and suggested that if that's how it is, she should answer one question as part of their business relationship. Her heart started racing. He asked her a question like something straight out of a novel. What does it mean when a main character, who usually isn't interested in anything, suddenly starts doing things that are totally out of character? She knew the answer, but she couldn't get a single word out. What does it mean when someone acts out of character? Even someone as naive as her could guess what he was hinting at in a moment like this. Usually it means he's in love. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her. That's hilarious. someone said. It was some girls at the next table gossiping about them, saying they looked totally mismatched. Ahrah immediately remembered a similar incident when she had been sitting in a cafe with director Cha, and the girls at the next table were talking about how she obviously couldn't be his girlfriend. The girls didn't hesitate to comment on Ahrah's appearance and say that the two of them looked completely mismatched together. She thought if they were talking about them. Hearing those strangers brought her back to reality. She shouldn't be thinking like that. They were only hanging out for work. That's it. She went back to his question. When a guy suddenly starts treating the female lead well, it means she found his weakness? Joowong was just staring at her, confused. With a dead serious face, she explained that in novels, when a character acts weird, it usually means someone found their Achilles heel and is blackmailing them. She asked if his gifts had some hidden motive and offered to give them back. Joowong just held his head, asking what kind of garbage she's been watching. She said she saw it in a drama. He straight up got a migraine. He waved it off, telling her to forget it, and they headed to dinner. Internally, he thought about how he just genuinely liked spending time with her. And he didn't want her constantly reminding him that it was just work. After dinner, Ahrah was complaining about how stuffed she was. Joowong teased her, saying she definitely got his money's worth. He told her to eat slower next time, adding that they should definitely go out again. By the car, her heart started pounding again. As she was about to leave, he stopped her. He handed her a bag of macarons, saying he knew she had a sweet tooth. She was shocked. Did she ever tell him she liked desserts? She couldn't remember. He reminded her of the day he brought over her laptop. She had been with Seungwoo then. He admitted he'd waited for them to finish talking and saw how much she enjoyed those desserts. He was about to take the gift back since she didn't seem to like it, but she lunged for the box. She yelled that she totally wanted to eat them. She'd eat them while she worked. She thanked him but mentioned he was always giving her stuff. Right then, her phone started buzzing. She said she had a call, but Joowong stopped her, trying to keep her from answering. She answered anyway. Joowong turned away, clearly annoyed. It was Seungwoo. Hearing his name made Joowong's mood go dark. Seungwoo was on the phone asking where she'd been all this time. Just as she was about to say she was heading home, Joowong leaned in and kissed her. Seungwoo heard a noise on the other end and asked why she hadn't called him. Ahrah froze, staring at Joowong, who was literally inches from her face. Seungwoo kept calling her name, but she couldn't say a word as she melted into the kiss. The next day, Ahrah was at home on her laptop, looking up pretty travel spots in Korea. She just wanted a break from work, but she couldn't stop looking at the pictures, dreaming about how well she could write in a place like that. She noticed a lot of the options were for overnight stays and started thinking. She imagined her and Joowong sightseeing and eating good food together, taking tons of photos and staying in beautiful places. Her fantasies quickly took a turn for the intimate, and she turned bright red at her own thoughts. Right then, her phone buzzed. It was Director Cha. He was at the gym and said he called a bit later because he figured she was tired after yesterday. Ahrah assured him she'd been up and working for ages. She definitely couldn't admit she was looking for vacation spots to go with him. He explained he got up early to work out since he'd been too busy to hit the gym lately. He added that if they were going to keep going on walks like yesterday, he needed to be in shape because he was about to get even busier. Ahrah was totally blushing. She stammered that he didn't have to do that for her, but he just said he was doing it because he wanted to. After hanging up, Ahrah thought about how disciplined he was, even on the weekend. That was her first impression of him, though she saw him differently now. She didn't get why someone like him would get involved with her. Maybe he was just being nice because she's a rookie author? And what happens when their project is over? She shook the thoughts out of her head. Director Cha's offer was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and she had to take it. She decided to clean up and do some self-care before getting to work. She grabbed the box of macarons he gave her. She thought there was a chance. That she also wanted to look her best in his eyes. To do that, she had to work on herself, not just the project. Her sister walked in, surprised that Ahrah wasn't answering her. Ahrah explained she was about to clean before working. Her sister was floored by the change in her. Her sister asked who she was with. A girl or a guy? Ahrah shyly said it was just someone from work. Her sister admitted she initially thought she was with Seungwoo. She thought Seungwoo was at least a little interested in her, but apparently that childhood friend first love is just a fantasy. Her sister blurted out, "You like Seungwoo, right? That's why I invited him over under the excuse of dropping off some food." Ahrah was in total shock. How did it get to this? To understand, we have to go back. Her sister had called Seungwoo because he was worried. She called him thinking he was with Ahrah. That was news to Ahrah. Ahrah's dad was worried she might have met someone sketchy online. Sungwoo assured him that even though she's quirky, she isn't that stupid. At that exact moment, Sungwoo was calling Ahrah, and she picked up. He asked where she'd been, and she said she was out shopping. He got mad, asking why she didn't call him. But Ahrah was silent. He kept calling her name, but no response. He was standing on the street and saw Ahrah sitting in a car across the road with some man. What he saw completely shocked him. He realized he'd accidentally hung up. But more importantly, what are they doing right there in plain sight? He saw Ahrah get out of the car. He recognized her. She lives here too? Does that mean the guy with her is her boyfriend? He felt like he'd seen that car somewhere before. He remembered seeing Ahrah with Joowong by that same car. Ahrah's thoughts were cut off by a call. It was Sungwoo calling back. She apologized for accidentally hanging up. He asked what she'd been up to. She said nothing special. But to Sungwoo, she wasn't the same Ahrah he used to know. Sungwoo mentally drifted back to his school days. He had just walked into the classroom when his classmates were arguing about something. They explained to him that they had just been messing around and accidentally pushed some girl. Sungwoo called them idiots, and when he saw the girl crying, he said they must have hit her pretty hard. He saw a cute girl whose nose had turned red from the impact. Sungwoo suddenly realized she was exactly his type and became interested in her. But then she put on glasses and Sungwoo rubbed his eyes, not understanding. Had he imagined it? It was Shinara, and she was fine now. Sungwoo jokingly kicked his friend, thinking that for a moment his mind had been clouded and he had simply been mistaken. Several years later, Sungwoo was sitting in a bar. Next to him, a drunk girl was cursing her unbearable boss with every swear word she knew. He had come to celebrate the end of his military service, but instead he was listening to someone pouring out their soul. It seemed the girl was hopelessly in love with her boss. Suddenly, the stranger poked his cheek and, saying he looked very young, asked how old he was. It turned out Sungwoo was 4 years younger than her. Seungwoo said he was about to leave, but the girl suddenly said it would be sad and asked if he wanted to start dating her. Sungwoo wondered what was wrong with this woman. He asked why he would date someone he didn't even know. The girl smiled and replied, "Who cares? They can start dating and get to know each other while already in a relationship. Besides, if they break up, it'll be easier to do it without any baggage from the past." Maybe it was because of what she said at the end, but Sungwoo decided she actually seemed to understand relationships quite well. So he agreed. But the main reason was that he had just finished his military service. So they started dating, and one day, Sungwoo came to pick her up from work. The girl came out surrounded by her coworkers, who immediately started looking at him with interest and whispering among themselves. Sungwoo felt embarrassed and realized why she had asked him to meet her at the main entrance. She wanted to show off to her friends. Suddenly, he noticed a man nearby who was staring at him with hostility. Soon after that, he received a cold text message from his girlfriend saying they needed to break up and that she would block his number. Seungwoo was shocked that she broke up with him over text. So he decided he at least needed to find out why she had broken up with him over text and headed to her office. He saw his now ex-girlfriend holding hands with that same man who had been staring at them that night, smiling brightly and happily. Seungwoo heard the man tell her that he had finally gathered the courage to confess to her after the night he saw her with another guy outside the office building. Seungwoo realized it was the same boss she had been complaining about in the bar. He thought it was better for her to be with someone she actually liked than with a complete stranger. Then he met her, a girl who felt strangely familiar to him, and he liked how she worried about him even though she didn't know him. But for some reason, he got so flustered that he couldn't even ask for her phone number. He saw her with another man, just like he had seen his ex that time, and thought he didn't want to go through something like that again. Now he thought that he might have done something wrong as well. He told Ahrah that he just wanted to check something and hung up. He was thinking about what he should do if the person he knew was that kind of person. Back to the present. Ahrah was getting ready to leave. Her sister was surprised she was heading out for dinner so early. Ahrah explained she wanted to get there early to wait for the person she was meeting. Her sister noticed Ahrah's been going out and dressing up a lot lately. Ahrah just said she decided to pull herself together. Her sister hopefully asked if she was going on a date with Sungwoo. Ahrah sighed and said it was just the director from the publisher. Her sister said disappointedly not to be too late since it was just work. Ahrah thought about how to everyone else it looked like work. And part of it was, no, now everything had changed. She wanted Director Cha to see her in the best possible light. That's why she booked a table at a fancy restaurant and was planning to show him a whole new side of herself. Meanwhile, Joowong got a text from her. She told him to look forward to dinner and sent the name of the place. He smirked, thinking he was getting a free meal today, and hit the road. Catching his own smug reflection, he immediately straightened up and got serious. He texted her that he was stopping by the office and then heading straight to the restaurant. He decided he should change. If he showed up in a business suit, it would feel way too formal. He remembered their last meeting and how she thought this was all just business. He had to make her feel more comfortable around him. He needed to meet her expectations and play it cool and rational. A familiar voice broke his concentration. It was Sungwoo. Sungwoo apologized, saying he didn't mean to track him down. He explained he had an interview in the area and decided to stop by because he had something to say to Joowong that wasn't for the phone. He asked if Joowong remembered him from when they saw each other with Ahrah. He said that's exactly what he wanted to talk about. They went into a cafe. Sungwoo started complaining about the heat. He loosened his tie, saying he almost died in that stuffy suit. He didn't get how Joowong could wear suits all the time, especially drinking hot black coffee in this weather. Joowong impatiently cut him off, telling him to get to the point. He reminded Sungwoo he's a busy man. Joowong said he had a meeting and told him to make it quick. Sungwoo asked point blank if he was meeting Ahrah. Joowong stayed silent. He coldly replied he didn't think it was worth discussing. Sungwoo mentioned he heard from Ahrah's mom that she's been going out a lot lately, and he remembered seeing them at the movies. He asked if it wasn't weird for an author to meet their CEO so often. He asked straight up if Joowong had some sketchy intentions toward Ahrah. Joowong calmly explained that Ms. Ahrah is the kind of writer who gets inspiration from real life and people, and he's just helping her out. He said he hoped Sungwoo wouldn't take it the wrong way. Sungwoo said it sounded a little ridiculous. But if that's the case, he was relieved. He was worried naive Ahrah might do something stupid. He added she hadn't even stayed the night at home, and her parents called him. Hearing that, Joowong choked on his coffee. Sungwoo asked if he was okay, mentioning Ahrah's dad was especially pissed. Joowong, after coughing, noted they seemed pretty close. Sungwoo confirmed their parents are best friends, so he asked Joowong to understand, even if he seemed rude. He's known Ahrah since they were kids and can't help but worry. He remembered their meeting at the bookstore and how Joowong brushed him off. He wondered why he'd never read the book his childhood friend wrote. He bought it that day and just finished it. He said the book was actually good, and he was struck by the main character's love for her childhood friend, the male lead. He mentioned the book had so many moments that reminded him of their childhood. Joowong impatiently asked where he was going with this. Sungwoo claimed the coincidences were too much to be an accident. Even the location of the scar the heroine gives the lead matches up. He threw Joowong's words back at him. That Ahrah writes from experience. Does that mean she used him as the prototype? And what if she did? Joowong replied coldly. He said as long as she writes well, there's nothing wrong with using her life as material. No matter what past events she used or how she felt back then. Right now, she's focused on him. He concluded that Sungwoo seemed way more obsessed with the past than he thought. Meanwhile, Ahrah was outside, checking her phone and wondering when he found time to text her. He said he was going to the office first and then the restaurant. She didn't get why he had to go back to the office. Don't people usually meet up and go to the restaurant together on dates? Even if it's not a date, still. Doubts started creeping in. Maybe he felt awkward meeting her and decided to come separately? She brushed it off and decided to go to him. There was still time before the reservation, so she could just walk there. At the cafe, Joowong got up, asking Sungwoo if he was done. He said he didn't want to be late and got ready to leave. He told Sungwoo to mind his own business. He tossed over his shoulder that acting worried after years of ignoring her was just pathetic. Guys like that aren't even popular in romance novels. Stepping outside, he ran straight into Ahrah. They were both totally shocked by the surprise encounter. He quickly grabbed her arm, saying something came up and they needed to hurry to the restaurant. Right then, Sungwoo walked around the corner. He realized exactly who Joowong's meeting was with. All three of them stood there in awkward silence. Ahrah was panicking. Why was Sungwoo here? And even worse, she was out without her wig and barely any makeup. Seungwoo walked up to her, saying he wanted to thank her. He thanked her for the tie she gave him at that cafe. Joowong scowled. Sungwoo happily reported that the tie helped him nail the interview. Ahrah was desperately trying to shut him up. Joowong stepped in, pulling Seungwoo's hand away from Ahrah and coldly told him to chill out. He said Sungwoo should be more careful when talking to someone else's girl. Ahrah blushed scarlet. He called her his girl. She immediately remembered their deal to play a couple and was internally cheering. But why was she getting so worked up over him calling her his girlfriend? If only he meant it for real and wasn't just acting. She happily played along and they got ready to go. But Sungwoo grabbed her hand, stopping her. Ahrah, fully committed to the role, told him her boyfriend doesn't like this and asked him to pretend they're strangers from now on. Sungwoo was left standing alone, but he had a smirk on his face. He told himself he was going to be stopping by her house a lot from now on. Ahrah caught up with Joowong, out of breath from running in heels. He noticed her dress and simply said, "Beautiful." She was floored. She got flustered by the sudden compliment. He reminded her she was wearing the same thing that day, when she accidentally stopped by the office. She confirmed it, impressed by his memory. He went on, mentioning she met her childhood friend that day and asked why she never told him the real reason for that meeting. He admitted he was surprised to find out she'd given that guy a tie. Ahrah started babbling that it was just a coincidence and she didn't think it was a big deal. But then she went for it. Grabbing his lapels, she declared it wasn't a coincidence at all. She decided to give it to him straight. She'd actually gone to the office specifically to see him, but accidentally ran into Sungwoo. She spilled coffee on him and gave him the tie she had in her bag as an apology. Joowon asked if it was the same tie she bought at the mall. He put two and two together. If she kept it in her bag to give to him personally, did that mean she still had feelings for her friend? He asked her point blank. Ahrah froze, thinking it over. Did she still love Sungwoo? But before she could say anything, her phone rang. It was the restaurant confirming their booking. She quickly said they were on their way. Joowon suggested they hurry so they wouldn't be late. As they walked, Ahrah was shocked he even asked that. She was trying to remember what she was actually going to say. She couldn't understand why he had that look on his face when he asked her. At the restaurant, Ahrah was enjoying the food. She noted the vibes were great and the food was delicious, but Joowon had been almost silent since they arrived. She brought him here to have a good time, but he was just silently pushing food around his plate. She decided to break the ice and asked if he knew that in places like this, you're supposed to dip the bread in the sauce from the main dish. He dryly said yeah, he knew. She tried to show him how it's done, but the bread was too stale and wouldn't break. She couldn't figure out what she was doing wrong and kept struggling with it. Joowon took the bread from her, saying it was a waste of food. She felt like a total loser. She thought he probably didn't even like having dinner with her anymore. But he was actually seething. He couldn't even taste the food because he needed to say something. But he couldn't stop thinking about all that crap her childhood friend said. That guy said it was strange that he was spending so much time with Miss Shin. And hearing stuff like that made him feel even more insecure. He finally spoke up, saying he'd been thinking about something. Ahrah, noticing his mood, asked if he didn't like it when she dressed up like this. She reminded him that last time she got dressed up, he had a stern face and told her not to do it. So she figured maybe this style just wasn't for her. He tried to explain that he meant her natural look was attractive too, and she shouldn't waste time on useless things. No, the word useless stung. With tears in her eyes, she said she just wanted to look good enough to stand next to him, at least a little. He remembered how everyone was staring at him in that clam restaurant. She kept saying it was her first time doing something like this, but he stopped her, taking her hand. He apologized, admitting he'd worded things in a way that caused a misunderstanding. He told her the dress suited her so well he couldn't even find enough compliments. He added that when he told her not to dress up, he just meant she didn't need to change herself to fit him. Actually, he began. He confessed she already attracts quite a bit of attention, and he was worried she might attract the wrong kind of attention by being seen with an old guy like me. Ahrah was floored. What was this man talking about? A noise interrupted their talk. At the next table, a guy was proposing to his girlfriend. Ahrah watched them with total awe. Joowon watched her reaction with a soft look in his eyes. He asked with surprise if she actually liked that kind of stuff. She clarified he meant proposals and said she likes watching them, but she personally has zero interest in it. Joowon was stunned. She added with a smile that he probably wasn't interested in marriage either since he's such a workaholic. She was happy they found something in common. Joowon internally groaned. This was going to be a long road. He buried his face in his hand, while Ahrah was convinced she'd given the right answer and won him over. Over dessert, he reluctantly tried a bite she offered. She thought about how much she loved spending time with him. After dinner, they went outside. He offered to call a cab, but she said she'd take the bus. He put his jacket over her shoulders and suggested walking her to the stop. She didn't want the night to end. She was sad to say goodbye. She thought about asking him to go to a cafe. Suddenly, he yanked her arm, yelling for her to be careful. She almost walked into something. After thanking him, she noticed something. He was still holding her hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. He asked why they weren't moving. She laughed shyly. She figured maybe he was just holding her hand so she wouldn't fall. She realized Director Cha had been strangely kind to her lately. He wasn't just being attentive. It felt like they had something deeper going on. She decided not to overthink it and just enjoy the time with him. At the bus stop, he said he'd wait with her until the bus came. She gave him his jacket back, but internally, she really didn't want to leave. He said now was probably the best time to tell her something. He was thinking about where else he could take her. Her heart stopped. Did Director Cha also not want the night to end? He suggested going out of town, while she said she was fine with going to a cafe or even to his place. She looked at him in a panic. "To my place?" he asked, and she immediately told him to forget what she had just said. She started making excuses, saying she just meant it was a shame to end the night and they could have gone to a cafe or the park. She got embarrassed, thinking he'd find her weird now, but he said that made him happy. He confessed he also didn't want the night to end, and that's why he was trying to stick around longer. He put the jacket back on her, saying he was glad they felt the same way. He said he'd love to take her home with him right now, but if he did, he wouldn't be able to make it to work tomorrow. He looked her in the eyes and asked, "How about we spend the night somewhere?" Their lunch took place in a humble eatery specializing in hangover soup. Joowong felt a bit awkward, regretting that he hadn't chosen a better place for her. But Ahrah, on the contrary, was delighted. She cheerfully assured him that she loved stew and was now privy to his food preferences. Joowong let out a sigh of relief. Getting down to business, Joowong asked why she wanted to meet. Ahrah proudly showed him her phone, explaining that she had done her own research for their weekend trip, knowing how busy he was. She had picked out a few options that she found appealing. Joowong nodded in agreement, admitting that everything looked pretty nice. Among the options were a villa with a pool and even a trip to the picturesque countryside, to the Jeonju Hanok village. The girl enthusiastically explained that in Jeonju, they could take many beautiful photos, especially ones perfect for couples. Her imagination was already painting romantic scenes of their trip together. Another option was a trendy ryokan with hot springs. In her daydreams, Ahrah already pictured herself in an elegant kimono, and this idea seemed to intrigue Joowong as well. Joowong said he liked both options and told her to pick the best one, assuring her he would cover all the expenses. Ahrah was stunned, insisting they should split the costs, but he was firm. He needed to make an impression. When she asked on whom, he unexpectedly reminded her of the first night they had spent together. He explained that their night spent in a cheap motel still bothered him. Despite the unavoidable circumstances, he wanted to make up for it. With a charming smile, he added that if she still felt uncomfortable, she could just consider this trip part of the research for her novel. Ahrah grew thoughtful. At first, she truly considered him a bad guy who was just using her for his job, and it bothered her a lot. But now she was beginning to understand him better. She didn't know how he acted around others, but at least toward her, he was very kind. And then it hit her. Maybe this was all because she never gave him an answer about her feelings that night. She was about to say something, but just then, the waitress brought their order, interrupting the tense moment. After lunch, they said their goodbyes on the street. Ahrah mentioned she had an interview during the week, so they wouldn't see each other until the weekend. Joowong promised to contact her as soon as she picked a place. She agreed and said she would wait for his text. Ahrah fell silent for a moment, feeling a sense of regret. She was sorry that she couldn't give him an answer right then and there. But then she reassured herself with the thought that they had the whole weekend ahead, and then she could tell him her true feelings. She skipped away, happy that she had decided to leave the house today at all. How did it come to this? To understand, we must go back to the events that happened earlier. Ahrah couldn't focus on her work at home because she was constantly being distracted. First by her mom, then by Seungwoo's sudden visits. Lately, her house had turned into a terrible work environment. She was seriously worried that if things continued this way, she would end up with a writing slump. That's why she decided to escape from home. But now, after meeting Joowong, she didn't know where to go. Her eyes fell on a bookstore, and she decided to go inside in search of inspiration. However, seeing the shelves filled with other people's wonderful works only made her feel even more demotivated. Ahrah decided it would be better to go to a quiet cafe and work on her manuscript. As she was about to leave, someone politely asked her to move. Turning around, she saw a familiar face. It was Soyeon Nam, who remarked with surprise how funny it was to meet here. Ahrah didn't recognize her at first, which slightly embarrassed Soyeon, who reminded her that they had already met twice. Soyeon noted with a hint of reproach how insensitive Ahrah was, adding that she hadn't changed at all. She proudly announced that she had recently taken up reading as a hobby, as she was preparing for an interview at a publishing company. Ahrah was surprised, realizing that Soyeon hadn't been lying when she said she'd read her book. Flustered, Soyeon admitted she had only skimmed the plot. Soyeon quickly added that she also reads great works of literature, to which Ahrah just smirked to herself, knowing her personality. But something was strange. Ahrah suddenly realized that Soyeon's behavior didn't annoy her at all this time. She remembered that back when the three of them, her, Soyeon, and Seungwoo, used to hang out, she really disliked Soyeon. Ahrah couldn't help but laugh, wondering why she had been so sensitive in the past. Soyeon, meanwhile, resolutely declared that she was no longer going to cling to Seungwoo and would focus on her career instead. Saying it out loud made her feel relieved, and after saying goodbye, she headed for the exit. But halfway there, she turned back with a sly smile, deciding to add one more thing. She casually mentioned that out of all the girls Seungwoo knows, he only keeps in touch with her and Ahrah. Soyeon's words echoed in Ahrah's head as she walked down the street. The news left her with mixed feelings. She wondered if Soyeon and Seungwoo had had a fight. Her thoughts were interrupted by her phone ringing. It was her mom asking for a favor. The request was odd: to pick up some containers from Seungwoo's house. Ahrah had never been to his place since he started living alone. Approaching the door, she heard Seungwoo's voice yell that it was open. She entered, apologizing for the intrusion and explaining that her mom urgently needed her containers. And at that moment, Seungwoo walked out of the bathroom with a towel, drying his wet hair, his torso bare. Ahrah froze in shock. It was the first time she had seen a man's body up close, and her mind exploded with admiration. She thought that having a body and a face like that was just unfair. And immediately, her thoughts shifted to what CEO Cha's body might look like. Seungwoo, noticing her reaction, asked if he had scared her and started putting on a t-shirt. Peeking from around the corner, Ahrah replied that she was more shocked that he showered with the door unlocked. He calmly explained that her mom had told him she was coming. He said he still had a lot of food from her mom and offered to transfer it to different containers to give hers back. While waiting, Ahrah curiously looked around his apartment. It was a spacious and stylish place, and she was impressed. Seungwoo offered her something to drink and told her to make herself at home. Ahrah felt a little shy, but agreed. Sitting with a can of soda, she thought with admiration how great it must be to live alone. Seungwoo asked if she wanted to move out too, praising the perks of living alone where you could even walk around naked. Ahrah admitted that she envied him and would also like to live on her own someday. Seungwoo immediately offered to help her find a place, but she politely declined, saying she needed more time to think about it. He kept insisting, saying she was missing out on the best part of living on your own. Ahrah asked curiously what that best part was. Seungwoo moved closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. He murmured that when you live alone, you don't have to worry about other people. And you can be alone with the person you like. Ahrah's imagination immediately conjured up idyllic scenes of late brunches with CEO Cha, and she melted at the thought. Seungwoo tried to bring her back to reality, but she was completely lost in her daydreams until the vibration of her phone in her bag snapped her out of it. She hastily answered the call. It was CEO Cha on the other end. The conversation was brief, as they were both busy. Joowong said he would choose the location for their trip himself and let her know. After hanging up, Ahrah apologized to Seungwoo and asked what he was saying before the call. He changed the subject, asking if she was going on a trip. She confirmed that it would be for both leisure and work. Seungwoo immediately asked if she was going with the CEO of the publishing company, and Ahrah blushed deeply. He noticed her reaction and demanded an explanation. Stammering, Ahrah said the trip was for gathering material and consulting about the male character. She added that being near Joowong gave her inspiration, and he helped her get to places she couldn't go to alone. However, she admitted to herself that it was more of an excuse to spend time with him. Seungwoo pouted, reminding her that she could have always asked him to go with her. Ahrah was surprised, assuming he had plenty of friends to spend time with. Seungwoo admitted embarrassedly that it wasn't quite true. With a tragic expression, he declared that he wasn't actually popular. Ahrah didn't believe a word of it. She argued that people often got the wrong idea about him because of his looks, but he insisted he didn't have many close friends. She remembered how many girls had crushes on him in school. He sighed that those days were over. All his former admirers were in relationships now, and meetings with friends boiled down to boring talks about work. He sadly concluded that he had peaked in high school. Ahrah suddenly remembered Soyeon's words about Seungwoo only talking to the two of them. It meant she was right. She began to clumsily comfort him, saying he could still turn things around and shouldn't give up. She suddenly found herself in the role of a comforter, and it felt like trying to fill a bottomless pit. She used herself as an example, saying she was doing just fine without friends. Sung-woo immediately latched onto her words and suggested they go somewhere together. He reminded her that she had offered her company herself. He then suggested going to a dessert cafe that weekend, but Ahrah panicked. She blurted out that she already had plans. Sung-woo's expression turned cold, and he asked bluntly if it was because of that CEO. Ahrah confirmed that they had agreed to meet over the weekend. She apologized, explaining that the trip would be pointless without Joowong. Sung-woo wouldn't let it go. He argued that if she needed a model for her book, he would do just fine, just like for her debut novel. He confessed that he had read her first book and realized the main character was based on him. Reading it brought back memories of their youth. Ahrah was horrified. She apologized, afraid that he was angry for her using his image without permission. But Sung-woo smiled gently. He said that after reading it, he finally understood why she had so persistently asked him to read a book that was completely out of his genre. He grabbed her hands, his voice trembling. He asked why she hadn't told him sooner. If she had confessed, she wouldn't have had to spend time with someone like Joowong. After that conversation, Ahrah sat at home in a complete daze. She couldn't write a single line. This was it. A writer's block. To relax over the weekend, she needed to finish her work in 2 days, but she was in despair. The recent conversation with Sung-woo had completely thrown her off. She had always wanted him to read her novel, but when it happened, she felt no joy for some reason. On the contrary, instead of happiness, she felt a strange sense of relief, as if she had closed an old chapter. The person she thought about and wanted to write about now was completely different. She firmly decided that she had sorted out her feelings. This time, she wouldn't use the novel as an excuse. She would tell him everything face to face. But for that, she had to wait for the weekend and first, deal with her deadlines. At that moment, her phone vibrated. It was Joowong. He called to say hello, as he hadn't heard from her in a while. He noticed her voice sounded hoarse. Ahrah admitted she hadn't slept all night, afraid of missing her deadline. She assured him she was fine, as she needed to finish her work to meet him on the weekend. Joowong grew concerned. He offered to postpone their trip if her schedule was too tight. Ahrah vehemently protested. She firmly declared that she would finish everything and meet him, no matter what it took. He gently said that she could always talk to him if she needed anything, and repeated that they could reschedule. Ahrah briefly thought about the situation with Sung-woo, but quickly dismissed it. She didn't want to disappoint Joowong or break her promise. She had been looking forward to this weekend so much. Hearing her determination, Joowong said with relief that he wanted to ask where they were staying and offered to book the hotel himself if she was busy. Ahrah assured him she could handle it, and then realized she had completely forgotten about the reservation in the chaos. She looked at the calendar and with a scream of horror fell off her chair. Joowong, on the other end of the line, asked worriedly if she was all right. She quickly assured him everything was fine, claimed she was busy, and hung up, leaving him puzzled. It turned out she had mixed up the days. It was already Friday, not Thursday. There was barely any time left to make a reservation. She sat down at her computer, hoping to find any available spots. But disappointment awaited her. Sold out was written across all the booking sites. Panic began to set in. There were no available rooms anywhere. Meanwhile, at Taeyang Publishing, work was still in full swing late into the evening. One of the employees was getting ready to go home after working overtime. She was thinking with relief about the upcoming weekend when she suddenly noticed a light was still on in one of the offices. Peeking inside, she was stunned. CEO Cha himself was sitting at the desk. She awkwardly greeted him, remembering their not-so-pleasant encounters during her interview and at the movie theater. An awkward conversation ensued. He asked how she was finding the work, and she replied that everything was fine. Joowong remarked that it's a small world. The employee, in turn, remembered that Ahrah was in the same class as her, and they seemed to be close. She was about to leave when Joowong stopped her. With a disarming smile, he told her not to hesitate to come to him if any difficulties arose. He decided that making a good impression on Ahrah's friend was always a good idea. He even emphasized that their age difference wasn't that significant, which left the girl dumbfounded. After she left, Joowong leaned back on the sofa, wondering if he had done the right thing. He wondered if he was trying to look good in front of Ahrah's acquaintances because of his own ego, but he quickly dismissed these thoughts, deciding that changes were needed to move their relationship forward. He even considered getting a facial massage to get rid of wrinkles. In any case, Ahrah eventually managed to sort everything out, both the deadline and the booking. A few hours before the trip, she was constantly checking booking sites while working. She proved to herself that a person can do anything if they set their mind to it. And so, all dressed up, she went outside, where a car horn was already waiting for her. Joowong got out of the car. He was wearing a simple hoodie and glasses. He apologized for being late and offered to put her bags in the car. He shyly asked if he looked weird in such casual clothes. Ahrah enthusiastically assured him that he looked wonderfully fresh. Her heart beat faster. Even in such simple clothes, he looked magnificent. They set off. Arriving at their destination, Ahrah looked around with delight. The street was full of people, especially many couples in love. Joowong explained with a smile that it was no surprise as they had come to a famous dating spot. He added with a sly grin that people around would probably assume they were a couple too. Ahrah blushed to the roots of her hair, not knowing how to react to his directness. She tried to convince herself that he was just stating a fact, but she couldn't shake the thought. Why would he take her to such a place on his precious weekend off if he didn't mean anything by it? Could his feelings be mutual? Seeing an ice cream cart, she felt hungry and enthusiastically volunteered to buy them both a treat. Joowon watched her with a smile, noting how excited she was. He had been worried that he had put too much pressure on her with organizing the trip, but seeing her happy face, he knew everything was fine. As he was thinking, a little girl bumped into him. The girl started to cry and her mother began to scold her, telling her to apologize. In the child's eyes, Joowon's stern face looked terrifying, and she screamed in fear. Meanwhile, Ahrah was returning with 2 huge ice cream cones, thinking she had made him wait a long time. She saw a small commotion and looked in that direction with curiosity. The girl continued to cry, complaining to her mom that the man looked angry and scary. She stubbornly insisted that she hadn't done anything wrong. Joowon knelt down and gently explained to the girl that his face always looked like that, but he wasn't really angry. He even apologized for standing in her way. The girl immediately calmed down and called him Appa, forgiving him. Ahrah, watching this scene from a distance, was amazed. It turned out he could smile like that at other people too. She was discovering new sides to his personality. But then an unpleasant feeling washed over her. If he was always like this, did that mean his kindness to her wasn't anything special? Her enthusiasm faded, like the melting ice cream in her hand. When Joowon came over and asked why it had all melted, she felt all her energy disappear. Later, sitting on a bench, he noticed her silence and asked if she was tired. Ahrah, yawning, explained that the shock and lack of sleep had all hit her at once. Joowon suggested they head to the hotel to rest. Ahrah panicked, muttering that they couldn't go there yet. She pretended she had just received a call from the hotel and said they could go now. But in reality, the message said her reservation had been canceled. She didn't know how to tell him. Eventually, she had to confess. She had been so engrossed in her work that she forgot to book a room in advance. She managed to snag a last-minute cancellation, but it turned out to be a website error. She apologized, saying she didn't want to disappoint him. She was already suggesting they look for a nearby motel, but Joowon calmly said that this was even for the best. He suggested they have dinner first and then go to the room. Ahrah was confused. What room? Joowon stepped aside to make a quick call. After finishing his call, he told her to follow him. It turned out there was a hotel nearby where he often stayed for work, and the manager was able to find a room for them. He added that the facilities at this hotel were much better and she could get a good rest after her hard work. However, he warned that with the same-day booking, it was unlikely they would get separate rooms. They might have to share not just a room, but a bed. Ahrah held her breath. He leaned in closer and asked if she was okay with that. At the hotel, they were welcomed as valued guests. Joowon turned out to be an important client, and a room was found for him. The manager informed them that all available rooms had only one bed. Ahrah mentally noted that her canceled reservation was also for a single room, though it had 2 beds. She reassured herself that they had already spent a night together in a motel, so this time should be fine too. When they entered the room, it exceeded all her expectations. It was a luxurious suite. Ahrah jumped onto the huge, soft bed in delight. With childlike wonder, she discovered a huge bathtub. And the fridge was stocked with expensive drinks. This was nothing like that motel. Joowon modestly remarked that it wasn't the best room he'd ever seen, but for a last-minute booking, it would do. He asked if she was hungry and started ordering room service, while Ahrah was still in shock from the luxury, especially the in-room pool. The dinner was incredibly delicious. Ahrah even thought the room service food seemed tastier than at the restaurant they'd been to. She started to worry about the cost, but Joowon reassured her, saying he had a membership. Nevertheless, she felt obligated to help pay. While she was talking, he suddenly took a piece of food from her fork and ate it. He explained that they were both tired, and he just wanted to change to a more comfortable setting. He told her to relax and rest. Ahrah was on cloud 9. It was an indirect kiss. After dinner, Joowong said he was going to take a shower and offered her the bed, since there was only one. He added that he didn't really like beds himself. Ahrah felt awkward. She felt bad for messing up the reservation, and now he was going to sleep on the couch because of her. She knew that if she offered him the bed, he would politely refuse. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to her mind. Joowong came out of the shower, thinking that the cold water had helped him cool down and he would be able to get through the night. But upon leaving the bathroom, he saw Ahrah changing into something more comfortable. She explained that she was getting ready to move around more comfortably. He didn't understand where she was going. With a radiant smile, she announced that she was going to give him a massage and told him to lie down on the bed. Joowong tried to refuse, but she insisted, reminding him that he had said he was tired. She proudly declared that she knew many acupressure points that helped her while writing, although this was the first time she was applying this knowledge on someone else. Joowong was desperate. He had just calmed down after a cold shower, and now she was offering him a massage. It was impossible to refuse her enthusiastic offer. He lay on the bed and she began the massage. To his surprise, she was quite good at it. As she tried to move to the other side, she encountered the tense muscles of his back. She asked if he was tensing up on purpose, but he just told her to keep going. Ahrah tried to concentrate, putting all her energy into her fingertips. But the sight of Joowong lying in front of her made it hard to focus. Nevertheless, she was pleased, as massaging him was relieving her own fatigue as well. When she finished, Joowong cheerfully announced that it was now her turn. Joowong sat up abruptly. He reminded her that they came to the hotel because she was tired. Therefore, she needed a massage too. Ahrah was panicked by the mere thought of him touching her body. He moved closer, asking reproachfully if it meant she could touch him, but he couldn't touch her. Without waiting for an answer, he took her leg and began to gently massage it. Ahrah confessed that she had seen many new sides of him today. His casual clothes, his behavior with a child, and now this massage. He replied that people can't always be the same, and perhaps they just didn't know each other very well yet. Ahrah pouted, saying he had no right to say that, especially after he had laughed so sweetly with strangers. She admitted that when she first saw that side of him, she was a little scared, but at the same time, she faltered, realizing she was about to say something foolish. She liked it because it felt like he was being especially kind just to her. She realized it sounded like jealousy, and that embarrassed her. Seeing him like that with others made her feel like she had been mistaken all along. In a panic, she apologized for her strange words and tried to escape to the sofa. But he stopped her, his hand resting on her shoulder, and pulled her close. He easily lifted her and sat her on his lap. He demanded an answer, refusing to let her go until she explained what she had misunderstood. She stammered that people usually go to hotels like this with someone special, and his behavior was just confusing her. He smirked, asking if everything he did only confused her. He took her hand and said that it seemed she still didn't know something. He confessed that he only treated people who were special to him this way, and that he hadn't even shown her half of it. He asked if she wasn't curious. Ahrah's thoughts were a jumble. A special person? Did that mean family or a girlfriend? If so, then maybe he really did consider her special. Mustering her courage, she admitted she was curious. The thought that he might be talking about someone else made her nervous. The next second, she leaned in and kissed him. It was a deep, passionate kiss. He held her close, and she thought that she hoped he only did this with her. She found it hard to breathe, but the kiss continued. She thought again that kissing wasn't so easy, feeling how close he was. Seeing the expression on his face, she was amazed. She never thought he could look like that. Suddenly, he broke the kiss and buried his face in her neck. She pushed him away in a panic. She explained haltingly that she felt dirty because she hadn't showered yet. He tried to say he didn't care, but she was adamant. She insisted that she cared and fled to the bathroom. Taking a bath, she tried to calm down and prepare her heart for what was to come. She pondered. He kissed her because she was a special person to him, right? They were on the verge of intimacy, but she got scared and ran away. What would happen now? Her imagination painted a scene of him entering the bathroom and offering to help her, because she was a special person. She shuddered at her fantasies and firmly decided that she wouldn't run away this time. She was ready and waiting for him to come in, determined not to miss her chance. But in the end, nothing happened. He never came into the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw Joowong sitting on the bed with a hairdryer in his hands. He motioned for her to come closer. Before she knew it, he had sat her down in front of him and started drying her hair. She couldn't refuse. His hands were so warm. The touch of his large palms on her skin was gentle and careful. She thought about how kind he was, giving her a massage and now drying her hair. Suddenly, he asked if she had lost all her energy earlier because she was jealous of a little girl. Ahrah embarrassedly denied it. She tried to explain that it wasn't about that. It was just that in that moment, he seemed like a stranger. She liked his tenderness and the new sides of him she was discovering, but realizing how much she didn't know about him made her feel a distance. She quietly mumbled that it wasn't jealousy. He smiled and gently kissed her neck. She flinched in surprise. He explained that it was to relieve the tension. He started tickling her, saying he'd wanted to do this for a long time. She laughed, noting that he really seemed like a different person. He pushed her down onto the bed, sadly remarking that she hadn't noticed anything, even though he thought he was being pretty obvious. He was upset that she had misunderstood everything. He promised that this time, he would make sure she understood everything correctly and had no doubts left. The next morning, Joowong woke up feeling refreshed after long hours of overtime. But his thoughts immediately returned to the previous night. He remembered Ahrah panicking, begging him to stop, saying she couldn't do it. He didn't understand what she couldn't do, as he hadn't even started anything. She fought back, yelling that he shouldn't make her say it out loud. With tears in her eyes, she confessed that it was her first time, and she was scared. He assured her he didn't mind and reminded her that she herself had wanted to know something. He wanted to show her how he treated someone he cared about and the look on his face when he was with them. He asked if she was no longer curious. He said that right now, she was the closest and most special person to him. And he wanted her to see it all with her own eyes. He thought that this was how it had all happened. He hadn't lost control in a long time and continued until they were both exhausted. He looked at her sleeping body, thinking she must have had a hard time because of him. He decided he should listen to her, since it was his fault. But pulling back the blanket, he saw that she was gone. Panic seized him. He jumped out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. But she wasn't there either. He couldn't understand where she could have disappeared. He sat on the edge of the bed, trying to calm down. Last night wasn't a dream. Maybe she didn't like something? A terrible thought struck him. What if she hated him after last night? He blamed himself for being too forceful. He thought they were finally on the same page, and now everything was ruined. He was about to call her when he suddenly heard a rustle. In the living room sat Ahrah in a bathrobe, eating something. Seeing him, she apologized, saying she had woken up and tried to eat as quietly as possible. She explained that she had eaten little yesterday and was very hungry. Joowong was stunned. He let out a sigh of relief, saying she should have woken him up if she was that hungry. Ahrah shyly replied that he was sleeping so soundly and looked so tired that she didn't want to wake him. She mumbled that it was all her fault because last night... Blushing, she explained that such things must take a lot of energy, so she decided to eat to be ready for it again. Joowong covered his face with his hands, burning with a mix of embarrassment and laughter. He hugged her, confessing that when he woke up and didn't see her next to him, he was scared. At first, he thought it was all a dream, but the memories were too vivid. He was afraid she had left because he had done something wrong. Ahrah apologized and kissed him, promising not to do it again. He pulled her close again. He whispered in her ear, asking if her desire to be ready meant she was hoping for more. Ahrah realized where this was heading. She tried to pull away, saying she had eaten and now wanted to sleep, but he held her tight. He declared that as a man, he couldn't just let it go. He promised not to disappoint her, and Ahrah thought with horror about whether she would be able to walk today. Later at breakfast, he apologized, saying he was just joking. But Ahrah, pouting, replied that she had been really scared anyway. He placed a plate of pancakes in front of her and said he needed to step out to change their checkout date. He confessed that he wanted to spend more time with her. Ahrah immediately blurted out that she had no plans. She buried her face in the table. Her heart was pounding with embarrassment. How do people even look at each other the day after? She felt so awkward while Joowong looked so calm. She attributed it to their age and experience gap. She was a homebody and a writer, while he was a 30-something man who moved in social circles. She chuckled, admitting that the age gap really did make a difference. But then doubts crept in. Was she good enough for him? His mother seemed so strict. She shook off these thoughts. They were here to relax, and she shouldn't trouble her mind with worries. She decided that from now on, she just needed to make him love her even more. When he returned and saw her with her laptop, he was surprised. Ahrah cheerfully announced that she had recharged with sugar and was ready to work like an ox. She explained that she had always dreamed of working in a hotel like this and wanted to record everything that happened between them for her next book. Joowong frowned, telling her she didn't need to keep such records. Ahrah was offended, thinking that work was what he should value most. A dark thought crossed his mind. Was she using research as an excuse just to spend the night with him? He asked if she really had to work while they were on vacation and suggested they do things they could only experience right here. She headed for the pool, but he said he didn't have swim trunks and would just watch from the sidelines. Ahrah dove into the water, glad she'd had the foresight to pack a swimsuit. She remembered making a to-do list just to make a good impression on him. She was sure that if everything went according to plan, he'd fall for her even harder, and writing her novel would be a breeze. Suddenly, a tanned blonde guy walked up to her and asked if she was there alone. She refused, saying that she had come with a man, but he suggested they come together, mentioning that partner swapping was common at their parties. Ahrah was floored. Real-life romance seemed so complicated. But her writer's brain immediately kicked in. This was gold for a tragedy or an adult novel. She got curious about the kind of people who went to those types of gatherings. The guy promised she wouldn't be disappointed. Right then, Joowon's cold voice rang out behind her, asking if they should actually go to that party. The blonde guy froze, having no idea what was happening. The guy apologized, saying that Joowon didn't meet their age requirements. Ahrah scrambled to assure Joowon she wasn't curious at all and told him to just ignore it. Joowon muttered that he felt like a helicopter parent afraid to let his kid near the water. He walked into the pool fully clothed and back-hugged her. Ahrah mentioned that the position was a bit awkward. He reminded her that she wanted to swim, and if they stayed in this pool, he could join her. He asked if she didn't like being with him. She quickly denied it. Then, sounding jealous, he asked if she was thinking about following that other guy. Ahrah jumped, shouting that she had no idea what he was talking about and that the pool was getting too crowded. She slipped and fell into the water. He caught her. He said he used to think she was just a little slow on the uptake, and he found that trait charming. But it was hard for him to just watch her walk around in that outfit, especially when some smug jerk started hitting on her. He decided they definitely needed to be alone. With that, he pulled off his soaked shirt. He confessed that what he'd said at breakfast that morning hadn't been a joke. And now that they were alone again, if she was okay with it, he wanted to finish what they couldn't start this morning. The atmosphere shifted instantly. He leaned toward her neck, but suddenly he gave her shoulder a little nip. Ahrah thought he was acting strange, almost aggressive, like he was venting some frustration. Just then, her phone rang and she let out a sigh of relief. She scrambled out of the pool to answer. It was her mom. Her mom was surprised she wasn't home and asked who she was with. She immediately asked about Seung-woo, but Ahrah replied that now wasn't the time to talk about him. She promised to ask him later and hung up. When she walked back, she saw Joowon stepping out of the pool. Later at dinner, he noticed she must be starving. He barely ate anything himself, but kept putting food on her plate, telling her she needed to eat more. Ahrah relaxed. If he was still being this sweet to her, everything was fine. But she couldn't forget that scary look in his eyes, like he wanted to devour her whole. She suddenly remembered him saying he was tired. He had worked so hard that night. Plus, he'd been pulling overtime before the trip. She started worrying if he was overexerting himself because of her. When he asked where she wanted to go next, she flinched. She didn't want to exhaust him any further. She figured if she kept dragging him around, he'd just get even more tired. So she told him she just wanted to kick back and relax in the room. While she was watching TV, she wondered what he was up to. Peeking into the bedroom, she saw exactly what she expected. He was fast asleep. He really was exhausted. She admired his sleeping face, but then panicked. Were they really going to just sleep until tomorrow and then leave? She thought it would be a shame if it ended like that, so she leaned in just to give him a light kiss. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and asked what she was doing. It turned out he was just resting with his eyes closed. In a panic, she tried to make a run for it, apologizing for bothering him, but he grabbed her. He asked where she was going, since it looked like she was about to do something. She was trapped on his lap. He suggested she keep going, saying he'd close his eyes again. Since it had come to this, she decided to just go for it. She pinned him down on the bed. She explained that he seemed to be in a bad mood, and she thought he was burnt out because of her, so she wanted to let him rest. But now she was going to take the lead. After saying that, she immediately buried her face in the mattress out of pure embarrassment. Joowon realized she was doing this because she thought he was tired. He'd have to explain his jealousy to her eventually so she'd understand. But seeing how hard she was trying, he decided to play along. He thought that if she kept going at this pace, it would take an eternity. A sly smile spread across his face. He took her hand and told her he'd help her out. In the end, Ahrah lay in his arms, thinking about how they had kept going until they were completely exhausted, and how he now seemed even more tired to her. He hugged her, saying his exhaustion vanished whenever she was around. She suddenly shouted that she'd thought of the perfect way to cure his fatigue. She suggested he just stop working altogether. He was surprised, asking if that wouldn't lead to some serious money problems. She enthusiastically claimed she could write so many books that her royalties would cover them both. He thought of authors who earned way more than her, but decided to keep it to himself. Instead, he noted that her words sounded like a proposal. Ahrah was shocked. Had she really just proposed to him? She started making excuses, saying she'd never dare say that to a confirmed bachelor, but he cut her off. He told her quite seriously that he meant business. She reminded him that he'd always said he was the bachelor type. He confirmed that he used to think and say that. No, remembering her proposal, he thought being a stay-at-home husband or opening a restaurant didn't sound so bad. Ahrah was amazed he remembered that conversation from so long ago. With a smile, he told her that she was the reason he'd changed his mind. He admitted that even now he felt anxious and jealous, and if he wanted to keep her by his side, then marriage wasn't such a bad idea. And he kissed her again. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a colleague caught up with a woman named Mrs. Koo. She apologized, saying she already had an appointment. A little while later, after their short vacation, Ahrah was back at her desk working on a new project. She was editing the manuscript, completely immersed in the world of her novel. But suddenly she noticed she'd automatically written Director Cha instead of the character's name. She just couldn't focus. Looking for inspiration, she decided to browse the web. After finishing, she felt like the ending of the manuscript had been a struggle, and she'd had to use the other guy for help. She looked at herself in the mirror, reassuring herself that it was all for the sake of the work. She stared at her neck, remembering it had already been a few weeks since that night. Her thoughts were interrupted by the phone. It was Joowong. She quickly told him she'd been editing the manuscript. It turned out that since their trip, they'd both been slammed. He'd been on a business trip, so they hadn't been able to meet. They were talking via video call. He asked if she'd had dinner and suggested they eat together right then. He said he'd be at her house in 2 hours. Ahrah panicked. She hadn't showered in days and had massive dark circles under her eyes. Getting ready in 2 hours was impossible. She tried to decline, using her edits as an excuse, but he suddenly told her to look behind her. Her screen was still full of photos of male actors she'd been using for references. She awkwardly explained it was for work. He said that as a publisher, he was happy about her dedication, but as her boyfriend, he couldn't help but be annoyed. Ahrah froze. He called himself her boyfriend. She still couldn't believe it. She admitted she couldn't focus because she was thinking about him. Everything that happened at the hotel felt like a dream. The fact that they were actually together still hadn't sunk in. She wanted to act like real lovers, not just talk on the phone. She wanted to go on actual dates. He confessed that he'd missed her so much he could barely stand being apart. Ahrah was touched by his honesty. He told her to pick a place for a date. She thought of one spot but hesitated, saying it might be too much for him. She explained that the lines were always long on evenings and weekends, and he might have to take time off work. She named the place, a souffle cafe. He agreed immediately. He added that if they couldn't go there, he'd just cook everything at his place, starting with wine and steak. And then they'd make that dessert she mentioned together. He added suggestively that if the mood was right, they could... Ahrah cut him off in a panic. She quickly said she'd find a place with no line. She switched to a voice call, feeling like the conversation was getting too steamy, but it only made her want to see him more. He told her to finish her edits and rest before they met tomorrow. She agreed, buzzing with excitement. The next day, she met her editor, who was thrilled with the revisions and said the main character felt so alive. She even said it felt like she knew the person. Ahrah silently agreed. The editor treated her to dessert, saying it was to celebrate finishing the manuscript and that Director Cha had given her the company card. Ahrah was a little bummed she wasn't eating the dessert with Joowong, but it was still delicious. She asked her editor about the sales figures to see what direction she should head in next. The editor said the response was better than the last book, but so many novels were coming out lately. Ahrah felt her market value in Joowong's eyes dropping. The editor advised her to release a new work immediately to boost the previous one. Ahrah was horrified. Was she going to have to work like a machine? The editor firmly stated that she would only work with her on this novel, and another person would take over her account from then on. She explained this was due to internal changes at the company and that her new manager was a great person who'd just joined. The new manager turned out to be Soyeon Nam. Ahrah realized this was the company Soyeon had interviewed for. The old editor paid the bill and left. Soyeon asked if Ahrah felt awkward. Mumbling, Ahrah admitted she did, but added that it was all in the past. She decided that if her manager was someone she knew, it would be easier for her to visit the publisher. She cheerfully suggested they focus on her upcoming novel. Ahrah was supposed to meet Joowong at his place that evening, but she decided to stop by the office early to surprise him. She was approaching his office when she heard a familiar voice. It was Joowong. He was talking to his mother, who was telling him he needed to get married. Joowong replied coldly that he had zero intention of ever getting married. Ahrah froze outside the door, stunned by his words. His mother wouldn't let it go, saying his behavior had become strange. She asked if he was seeing that woman he'd introduced her to at the cafe. She said she liked that girl and felt she should thank her. Because of her, he was finally thinking about those things, and now all he had to do was find a suitable girl and settle down. Joowong snapped that if that was the only reason, he definitely wasn't getting married, especially not in some arranged marriage where partners cheat on each other. He added that he didn't want kids either, since they might turn out like his father. His mother tried to object, but he walked out. Ahrah was overwhelmed. She'd accidentally overheard way too much. Joowong's mom still thought poorly of her, and it sounded like there was infidelity in his family. But the most shocking part was that Joowong wanted nothing to do with marriage or children. She imagined herself married with kids and realized it felt completely impossible for her too. If she couldn't even picture it, then Joowong must absolutely loathe the idea. She decided it was his private business and she shouldn't pry. Just dating him was more than enough. She decided not to let on that she'd been at the office. When she got to his place, he greeted her with a warm smile. He noticed her silence and asked what was wrong. She flirtatiously asked if she looked weird, explaining she'd put in extra effort today. He got flustered, saying she looked even more. She cut him off, showing him the wine and cake she'd brought. She happily announced she'd finished the novel, and more importantly, they were finally back together. She'd prepared a ton of stuff, even ordering the least sweet cake possible since she knew he wasn't a fan of sweets. He suddenly hugged her, saying he couldn't believe how much she'd changed since the last time he saw her. He said he'd planned to make dessert too, but now they'd eat what she brought. He'd made pasta, knowing it was her favorite. Ahrah was touched. He promised he'd cook for her often. She thought he was kind and a good cook, exactly the marrying type. She immediately scolded herself. They'd just started dating. She shouldn't be thinking like that. She enthusiastically showed off the wine she'd picked out specifically for him. He was touched by her thoughtfulness. He asked if she was sure she wanted him to drink because then he wouldn't be able to drive her home. With a sly smile, he asked if she really minded that. Embarrassed, she admitted she'd planned to take a taxi. He told her she shouldn't worry about things like that in a relationship and that he'd never dream of sending his girlfriend home in a cab. He leaned in and asked if she still hadn't figured out why he suggested dinner at his place. From the second she showed up at his door, he had no intention of letting her go home tonight. He pinned her to the sofa. Blushing, she admitted she didn't want to leave either. He started kissing her, moving down to her neck. She murmured that it was a little, but he suddenly froze. He apologized, saying he needed to run an errand. To her surprise, he took her to the grocery store. She felt a little shy, as it was her first time at his place. While they were shopping, she saw the underwear section. She felt awkward, even though he'd seen her naked. Showing him things like this felt embarrassing. She ran after him around the store while he bought her something tasty. Suddenly, it hit her. Had shopping together always been this fun? She thought about how she wanted to do this more often. Just then, she noticed a pregnant woman and her husband gently asking if there was anything else she wanted. Later, lying in bed with him, she thought about what a fun day it had been. She was sad that it was coming to an end, but a sense of disappointment lingered. Maybe because of that talk about marriage. She snuggled closer to him, deciding this was enough, but he pulled away slightly. She figured he was avoiding her and decided not to cross the line. But he pulled her back, asking why she thought he'd let her go. She admitted she felt a little jealous watching the couples at the store. She envied that for them, shopping together was a mundane routine, not a special event like it was for them. The next morning, Joowong woke up to sounds from the kitchen. It was Ahrah. She was already up and cooking. She explained she'd borrowed his clothes and decided to make breakfast since he had to go to the office. He was floored. A girl wearing his clothes and making him breakfast. He was touched to his core, thinking he'd almost lost her again. Breakfast was strange, to say the least. He privately concluded that her cooking skills had been sacrificed for her writing career. But out loud, he said it was delicious. He finished everything, saying it was a shame he couldn't eat more. She immediately offered him cake. He panicked and declined, saying he usually ate a light breakfast, but thanks to her, he'd eaten well today. She wanted to do the dishes, but he pointed her toward the dishwasher. Then she offered to iron his shirt. He declined again, pulling a perfectly pressed shirt from the closet. She offered to clean or do laundry, but he just asked her to pick up his things from the dry cleaners. He thought that her attempts to help were making him take way longer than usual to get ready for work. She muttered sadly that she wanted to help but was useless at everything. Suddenly, she noticed he was struggling with his tie and happily offered to help. She tried to tie his tie, but she couldn't get it right. She apologized, saying she'd never done it before. He couldn't help himself and playfully squished her cheeks. He knew she was trying for him, but he didn't want her to overexert herself. He told her gently that she could learn by watching a video, and that machines handled the housework for him. He wanted her to feel comfortable around him and to lean on him. Joowong patted her head, saying she had enough work to do as it was. He leaned in and kissed her. He said he'd be happier if she did something like that before he left for work or after he got back. Leaving, he said he was already looking forward to dinner. She watched him go, wondering where she'd seen a scene like this before. Then it clicked. It was just like a scene from a newlywed life. When she got home, her mom greeted her with a lecture for staying out all night. She was worried because Ahrah usually just stays at home. Her mom asked point blank who she was with. Blushing, Ahrah said she had something to tell her. She was looking up apartments online and was shocked by the prices. She remembered how confidently she'd told her mom she wanted to live on her own. But her book sales weren't enough. Was she going to have to write nonstop just to move out? Her thoughts were interrupted by a text from Joowong. He was getting off work early and asked her on a date. She was over the moon, thinking she should have dressed better. Before the date, she decided to get some work done, but she had total writer's block. A stranger sat at her table in the cafe because there were no other seats. Ahrah noticed a lot of office workers around and realized it was lunch hour. The stranger asked if she was a writer. Ahrah was struck by her beauty. The woman said she wrote a little for herself and asked about Ahrah's genre. Hearing it was romance, she was thrilled, saying she loved the genre too. Ahrah was surprised they had something in common. She explained she was currently brainstorming an office romance. The woman asked to see her work, but just then she accidentally knocked over her coffee. It spilled right onto Ahrah's laptop. The woman apologized frantically. The laptop seemed okay, but Ahrah was terrified she might have lost her data. The woman had to get back to work, but wanted to pay for any damage. She gave Ahrah her business card. It was Eunhaku. She told Ahrah to definitely get in touch if there were any issues. Meanwhile, Joowong was leaving the office and told his employees not to stay late. They were surprised he was leaving so early, at 2 p.m., and immediately started gossiping that he must have a girlfriend. They wondered who she was, guessing she might be an innocent type who brought out his protective instincts. At that moment, Ahrah snuck up behind Joowong and covered his eyes. He recognized her immediately, which bummed her out a little. She explained she just wanted to pull a cute couple prank. But he gave her a serious lecture, saying a prank is only a prank if both people find it funny, and that she shouldn't cause a scene in public. He added that things like that were only for when they were alone. Ahrah took it as a hint that he actually liked it. He took her hand. He asked if she was ready for their date. She was happy. This was a real date, not work. While shopping, she picked out some comfortable clothes. Joowong looked at her choices thoughtfully. He pointed toward an elegant outfit, but she argued it would make her feel like she was at work. He insisted on buying it for her, but she declined. She said that kind of clothing was uncomfortable, expensive, and didn't suit her. He whispered in her ear that he'd checked last night and knew for a fact it would suit her perfectly. Blushing, she told him to keep his voice down. Later, they ate tteokbokki. It was her first time trying that specific combo. He was surprised she found all the places she wanted to go on social media. He felt a bit sad thinking she'd wanted to visit these places but was too afraid to go alone. He resolved to go out with her more often. She cutely fed him with her chopsticks. He thought about the pros and cons of dating out and about, noting the price of tteokbokki had gone up. He said that in his day, a bowl only cost 50 cents. He immediately realized his mistake, remembering they'd grown up in different eras. He'd been trying so hard to hide the age gap, and he'd just blown it. Luckily, she just assumed he meant a small cup, not a whole bowl. She thought that even with the age gap, he must love her enough to ignore it. When she ordered dessert, he was surprised since she said she was full. She told him there was always room for dessert. He looked at her tenderly, thinking it didn't matter where they went as long as he was with her. He regretted they hadn't started doing this sooner. She suggested they just make up for lost time. Ahrah was happy just being together. She told him that while she was working at the cafe, she'd gotten a business card from a very nice person. Joowong's expression soured instantly. Joowong's face darkened with jealousy when he heard it, as he assumed the business card belonged to a man. He sternly reminded Ahrah to be more careful with the kindness of strangers, especially men. Flushed with embarrassment, Ahrah rushed to correct him. It was a woman, not a man. His jealousy was completely unfounded. She quickly explained the whole situation. A stranger had spilled coffee on her laptop at a cafe and left her card as an apology. Ahrah had been looking for material for her new office romance novel. Joowong asked to see her work, but the laptop wouldn't turn on. Ahrah panicked, thinking the battery was dead, but the reality was much worse. He asked sympathetically if she really needed to start a new novel already, implying she could rest a bit more. The question caught her off guard. Awkwardly fixing her hair, Ahrah admitted she wanted to start the new work quickly to save money and move out of her parents' house. It was important for her financial independence and growth as a writer. She added that she really wanted to look good in his eyes, a confession that slipped out with complete sincerity, making her blush. But Joowon's expression suddenly turned strange and distant. Ahrah couldn't understand what she had said wrong. Thinking she had bored him by talking about work during their date, she awkwardly apologized. Joowong muttered thoughtfully that it's genuinely hard for a woman living on her own to find a good apartment these days. He understood her ambition, but thought it was too difficult for her to jump right into a new manuscript. And since she was having trouble finding an apartment, and then he stunned her with a completely unexpected offer to move in with him. Ahrah froze in shock, unable to believe her ears. Live with him? Together? Joowong calmly confirmed her guess. She realized the gravity of his words. It meant living together. He understood that such an offer might seem too bold and make her uncomfortable. He assured her that he had a spare room he wasn't using. It would be her private space, which he would never enter without permission. But even so, they would still be living in the same apartment and constantly running into each other. Ahrah panicked, thinking that was just wonderful. Joowong reassured her, saying he spends most of the week at the office, so she shouldn't worry about it too much. A thought flashed through Ahrah's mind. He hates marriage but is okay with cohabitation? His frankness surprised her. Doubts crept in. She wasn't sure if she should depend on him so much, as their relationship had just begun, and the future was uncertain. Before he could finish saying he didn't need an answer right away, his phone rang. Ahrah mumbled that she needed time to think. After finishing his call, Joowong apologized and said he urgently needed to go back to the office. He told her to finish the cake she had been wanting to try and not to rush. Before leaving, he gently touched her cheek and added that she shouldn't feel pressured. His offer was just one option to help her move out. This public display of affection caught Ahrah by surprise, since he himself had asked to avoid it. Promising to call later, Joowong left. Ahrah watched him go, thinking about how busy he was. And yet, despite that, he always found time for dates with her, even on weekdays. Her head understood that he liked her, but her heart felt something was missing. She wanted to spend more time with him, but circumstances got in the way. At the same time, Joowong was reflecting on his offer. He had been thinking about it for a while, but Ahrah's reaction disappointed him. She said she'd think about it, and that worried him. If even the idea of living together caused such a reaction, what would happen if he brought up marriage? He began to doubt if he had been too hasty. He decided to postpone the idea of meeting her parents for now, so as not to pressure her further. When Joowong returned home, a surprise awaited him. Ahrah was sitting by the door with a large suitcase, smiling shyly. She explained that she had thought about his offer. Of course, the idea of living together had surprised her at first, but she decided it would be okay to stay with him until she found her own place. Clenching her fist, she declared resolutely that she would practice living independently while living with him. Joowong was confused as to why she needed to look for another place at all. She tightly held his hand. Ahrah admitted that she relied on him too much and was sorry for burdening him again. But she was determined to use this opportunity to become an independent and self-sufficient person. Though deep down, she knew she just wanted to be with him. Joowong listened in silence, a little bewildered by her passionate speech. He thought to himself that he couldn't say no to her when she was so passionate about something, just like when she was writing her manuscripts. It was one of the qualities he didn't possess. Resigned, he agreed to her terms, understanding that finding an apartment was indeed difficult right now. Ahrah thanked him enthusiastically, hugging him and promising to do her best. She immediately offered to take over cooking dinner since he would be tired from work. After all, he had liked her cooking last time. Joowong gently declined, saying it was easier for him to keep cooking. Ahrah then offered to at least contribute to living expenses. He hugged her gently from behind, reminding her that they had already discussed this. She was busy enough with her new manuscript, and taking care of her while they were dating was a given. In his embrace, Ahrah felt a pang of guilt. To be honest, her manuscript wasn't progressing at all, and she felt she wasn't living up to his expectations. That evening, while Joowong was relaxing on the couch, Ahrah showed him her new socks. She had put them on hoping they would help with her inspiration. Suddenly, she changed her look, appearing before him in the very office outfit they had seen in the store. She was furious. Why was it here? Joowong calmly explained his logic. Since she was writing an office romance, maybe dressing the part would help her get into character. Ahrah was stunned. It sounded strangely persuasive. She immediately got excited, imagining herself as a real career woman. Joowong asked with a smirk if she wanted to hear his objective opinion. Ahrah was indignant. He was laughing at her. She turned away resentfully, muttering that the outfit didn't suit her, which was why she hadn't wanted to buy it. Joowong, smiling, said there was something more important. He came closer and said there was a look that would suit her even more. Ahrah turned around curiously. The next second, he lifted her into his arms and said, "My personal assistant." Without giving her a moment to recover, he pressed his lips to hers in a passionate kiss that made her knees weak. He carried her, still kissing her, and she breathlessly asked if they were heading to the bedroom. But instead, he sat her down on the kitchen counter. Ahrah asked in surprise why they were here. He whispered in her ear for her to imagine it was an office desk. His words sent a shiver down her spine. The position felt incredibly embarrassing, and she didn't know what to do with herself. Joowong licked his lips, admitting that if she were his secretary, it would be very difficult to work. He wouldn't be able to concentrate doing this all day. Ahrah cried out that if they were going to do it, they should do it in bed. Joowong assured her they would get to the bed as well. He explained that he was just helping her with material for her novel, since office stories have many scenes with secretaries. He whispered for her to think of him as her boss from now on. Secretary Shin. Something about this game felt very strange but exciting to Ahrah. His voice grew husky as he asked how she felt about the idea of being with her boss. She could only let out a stifled moan in response. Even in that moment, with him so close and so clearly showing his feelings, an inexplicable unease gnawed at her heart. The next morning, Ahrah slowly came to, not quite sure where she was. The sound of Joowong's voice, already dressing for work, made her jolt awake. She remembered she had agreed to stay with him and shyly hid under the covers. He advised her to sleep more, but she was already worrying about awkward morning situations. Blushing to the tips of her ears, she mumbled that she just wanted to see him off to work. When he said he was leaving, she tried to get up to at least. But a sharp pain shot through her body, and she collapsed back onto the bed. Joowong immediately rushed to her side, asking worriedly if she was all right. She moaned that her whole body ached and looked with horror at the cause of her condition, who was innocently asking about her well-being. He advised her to stay in bed if she was in pain, but Ahrah was upset because that meant she wouldn't see him until the evening. Her words touched him, and he gave her a gentle farewell kiss. He admitted he was also sorry to be apart all day, but she needed to rest. He promised not to stay late at work and to take her to a restaurant with a nice atmosphere for dinner. Before leaving, he told her he had made breakfast. Melted by his care, Ahrah wished him a good day. Enjoying her breakfast, she mused that the person who knows how to cook should be the one doing it. His food was much tastier than her own attempts. Deciding not to waste time, she sat down at her laptop to brainstorm ideas for her new novel, but it wouldn't turn on again. She was sure she had charged it. Could it be? The repair shop confirmed her worst fears. The laptop was completely broken. Luckily, her old data was saved. But all her recent work was wiped. The technician explained that the model was old and not worth fixing. It would just break again soon. As a solution, he offered a brand new laptop that was currently on sale. Without much thought, Ahrah agreed. She asked to pay in 12 monthly installments, lamenting that instead of saving money, she had to spend so much. While unpacking, she came across the business card of that woman, Eunha Koo, chief of design planning. This gave her an idea. Ahrah called Eunha and arranged a meeting. During the interview, she asked why Eunha used to have a negative view of office relationships. Eunha explained that she was afraid of suffering if they broke up, as well as unpleasant gossip from male colleagues. Ahrah then asked what had changed her mind. Ahrah breathed a sigh of relief, unable to believe her luck. The scene shifted to a few hours earlier. Ahrah had called Eunha and, instead of monetary compensation for the laptop, asked for an interview for her work, to which Eunha happily agreed. Eunha confessed that she herself was very interested in getting to know Ahrah. Her only request was to be the first to read whatever was written based on their conversation. Eunha began her story. It happened when she had just started her first job. One of her colleagues had plotted to get her drunk and be alone with her. He pretended to be concerned about her condition and offered to take her home. separating her from the rest of the group. Eunha, already drunk, wanted to go to another bar with everyone, but wasn't feeling well. At that moment, another colleague intervened. He addressed her by her full name and announced that an urgent matter had come up at the office that needed to be finished by morning. The other colleagues, hearing about overtime work, quickly made their exit, leaving them alone. Ahrah listened with her mouth agape in admiration. Una confirmed that he had saved her, using work as an excuse. Ahrah was completely enchanted by such a romantic story. She asked curiously if he took her home after that. But the reality was more mundane. Una explained that they really did have an urgent task, and they worked all night at the office. Ahrah was a little disappointed. Una continued that being rescued was one thing, but dating him was another. At first, like everyone else, she was confused by his behavior. But now she knew for sure. She would never meet a man as sweet as him. It was clear from Una's face how much she was in love. Ahrah listened with a warm smile. For some reason, she completely understood the woman's feelings and sincerely wished them a wonderful relationship. Just then, a call came from Joowong. He had finished work and suggested dinner. Ahrah replied that she was at a cafe near his office. He was surprised she wasn't home, but she just said something had come up. Learning she was at Du Cafe, he promised to be there soon. Ahrah thanked Eunha for the interview and apologized for not being able to invite her to dinner due to prior plans. Una asked with a smile if her meeting involved a man. Ahrah blushed, amazed at her perceptiveness. Una noted how much Ahrah's style had changed and wondered what kind of man could have influenced her so much. As Ahrah was enthusiastically praising her boyfriend, a familiar voice came from behind. Joowong, frozen, asked who she was talking to. Both women turned. Ahrah exclaimed his name in surprise, while Eunha looked at the approaching man with interest. Ahrah started to introduce them, but suddenly Una froze, recognizing him. Joowong's gaze turned icy. He recognized her too. Ahrah turned to Eunha with a smile and introduced Joowong as the man she had a meeting with. Her boyfriend. Instead of the planned romantic dinner at a nice restaurant, the three of them ended up at a modest eatery near Joowong and Eunha's old workplace. Eunha chattered on about how she used to come here often when she worked late, calling it a secret hunting spot. Joowong was grimly silent, and Ahrah had no idea what she was talking about. Addressing Joowong as Sunbai, Eunha suggested they all have dinner together since things turned out this way. Ahrah mentally lamented that this was supposed to be their date. At the table, Una continued to dominate the conversation, telling Ahrah about the good lighting and how drinks make people more attractive. Ahrah felt like an outsider. Joowong looked extremely displeased but tried to keep his composure, thinking it would be fine. Una talked nonstop, recalling that this was the very place she had confessed her feelings. Ahrah was shocked by such a revelation. Joowong couldn't take it anymore and exploded, asking why she was telling other people's stories. Una acted innocently surprised, asking what other people's stories he meant. She clarified with a smile that she was only talking about her own experiences, calling him Sunbae, before playfully correcting herself to CEO Cha. Joowong coldly cut her off, stating that he was there not as her former coworker, but to thank her for giving his girlfriend an interview. He asked her not to bring up any more stories that had nothing to do with them. Ahrah was touched to the core. He had come here just for her, to help with her novel. Joowong thought her naivety was very convenient at times like these. Una clenched her fist, her smile vanishing. She apologized for intruding, but she chided Joowong for being too familiar near his old workplace, saying it made her feel uncomfortable. Ahrah immediately apologized. Una quickly changed her tone, waving it off and saying she was just talking too much because she was happy to see him. She took a piece of food, reminding him of their shared past. And before she could finish saying that it was one of Joowong's favorite dishes, he was already holding out a piece to Ahrah, saying it would taste better that way. At that moment, the owner of the eatery approached their table, happily greeting her old customers. She complimented Eunha, saying she was as lovely as ever. Then she turned to Joowong, calling him Assistant Manager Cha, and noting that he hadn't changed at all. Joowong awkwardly greeted her back. Ahrah immediately wanted to correct her, saying he was no longer an assistant manager. But the owner kept chatting, laughing that she must be the only one getting older. Ahrah never got the chance to say he was now a CEO. The whole situation made Ahrah feel like an outsider at a party she wasn't invited to. Joowong was at his limit. Una stopped him, whispering that if the owner found out about his new position, she would bombard him with questions. She added with a smile that since they were here, they should at least pretend to be happy. Ahrah asked worriedly if they used to come here often together. Eunha, changing the subject, mentioned she had almost finished the manuscript she'd told him about. She had promised to write something for Joowong once he opened his own publishing house. Joowong pointedly added that she hadn't sent anything in over 5 years. Eunha smiled guiltily, blaming circumstances. Joowong stated grimly that his distrust of authors' promises to meet deadlines began from that moment. Eunha promised she would definitely send it this time, but Joowong just brushed it off. Ahrah wondered with horror if she was one of those other people. Later, outside, Ahrah reflected on the evening. She had agreed to this dinner out of curiosity, but now she bitterly regretted her decision. They had spent the whole evening talking about things only they understood, and she had felt completely left out. On top of that, Eunha was very beautiful. Ahrah didn't want to know about ex-coworkers like that. Suddenly, Joowon's voice came from behind. He had found her and asked what she was doing there. Ahrah, trying to hide her hurt, said she was just getting some fresh air. She remarked that it seemed he wasn't having much fun. She told him to hurry back to his former colleague since they were having such a good time. But when she tried to leave, he stopped her. He admitted he was upset. He asked if he was the only one who had been looking forward to their date today. Ahrah pouted, muttering that they could go on a date anytime. Joowong smirked. He noted that she had been looking forward to it too, since she wore such a low-cut blouse. He whispered in her ear, acknowledging that she was also upset their date was ruined. He asked challengingly if he should leave. But Ahrah didn't let him. She grabbed his tie and pulled him closer, admitting she felt the same way. In that moment, she realized something important. A date is best when it's just the two of them. Their lips met in a deep kiss. Pulling away, Ahrah was breathless, saying she couldn't do this. Joowong reminded her with a smile that she had kissed him first. He wiped his lips, playfully asking what the problem was. Ahrah shyly reminded him about his former colleague waiting inside. She added that she wanted to look good in front of her boyfriend's acquaintances. Joowong was deeply touched. He pulled her into a tight hug, exclaiming how thrilled he was that she cared so much about his reputation. Happy, they didn't notice Eunha standing around the corner, furiously biting her lip. Later, stepping outside, she swayed, feeling dizzy. Joowong immediately caught her. He chided her, saying she had always been like this, never knowing her limit with alcohol. Eunha replied flirtatiously that he would take care of her, just like before. Ahrah, watching this scene, felt a pang of jealousy. Did they get close because he took care of her? Did they often work late together? Joowong coldly informed Eunha that he had called her a taxi. Eunha complained she was scared to ride alone while drunk and asked Ahrah to convince him to go with her. Ahrah suddenly realized that Joowong was incredibly kind. The discovery amazed her. She experienced a strange sense of déjà vu, recalling the scene Eunha had described. Eunha's words about never meeting anyone sweeter echoed in her mind with new meaning. And then it hit her. How had she not realized it sooner? The person Eunha liked, the man who worked with her at the same company, was Joowong. Back at home, Joowong announced that he had cleaned out the storage room for her. Ahrah sat on the bed, hugging a pillow. He said he didn't have an extra blanket and suggested they share his bed for now. Ahrah agreed without hesitation. Lying in bed that night, she felt tired, but sleep wouldn't come. Her mind was in turmoil. She couldn't fall asleep. She couldn't believe that the sweet and tough guy from Eunha's story was her Joowong, and she had even wished them well. She had seen how comfortable Joowong was with Eunha and realized their relationship was more complex than just colleagues. Suddenly, Joowong turned and asked why she wasn't sleeping. He held her, understanding that the day had been full of sudden events. He promised that on the weekend, they would go on as many dates as she wanted. He started listing household chores. They were out of shampoo, they needed another blanket. Ahrah listlessly agreed. But other things were on her mind. She wanted to ask him directly, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Joowong sensed her tension and asked what was bothering her. He had noticed she'd been wanting to say something all day. He prompted her to talk about the meeting with the woman from his old company. Ahrah noted that he was acting differently somehow. Normally, in a situation like this, he would have gotten straight to the point. She accused him of having changed, but he just calmly replied that she was drunk and needed to calm down. She asked him directly about that woman, Eunha. She reminded him of his own words, that he only showed his different side to special people. And she had heard from Eunha how he had cared for her. Finally, she asked the main question. Were they just coworkers? It bothered her that he would care for someone like that, but claim they weren't special. Joowong thought that she could be surprisingly perceptive at times. He admitted he had changed, but it had nothing to do with that woman. He said that right now, they were nothing to each other. The phrase "right now" stuck with Ahrah. She asked if their past was so serious that he had to keep it a secret. He warned her that the truth might upset her, but she confidently declared she was ready for anything. She was right. They used to date. It was a brief office romance. Ahrah exhaled. She had thought as much. Joowong began his story. It was a long time ago when he worked for a different company. He was her direct supervisor, and she wasn't very good at her job. But the more time they spent together, the better they got to know each other, and his heart opened up to her. They dated for a short while, and after he left the company, they broke up and lost contact. The reason for their breakup was his mother. She offered Eunha an envelope of money to break up with her son. Joowon's mother used Eunha's mother's illness as leverage, suggesting she make the wise choice. It was too much money to refuse. Joowon saw her in the window, but she couldn't look him in the eye. The money went to pay the hospital bills. Eunha's mother, on her deathbed, asked her daughter to live the life she wanted. Eunha admitted to herself that she missed him, but too much time had passed. Ahrah was shocked at how cruelly two good people had been torn apart. Seeing her reaction, Joowon grew concerned. He didn't want her to turn this story into a drama for her novel. He clarified that Eunha's mother only had appendicitis, and he hadn't done anything he regretted. He assured Ahrah their breakup was mutual and they had no feelings for each other now. But Ahrah knew that wasn't true. She wanted to tell him that Eunha still loved him but stopped herself. What if he changed his mind and went back to her? This thought sparked a new anxiety. If he broke up with Eunha so easily, he could just as easily leave her. Joowon noticed her self-esteem plummeting and knew he had to intervene immediately. He addressed her gently by her name without formalities and said that if two people like each other, they can start dating. But he had never thought about marrying Eunha. He didn't like children and was too busy with work. Those were the reasons for their breakup, and his views hadn't changed. But, he added, looking at Ahrah, he realized that people get married for other reasons too. And if she was jealous or worried because of someone else, then why don't they just get married? He pressed his forehead against hers, stunning her with the proposal. He whispered that she was the only one overthinking things. His words and the warmth of his body calmed her. All her anxieties melted away, and her mind simply dissolved in happiness. When Joowon asked for her answer, Ahrah was already fast asleep, drooling. He realized with surprise that he had been talking to himself the whole time. He thought he might have been too rash with the proposal. After tucking her into bed, he felt a sense of emptiness. He decided that proposing to a drunk person was wrong. He would do it again, next time. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone. The next day, Joowon met with Eunha for work. She was apologizing for her manager's mistake. She couldn't believe that one of the companies they outsourced to was his. She assured him their conversation would be strictly about work. Eunha suggested making changes to the cover of a new book. She argued that the book's mood changes as you read, and the cover should reflect that. She smiled slyly, reminding him that it was a book by one of their exclusive authors. She asked directly if it was Ms. Ahrah's book and if he was showing favoritism because she was his girlfriend. Eunha continued her jabs, suggesting he was afraid Ahrah would leave for another publisher or someone younger. Her words hit Joowon where it hurt. He managed to say that she had become very blunt. She claimed she was actually worried about Ahrah. Eunha confessed that Ahrah reminded her of her younger self, and that she too had a broken engagement once. This caught Joowon off guard. She explained why she never sent the manuscript. She was busy with work. After he left, she had no time for unpaid work. She had student loans to pay off. So she decided to find a partner as soon as possible. On a blind date, she met the son of a company CEO. He was older but from a good family, and he soon proposed. But after they started living together, she caught him with another woman. He didn't even apologize, claiming he was handsome and women threw themselves at him. He accused her of being jealous. She quit the company to avoid rumors about her broken engagement and had distrusted men ever since. She admitted she sometimes wondered what would have happened if she had left the company with him. She said Ahrah reminded her of herself and how hastily she had decided to get married. Joowon coldly asked if she was implying he was acting like her ex-fiancé. Eunha tried to explain that Ahrah was still young and might regret her decision. Joowon cut her off, thanking her for her concern. He agreed with some of her points. He confessed he wanted to hold on to Ahrah so much that he was even considering marriage, though he knew it might pressure her. Eunha agreed that for a free-spirited girl, marriage is like shackles. But Joowon cut her off, saying none of that mattered. Because he planned to be by her side and support her in everything. And the simplest way to do that was to marry her. He advised her not to worry about others and to finish her manuscript instead, and not to message him in the middle of the night. As he was leaving, he threw over his shoulder that she shouldn't make Ahrah regret anything. He added that this conversation had just made him realize why they never worked out. Their views on marriage were completely opposite. Eunha's face contorted with anger. Meanwhile, Ahrah was lying on the couch, browsing for furniture for her future independent life. The next purchase was a bed. The prices were steep. She wondered whether to buy an expensive but quality item or to save money. Exhausted by these thoughts, she collapsed onto the couch. But something more important was on her mind. Yesterday's event. She remembered his kiss and his proposal. She had been proposed to. She couldn't believe things she'd only seen in dramas were happening to her. Maybe she should be looking for an apartment for newlyweds? But then she remembered Joowong had said he wanted to stay a bachelor. He hadn't said anything about it in the morning. Could it all have been a dream? She remembered the night at the hotel. Could her strong desire have just created a very realistic dream? She decided it didn't matter if it was a dream or not. If it was real, it meant he had changed his mind about marriage for her. And if it was a dream? Her thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. It wasn't Joowong. It was Seungwoo on the line. He noticed the disappointment in her voice and asked if she was waiting for a call from someone else. He asked if she was free on the weekend. Ahrah replied that she already had plans. She and Joowong had agreed to go shopping. She didn't know which day exactly, so she couldn't give a definite answer. Seungwoo insisted she spend at least one day with him, saying it was his last request. Meanwhile, Joowong was walking back from his meeting with Eunha, thinking about how he had heard that she found a new man right after he left the company. But her words about acting without thinking and ending up with a guy similar to her ex-fiancé started to worry him. He understood that anyone would feel uncomfortable if marriage was brought up at the very beginning of a relationship. Even he himself found it strange that he was feeling such strong emotions. But that didn't change Joowong's decision. He wanted to marry Ahrah, even if she might regret it later. Suddenly, he wanted to hear her voice. He thought she was probably home alone and decided to leave work early. However, the call didn't go through. The number was unavailable. The next day, Ahrah and Joowong were having lunch at a fast food place to save time before shopping. Ahrah was in a great mood, looking forward to the shopping. Joowong casually asked why she couldn't meet her friend tomorrow if she had plans. She replied that she was going to stop by her home and then she stumbled on the name Sung. She quickly changed the subject, suggesting a burger eating contest. But Joowong understood. She was going to meet that punk Seungwoo. He decided to make sure. He asked what she did yesterday. Ahrah, chewing her burger, said she was on the internet and then went out to buy bread. She suddenly remembered that his ex had called yesterday and she had blocked her. Joowong calmly praised her. But his question still seemed strange to her. Startled, she bit her tongue. She thought if he was talking about yesterday, maybe he meant his proposal. She replied that she had looked for a gym and waited for him to get off work. She confessed that she was bored at home without him. He wiped sauce from her lips and told her to call him. He missed her too, and he could always make time for her around lunchtime. Ahrah melted at his tenderness. Every time he was this kind, she started expecting even more from him. She gathered her courage and started to talk about yesterday's prop. But she immediately changed her mind, deciding it was better to feign ignorance in these matters. She abruptly changed the subject, suggesting they hurry up and eat so they could go shopping. Joowong mentally noted that she intended to hide the call from Seungwoo until the very end. He thought about how she was free to talk to anyone she wanted, but if it was a guy she used to like, he wasn't going to just let it go. They both ate in silence, lost in their own thoughts. Pretending was hard. Joowong wondered how long he should wait for an answer to his proposal. He wanted to be considerate, but also get a positive response. Just waiting felt wrong. Ahrah interrupted his thoughts, and they headed out to shop. Joowong decided that marriage was the only option he would accept. In the houseware store, Ahrah couldn't decide on a mug. She explained that she would use it often, so she wanted to think it through. Joowong advised her to buy what she liked, not what was cheaper, since she planned to use it for a long time. Suddenly, he picked up a red mug and said he wanted it. Ahrah was surprised since he already had a cup. He said it would be their couple's mug, and he planned to use it for a very long time. His words were a clear hint. Ahrah was flustered since she was planning to move out. Joowong realized his hint had been too obvious. They continued shopping, and Ahrah was delighted by how fun their dates were. Joowong walked beside her, thinking about the main goal of the day. He mentally guided her through the stores, pushing the idea of living together. Clothes in his closet, a bigger fridge. In the furniture store, a salesperson offered them a discount for newlyweds, which flustered Ahrah even more. Joowong hoped that this would highlight the positive aspects of marriage, and it seemed Ahrah was open to the idea. As they were about to head home, he said there was one more place he wanted to go. He took her hand and said he wanted to ask her something before they left. He knew he was being hasty, but if she felt the same way, he led her to the window of a jewelry store displaying wedding rings. He asked if there was anything she liked. He decided there was no need to hesitate any longer. But instead of answering, Ahrah dragged him to the food court, admiring the food. Joowong was at a loss. He was afraid of embarrassing her with a direct question, so he had been beating around the bush, but Ahrah suggested they get some food for dinner. He couldn't tell if she was purposely avoiding the topic or just oblivious. He concluded that she couldn't have missed his intentions. He saw it as a clever strategy to avoid answering immediately. In her mind, however, Ahrah had already made her decision. She was ready to play along with his proposal, enhancing it with delicious food. She felt that simply waiting and pretending wasn't enough, so she decided to step up and help him. Their peaceful moment was interrupted by a sudden shout. It was Ahrah's mother, accompanied by Seungwoo. Joowon tensed up. Her mom and Seungwoo? What were they doing here? An awkward conversation followed. It turned out they had come to try a new sushi spot. Ahrah's mother explained that this was the last time she'd be treating Seungwoo to a nice meal. The last time? Those words caught both Joowon and Ahrah off guard. Her mother immediately interrogated Ahrah, asking why she was there with a man when she was supposed to be focusing on living independently. Joowon decided to take charge of the situation. He bowed politely and introduced himself. I'm Cha Joowon, the CEO of Taeyang Publishing. He calmly explained that he had developed feelings for Ahrah while working together, and that they were now in a serious relationship. Ahrah's mother was stunned. She took it as a real-life office romance straight out of a K-drama. Joowon gallantly offered her the bag of food they had just bought. Ahrah didn't quite know how to handle this grown-up conversation. She was thrilled, realizing Joowon was truly serious about their relationship. Seungwoo and Joowon exchanged icy glares. Seungwoo accused him of orchestrating the whole thing, but Joowon simply replied that he had been sincere from the start. Ahrah's mother continued to be impressed by Joowon's manners. She then asked Ahrah where she was currently living. Ahrah panicked. If she told the truth, it might damage Joowon's reputation. Seungwoo stepped in to help, reminding her mother about the restaurant owner he had helped with some real estate. He mentioned he'd been living on his own for a while now, and the woman praised him for his independence. Ahrah thanked Seungwoo for the save. He whispered that he was looking forward to tomorrow. Hearing this, Joowon stiffened. In the car, Ahrah was happy that her mom seemed to like Joowon. She added that Seungwoo had been a huge help at the end. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Joowon asked where this friend was moving. Ahrah explained that Seungwoo was moving back in with his parents to focus on his job search. Joowon let out a small, relieved smirk. Good riddance. But then Ahrah added that was exactly why she'd agreed to meet him tomorrow. Joowon's smile vanished instantly. He exploded with jealousy. Just the two of you? At his place? He asked if she even realized what a guy's intentions were when he invited a girl over. Ahrah tried to calm him down, but he cut her off. He loomed over her, asking if she really was that clueless about how men think. He started kissing her, and she, blushing, pleaded with him to stop. He gave her an ultimatum. Either she says she won't go, or... She shook her head in a panic. He smiled triumphantly. So you're not going? But Ahrah stood her ground. She insisted she was still going because they were just friends. His hand slid lower as he whispered, asking if she really wanted to see him that badly. Just then, he noticed people passing by in the mirror. He let out a breath of relief once they had passed. Suddenly, Ahrah spotted a text on his phone from Eunha. I wish you the best. A new argument erupted. Now Ahrah was the one accusing him of secret meetings. Joowon apologized for not telling her, even though it was strictly for work. Ahrah softened, knowing how dedicated he is to his job. They both thanked each other for the trust. Deep down, however, Ahrah still had doubts. Joowon asked if she really trusted him that little. He said the car wasn't the place for this and promised to tell her everything once they got home. They drove the rest of the way in silence. Back at the house, they ordered takeout. Ahrah sat with her notebook, but her mind was entirely on the upcoming conversation. She looked at the food with disappointment. There was definitely no ring hidden in there. Her hopes for a romantic proposal were crushed. She picked at her food, thinking the atmosphere was completely wrong. Joowon noticed and handed her her favorite new coffee mug. She sadly wondered if the proposal she remembered was just a dream. Joowon spoke first. He said she probably didn't understand why he was acting this way. He reminded her that he'd proposed while she was asleep. She nearly choked on her coffee. It was real. He explained that today's events made him realize something. The fact that his girlfriend was planning to meet the guy she used to have a crush on? He admitted he couldn't wrap his head around it, even accounting for the generation gap. That was why he proposed. He wanted her to be his and his alone. Ahrah realized it was a matter of trust. She clutched her mug, thinking she finally understood him. After all, she'd felt that same jealousy when she saw that text. But getting married for that reason. Joowong continued, saying that by living together, he felt like he was forcing his desires on her. He said he needed some time to think alone. He wanted to reconsider whether they should keep living together. He felt that being together was clouding their judgment. Ahrah cried out in desperation that she didn't want that. She was here because she wanted to be. She confessed that even when she heard a room was available, she pretended she never got the message just to stay with him longer. Jiwon tried to explain it wasn't her fault, but she had already convinced herself she was a burden. She pushed him onto the sofa and loomed over him. She thought that by living with him, she had to pull her weight so as not to be a burden, but he wouldn't let her help with chores. So she decided that out of everything she could do for him, she'd choose the thing she thought he liked most. He caught the hint. She was right. He tried to stop her, but it was too late. She was surprised to find there was no reaction. How was that possible? Panicking, she assumed he was sick of her and wanted her to leave. Jiwon was floored by her ability to jump to the worst possible conclusion. With tears in her eyes, she asked if she could stay just until she found a new place. He replied that it was the exact opposite. He was afraid that if they kept living like this, he would end up marrying her no matter what. He hugged her, admitting to his selfishness. He used to think marriage was unnecessary, but with her it was different. He felt that if they stayed together, he'd give in to his impulses and do something irreversible. If they got married, she would have to deal with his mother and eventually have children with him. He was certain she wouldn't enjoy that. Ahrah defiantly asked, what if she wanted kids? If the kids looked like her, it would be fine. Ahrah flatly said she didn't want that. She just wanted to marry him. She admitted she'd hate having a child take all his attention away. She wanted his eyes on her, and only her. Since they had the same selfish desires, she suggested they just get married. She told him he overthinks her feelings too much. At the end of the day, it's her choice whether she's happy or not. She added that he shouldn't blame himself because he's her muse. She can't write a single word without him. She immediately got embarrassed by her own bold words. She tried to run away to give him space to think, but he stopped her. He pinned her to the wall, saying there was an urgent matter they needed to settle. She asked why she was just standing there staring at her. He guessed it was because the person he likes just proposed to him. He whispered that only she had this kind of power over him. The night was full of passion. At one point, Ahrah protested that he was doing whatever he wanted. He smirked, reminding her that she was the one who gave him permission to do whatever he wanted. Blushing, she admitted she only said that because she was mad. He gently kissed her, asking her to be understanding at least this once, and Ahrah hugged him, hoping she hadn't made a mistake by agreeing to marry him. Afterward, Jiwon was blow-drying her hair, and Ahrah thought about how wonderful it felt. A delivery notification popped up. Her new bed had arrived. She explained she bought a folding one so it would be easier to move. The word move triggered Jiwon's anxiety. He asked if she was really leaving. Ahrah replied that their current bed was just too small for two people. Jiwon admitted he'd been thinking about moving too, as this apartment was too cramped for them. Ahrah timidly asked if she could move with him. He playfully pinched her cheek, wondering why she was even asking. He reminded her that she was the one who proposed and told her to stop asking questions as if they were strangers. Ahrah was so happy she'd been the one to propose. They started planning their move together. He'd buy a king-sized bed, and her folding one would go in the studio. He wanted a place further from the office to separate work from home. But not too far, he added, so he could see her sooner after work. Ahrah looked at him tenderly, thinking she might never know if marriage was the right decision. But this way, they could be together. They kissed, sealing their future. Sometime later, Ahrah was having lunch with her friends, Sungwoo and Soyeon. Ahrah explained she invited Soyeon because she'd mentioned before that the more, the merrier. Soyeon asked Sungwoo bluntly when he was heading back home. He said he'd already shipped his things and would be leaving soon. Soyeon reassured him, saying there was no shame in taking longer than others to find a job. Sungwoo noticed Ahrah was constantly checking her phone. Ahrah apologized, saying it was just Jiwon asking where they were. Soyeon was surprised. Wait, is he coming here? Ahrah said he just wanted to stop by and say hello. Suddenly, Soyeon spotted a ring on Ahrah's finger. She grabbed Ahrah's hand, shocked. What is this ring? Ahrah happily explained that they weren't married yet, but they'd agreed to wear the rings from now on. Her friends were floored. Not married, but already wearing rings? Ahrah clarified that their families hadn't officially met yet. Soyeon assumed that was why Ahrah hadn't been sending in her manuscripts, but Ahrah said that wasn't the reason. Soyeon stared at the ring, thinking about how expensive it looked. She started trying to talk Ahrah out of it, saying she was too easily influenced by older men. Seungwoo agreed, asking if Joowong had pressured her into it. Ahrah calmly replied, "Actually, I was the one who proposed to him." Soyeon couldn't believe it. The Ahrah who could never admit her feelings had changed so much. Ahrah advised Soyeon to do the same if she ever found someone she truly liked. Seungwoo was stunned. He thought he knew Ahrah better than anyone. He remembered a talk with her mother, who was worried Ahrah was too obsessed with books. He had assured her mother that Ahrah would be fine because she had him. He'd even asked Soyeon to look after her in school. He remembered how Ahrah had finally connected with her classmates by telling them a movie they liked was based on a book. He hadn't expected them to actually become friends. Just then, Joowon's voice rang out. He apologized for being late. His gaze was icy. He was here. Seungwoo cursed him under his breath. Seungwoo made a snide remark about thinking Joowon was joking. Joowon replied that when it comes to Ahrah's friends, it's a different story. He'd come to keep them from being alone, but he didn't expect to see one of his own employees there. He decided this was actually better. Soyeon and Seungwoo felt extremely awkward in the presence of the big boss. Before leaving, Joowon took Ahrah's hand. He wished her a pleasant lunch. He gently brushed her hand, reminding her that he'd be waiting for her at home. That gesture made her heart race. He said he'd cover the bill and left. Soyeon immediately started packing her things. She said her lunch break was almost over. Joowon offered to tell her manager she'd be late because of a meeting with an author. Soyeon sighed. To think her boss's girlfriend was her old classmate. She asked Ahrah about her new project, but Ahrah said she'd completely changed the concept. She decided to write a fantasy novel, the genre she was best at. Soyeon realized that would take even more time. Seungwoo felt like a third wheel during their work talk. He suddenly realized that they had always felt comfortable with each other, while discussing such trivial things usually bored him too much. Back then, he was surprised that Ahrah was capable of holding a conversation with anyone besides him. He remembered how serious she looked back then. But in reality, she had grown into a radiant adult. He realized he was the one who had been living in a fantasy. He stood up abruptly, saying he had to go. He explained some urgent business had come up. He jokingly asked her to wait until he got a job to get married so he could give her a huge cash gift. He promised that he finally had a goal of his own. He congratulated her. Ahrah thanked him and told him to work hard too. Seungwoo promised himself he'd show up at her wedding as a successful grown man. Joowon officially introduced himself to Ahrah's parents, stating his intention to marry her. He apologized for them living together without permission and asked for their blessing. Ahrah's mother was over the moon. But her father was dead set against it. He wouldn't give his permission. Her mother tried to reason with him, saying this might be their daughter's only chance to tie the knot. Joowon calmly said that it didn't matter because he was willing to wait. He admitted he didn't deserve someone as wonderful as Ahrah. But he was confident he could make her happier than anyone else could. He promised to keep coming back until they approved of the marriage. Her father, softening slightly, admitted he understood Joowon's feelings. But he felt Ahrah was too young to marry and suggested they live apart for a while. 2 months passed. Joowon got a text from Ahrah saying she couldn't make it to dinner because of her manuscript. He wouldn't be able to see her again. It had been 2 months since he met her parents. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he didn't realize it would be this hard just to see her. Frustrated, he slammed his hand on the desk, wondering if she even missed him at all. Ahrah was at her desk, working tirelessly. She got a text from him. He said he was meeting a friend and told her not to apologize. She was relieved he wasn't angry. But she was incredibly sad. She wanted a date so badly. She slumped over her desk, blaming herself for taking on so much work. She decided to chug an energy drink to keep working toward their happy future. But suddenly she started feeling sick. She figured it was because she drank it on an empty stomach. And then an idea hit her. Joowon was at a bar with his friend. The friend was bragging about the girlfriend he was about to meet. Joowon was surprised to learn the guy even had a girlfriend. The friend went on about how great their time together was. He said they were the same age and would likely get married soon. He suggested they might get married around the same time. Joowong never thought he'd see the day he'd be jealous of this guy. Joowong said he wouldn't be able to marry for a few more years. He explained Ahrah was still too young. His friend said that since she wasn't in a rush, he was the one who had to suffer and wait. He excused himself, saying he had to go meet his girlfriend. Alone, Joowong wondered where to go. A stranger approached him and offered to keep him company. She was flirting, but Joowong stayed silent. For a split second, he hallucinated that it was Ahrah coming to see him. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He politely declined, saying he preferred being alone, but the woman persisted. He thought about how Ahrah was probably still working. He wanted to go to her, but decided not to disturb her. Suddenly, he bumped into someone. Consumed by his thoughts, he didn't notice that it was Ahrah. He decided it was best to just head home. Ahrah had come unannounced because she missed him, but now she thought he was actually angry. She regretted coming. She reproachfully told him he was being cruel. She'd come all this way because she missed him, and he didn't even recognize her. He replied that he hadn't seen her properly in months. He sheepishly admitted that at first glance. She looked like she had matured in the time they'd been apart. He joked that he'd been seeing her father more often than her lately. He mentioned they'd gone to screen golf and were planning a fishing trip this week. Ahrah didn't know what to do. Should she tell him now? Joowong was flustered by her intense staring. She wasn't 100% sure, but she told him she thought she was pregnant. Joowong froze, processing the news. She quickly added that the test was faint and that she was scared he'd tell her to get rid of it. He asked how she was feeling. She said she felt better after eating. He let out a long breath of relief. He gently touched her cheek, saying that even though her father was against the marriage until the very end, they'd finally found a way to make it happen. He called it a stroke of luck. Ahrah protested that she wasn't sure yet, but Joowong had already decided he wanted a daughter. They went on their honeymoon. As expected, once her father heard about the pregnancy, he gave his blessing immediately. On vacation, Ahrah sat with a cocktail, complaining she couldn't eat another bite. She said she'd gained a lot of weight. Joowong reassured her that it was normal. She argued she wanted to diet, but he pointed out that might be bad for the baby. She quickly pivoted, saying she wanted to lose weight for the baby's health. He asked how many weeks along she thought she was. She hesitantly said 8 weeks. Her voice trembled and she wouldn't meet his eyes. He remembered she'd always been like this, a terrible but somehow obvious liar. He thought about what a ridiculous person she was. And now, this ridiculous person was his wife. He said he usually hates lies, but in this case, he knew that's not how pregnancy math works. She was busted. He added that he was extremely careful with protection, and besides, they hadn't seen each other in months. She realized he knew everything and panicked. He smiled and said he wouldn't know the truth unless she told him. She burst into tears and confessed everything. She explained she went to the doctor and it was just a case of gastritis. But seeing how much her father was making his life miserable, he called her sly, but asked if she really didn't trust him to convince her father on his own. He hugged her, saying he understood. She was just trying to help. He just didn't get why she lied about something that was so easily found out. He noticed her beautiful lingerie and realized she had prepared for the honeymoon. With a smirk, he said it wasn't too late. If they made a baby on their honeymoon, they wouldn't have to lie anymore. He knew she could never resist the way he looked at her. She agreed,